Morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to Trent Bridge in Nottingham, which is the start of day 3 of the third and deciding test match. And we've got an absolute cracker in store, not just today, but probably for days 4 and 5. The match is beautifully poised on a very, very batting-friendly pitch. Jerusalem playing across the PA system around the ground now, as is tradition before every day's play of an England test match. They will resume this morning on 223 for 2. They haven't actually yet saved the follow-on, but they need just 16 more runs to do that, and then it really is game on. Alongside me, Steve Harmison, excited about more runs, no doubt, Harmy, but I suspect, what do they call day 3? Moving day. Maybe it's the day in which the bowlers move into the game.
Yeah, hopefully. Good morning, Manners. Yeah, hopefully it is a day where the bowlers do get a little bit of joy out of a surface, which has been very good for the first 2 days. A little bit of indentation, little puffs of dust every now and again. Last night, the heavy roller on this morning will be decent for batting. At 16 runs will be no problem to England, and then where the game goes from there will largely, I think, come down to the attitude of the New Zealand bowlers, to make sure that they have a plan. And what plan they have, I was talking to Jeremy Coney early on this morning. It'll be interesting to see how Tom Latham goes with what he's got at his disposal. For me, Manners, I think I'd be going with attacking with Will O'Rourke. He's been New Zealand's best bowler of this trip so far, and he hasn't got the rewards that he's got. You know, Henry got wickets, Jameson's got wickets, they're both not playing, but Will O'Rourke's been durable, he's been effective, he's been aggressive, and he's really been a threat to England. And I would go with O'Rourke from one end, and then I would mix up with Smith and Folkes, with Blundell standing up the stumps from the end that we're at, the Ratcliffe Road end, and try and hold and try and contain with straight fields and try and put pressure on England to slow down the scoring rate, and that will build pressure. Because the one thing I think New Zealand were guilty of yesterday was not being able to slow down the scoring rate that England had. England are going at a decent lick here, so if they stop the scoring rate, and that's all that Ben Stokes did yesterday. He got 3 for 13, but the 13 runs in 8 overs led to pressure, led to wickets, and I think that is what New Zealand have got to try and do to England, especially in this first hour.
Jacob Bethell, very short of runs in the first 2 test matches after spending 2 months at the IPL. Didn't score very many runs there either, but he will resume on 74. Alongside him, Joe Root on 21, Harry Brook to come, Jamie Smith, Ben Stokes, so plenty of batting to come. Gus Atkinson will bat 8, Jofra Archer at 9, and after that Josh Tongue and Shoaib Bashir. Hopefully England won't be relying on the tail for runs, with so much power and experience in the top order. Joe Root batted beautifully at the Oval. I suspect he will feel like he missed out on a very good batting pitch. Did score over 100 runs, but 46 and 77, not the numbers that he would have wanted. First delivery of the morning is being bowled by Will O'Rourke, and it's down the leg side. Joe Root leaves it alone, watches it taken by Tom Blundell, diving away to his left. There is a leg slip in there as well. 74 Bethell, Joe Root 21. I wonder whether Tom Latham is going to. You were talking about how he plays it and his strategies. There's no point in him using the attack as if it included Matt Henry and Kyle Jameson. I mean, as you say, that they're not here. He doesn't have their skill and firepower. He's got limited resources, and it's be interesting to see whether he shapes his tactics around what he does have. It's down the leg side again from Will O'Rourke, and a rare fumble from Tom Blundell, who took half a step to his left but didn't get his hands behind the line in time, and he's knocked it on for a bye. First run of the morning.
I'm just looking at this. Is it Will O'Rourke's thrown 2 down leg side? He's trying to obviously shape it in because he's got a leg slipping play. Is there any reverse there? I can't really see on the monitor if there's any sort of reverse. What are we now? 45.2 overs. This will be the time, if there is any reverse, that the ball would start not going big, but just start going, giving a little bit of encouragement that a bowler thinks, if I turn this ball round, it might just hold its line or go the other way. And the first 2 balls have gone flying down leg side.
Here is Will O'Rourke once again running in towards us, and Bethel has a little nibble at this one outside the off stump. He was tempted, and he knows that he needs to get his feet moving, and just it was a very much the kind of shot that you do play early on before you've got in, you get your eye in. That was a flat-footed waft.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't the greatest starts from Jacob Bethel. I think there is a little element of reverse swing here. We see on that replay where the shiny side was, the tilt to the angle of the monitor. I can't really see from where I am, but possibly is a little bit of reverse going across Jacob Bethel.
Here is O'Rourke again. That's very wide of the off stump, and it's left alone. Every now and then in this wonderful game, you get asked a question that you don't know the answer to, and just when you think, well, I've been around it long enough, I think I pretty much know the answer to most questions. Somebody asked me, where does the ball spend its night? And I didn't know. I said, well, the umpires take it. I said, yeah. And as a friend of mine actually said, well, yeah, but where does it spend its night? They take it to the hotel room, they put it in the little safe. Where does it spend its night?
There. I mean, we've got the perfect person that knows everything about the game sitting in the middle of us. So,
Jared,
I'm sure he'll tell us.
Where does the ball spend its night between days? Here's O'Rourke again outside the off stump, left alone by Jacob Bethel.
Will it go back in the box? I would have thought.
No, I think they've got I don't know.
A ball safe.
I don't know if to call it a ball safe, but I think they have something similar where in the rooms with the umpires and the match referees, where they keep all the balls. I'm pretty sure, because it's not just then, it's also at rain breaks. And I don't think the umpire's just sitting around with it in his pocket the whole time, and I don't think he's leaving it on the desk. So I'm pretty sure they have a place to put it.
Can you imagine if the umpire, the senior umpire, had to take it back to his hotel room and he forgot it one morning? Where's the ball? It's in room 427 in the Holiday Inn. Here's O'Rourke again outside the off stump, left alone by Bethel, and the over comes to an end. So he had a couple down the leg side and then 4 wide of the off stump. England 224 for 2, still trailing by 214.
I think I can cover this story now, because I didn't do it at the time because it would have really embarrassed the cricket team. But when I was covering Hong Kong versus the Netherlands in Hong Kong, there was one guy who was supposed to get to the ground early and get everything ready with the keys. And the night before, he partied a little bit too hard, and he'd ended up on mainland China rather than in Hong Kong.
Oh, no.
Got on the wrong ferry.
Got on the wrong ferry, yeah.
Right. And so suddenly they realized, oh, okay, he's the only one with the keys because it's a government ground. It's not like they all have multiple keys. And so they had to break into the locker to get the cricket balls out, because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to play the game. So things can go wrong. To be fair, that was a slightly different situation, Hong Kong, Netherlands, than what we have here. But yeah, I think they've got a little. They've got a room where they hold all the balls. I don't know what temperature the balls need to be held at.
The humidor.
18. Yeah. It'd be 18, wouldn't it?
Room temperature,
yeah.
I guess.
Mine haven't exactly been room temperature in the last couple of days.
We don't talk very often about how much the ball might be affected by heat, and humidity more likely. Here's Nathan Smith outside the off stump. Tom Blundell standing up, takes that one as Joe Root leaves it alone. 74 to Jacob Bethel. Joe Root has 21. But we're going to have still warm temperatures for the rest of the test match, but nothing like the mid to high-ish 30s that we've had in the first 2 days. More like 28 today, isn't it? 28?
Yeah, I walked in this morning.
Along the canal?
Yeah.
Lovely walk.
Oh, it's beautiful. I walked at home last night. It wasn't as enjoyable last night, although there was a really good breeze yesterday.
It was at the end of the day, wasn't there? It was quite refreshing. Just any air movement was welcome. Here's Smith again. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and up goes the finger. Joe Root is asking Bethel immediately whether it was going down the leg side, but he's just not looked comfortable with Tom Blundell standing up. First of all against Matt Henry, now it's Nathan Smith, who looks like he's made the breakthrough. Root, though, did say to Bethel, was it going down? Was it going down? And Bethel dutifully, I think, has said yes.
I think it has nipped, but I don't think it's nipped enough to miss. I think Given out on field.
It went a long way.
It did, but
it's
given on
probably
field,
clipping leg, isn't it? Yeah, but it really moved. Is that swing or?
No, it's off
just
the surface.
hit something, hasn't it?
It's hit one of them. It's hit one of them.
Oh, that's plumb.
Yeah, it's out. See you later, Joe Root.
I thought maybe he'd get a clipping, but he's not even going to get that, is he? He said straight away to Bethel, that went too far. That's going down leg. He's misread that, I think.
Well, it's obviously he's thinking it's going down leg because it's from where it's nipped back from. But I think it's definitely nipped back and it's hitting probably leg stump. But
should be out. 3 reds. Let's have a look. Jeez, it really nips though.
Just clipping the leg stump.
Wickets, umpires call. Rod, you can stay with the original decision. Stand
just clipping leg stump. Well, it's a decent clip. It's not brushing it. It's probably half the ball is hitting half the stump, and Root is on his way, and the early wicket that New Zealand so badly wanted has arrived dutifully. Just 1 run into the day's play.
I think the biggest story really, I mean the wicket's huge, it's Joe Root and he's out, but I think the biggest story here, man, is that seemed more than we've seen. That might have seemed more combined than we've had of all the balls seen in the first 2 days.
Yeah, I don't know. Me and Manners were on. We were on yesterday. Was it me and you? It was on yesterday. I showed the Stuart Broad's Instagram, and it showed the divots in the surface. Yeah. I just wonder if there was a couple of times there was explosions last night, and I just wonder when you get the divots like that, if they start getting a little bit bigger. I think you were talking about Dennis Lillian saying trying to make the divots longer and bigger. If all of a sudden they start misbehaving, that then becomes an issue from a batter. Joe Root was upset there. Joe Root is very, very irate going off, and I don't think it's about what happened to him as in getting in the wrong place or I think that's the 3rd or possibly the 4th umpire's call he's had in this series. Just it's not going for the former England captain.
It's a hard one not to give out though, that isn't it?
I'm giving that.
That seemed a lot.
I'm giving that.
And I was worried about it clipping the outside of leg, and even I would have given that straight away. I just think it looked so adjacent so instantly, didn't it? But yeah, I mean, you're right. He's been on the wrong side of a couple of these.
Do they look... It sounds stupid, this, but I think it looks more out when the keeper's standing up.
I understand.
Do you know what I mean?
Because, do you know, one of the reasons is the keeper can't get down the leg side in the same way. They get stuck at the crease a little bit more. So if you've got one where the wicket keeper's down at leg slip, the umpire's like, well, that's not out.
Nathan Smith's bowling to Harry Brook now, running away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end. Forward comes Brook, pushes it away behind square on the offside. And I said right at the time, he hasn't looked comfortable to my eye with the keeper standing up. I just think he's just a little bit cramped, and Matt Henry had him absolutely on a plate at the Oval with the keeper standing up, and you can also understand why Root thought it was going down the leg side, because it has nipped back more than any delivery in the match so far, I'm reckoning. Here is Nathan Smith again, bowls. Brook is beaten outside the off stump, only because I think he was trying to open the face and run it down past the solitary slip. There's a slip and a gully, but this is clearly a tactic that, I mean, let's not forget that Harry Brook was also trapped twice by Matt Henry.
That's perfect. Perfect time for Brook to come in from a New Zealand point of view. Their best bowler that bowled stump to stump. It was the man that got Joe Root out, and he's got a full tank of energy for having a good night's sleep. He's not coming on in the middle of the day. He's got Harry Brook when Nathan Smith is kind of fresh.
And Smith once again goes full and straight, and Brook just pushes it up towards the mid-off.
I just wonder with Joe, I think there's been a lot of sort of analysis of Joe Root over the course of his 165 Test match career, and times when Joe has had his struggles. A lot of it comes down to his movements into the ball. He was nicking it, or he was inside edging it onto it to the stumps. Largely the fact that his weight transfer was back, and I just wonder, because he needs to be so in sync with his movements, triggering beforehand.
Smith goes wide of the crease this time, and Brook pushes it out to mid-wicket, fielded by Latham. And a very, very good over comes to an end from Nathan Smith. It was a wicket maiden. So England 1 for 1 in 2 overs at the start of day 3. 224 for 3.
So I just think possibly with Joe Root, with the keeper standing up to the stumps, his trigger movement when he goes across or he goes back, he's not then being able to come on access coming forward into the ball, and it's catching him on the crease. And that's 2 or 3 times now that Joe Root has been a bit static on the crease, and his body transfer, his body weight hasn't been coming into the ball. And we know when Joe's at his best, he does have a trigger movement, he does get across his stumps, but he comes into the ball lovely, and his head position and balance is going forward. The last few times he's been dismissed with the keeper standing up, he's a little bit static at the crease. And I think if you went for his weight transfer point of view, he's probably a little bit further back than he is going forward.
Will O'Rourke begins the third over, his second, up to the crease now, bowls. Bethel has edged it to second slip. He's gone. It's taken by Henry Nichols at second slip.
Is it Latham?
Tom Latham.
Tom Latham, I beg your pardon, but Bethel, do you know, it looked like what he was giving catching practice, and I think it's because he was caught in two minds about leaving it and playing it, and he's gone to play it, and then he thought maybe this is a bit wide, it's going across me, and then he's kind of pulled out of the shot, and it's a straightforward catch to Tom Latham at second slip. Oh my goodness me, that was it good bowling? Because he had the batsman in two minds.
Good bowling for me. He's dragged him across. Jacob Bethel's batted well yesterday. Yeah, 74, and he looked as though he had perfect timing, perfect balance. He hasn't looked that this morning. His head had fallen over. His weight transfer was going sideways as opposed to going towards the ball. And I just wonder if Will O'Rourke's got this ball slightly tailing from a reverse swing point of view, and that there has just kept going with the angle and caught the outside edge. Jacob Bethel, to be fair, in the since this morning started, he's could have nicked off 2, possibly 3 times, and eventually he has succumbed and caught the O'Rourke's at the outside edge, and it was a good catch by Tom Latham because it looked as though it was travelling.
It was certainly the reverse swing that sort of tricked him into playing that, because the normal line, I think, no issue, we would have had it with him playing it, but as it started to reverse, he just had to pull out of the shot, and he didn't, he pushed in. Something interesting happened with Nathan Smith. I don't know if you saw it, Manners, just after the Joe Root dismissal. Remember what I said to you, was that swing or seam? What Nathan Smith was saying, I think, to the team is that started to reverse, then hit the seam and went further. So they think that there's a real chance here, which is they were really up, but Nathan Smith was basically saying, I just bowled the wobble ball, but it swung in as well. So there is a lot going on at the moment on a pitch and, even in the air when we haven't seen anything at all yet, Manners. So I thought Will O'Rourke bowled some really good spells yesterday at times when really no one else did for New Zealand. He's quite dangerous, and Nathan Smith's got it moving at the other end. They haven't got past the follow-on yet.
No, well, did mention
has been
that.
mentioned that in the opener, yeah.
Here's O'Rourke, and he's bowling to Jamie Smith. Forward comes England's wicketkeeper, pushes it away behind square on the leg side, and he'll get off the mark. He's about to run himself out. Got off the mark with a single, wanted to come back for the second, and Harry Brook was about to oblige, and they would have met in the middle of the pitch.
I don't know what Brook was. Did he just not look there? It felt like he just decided.
He does that all the time. He doesn't look.
Yeah, he didn't either. He looked twice on the way down, and as he put his pad in, he just completely ignored everything.
He does that a lot, Harry. Harry does do that a lot. He does blind turn.
But why was he looking all the way down until that's a technical issue, is it? The bat seemed to be in his wrong hand.
It's a dozy issue.
They can be one and the same thing.
Yeah, we got a few in this team.
225 for 4. Goodness me. England 2 for 2 on the morning. Here's Will O'Rourke running in from the pavilion end, Stuart Broad end, and Brook plays defensively, pushing it straight back to the bowler. This is a disastrous start for England. Not what the crowd were expecting, not what the general mood of the match reports in this morning's papers was either.
Well, it's funny, I was talking to Vishant Taraja from Cricinfo and George Dobell, and we were like, what do you think? And I said, well, I think the most likely is they get roughly close to New Zealand's score, but and George is like, but they could score 600, and I was like, yeah. And then Vishant's like, but they could score 320. No one really knew how this was going to go. And I think that probably tells you, I'm sure last night everyone was quite excited, but I think there was a lot of us that were like, this could be really flat or it could start to get a bit more fun.
Here is O'Rourke again. Oh my goodness, that's a fine delivery. Brook digs it out and almost loses his balance in doing so. It was a really good Yorker from big Will O'Rourke, and Harry Brooks only just got down on that in time. What an inspired spell from O'Rourke. Did that one also tail in, or am I imagining
That's tailing in.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's tailing in. It's tailing in. He's done well there, as Harry Brooks. He's done very well, because I think that would have got a lot of good tail enders out and a lot of bang average tail enders out. Number 9, number 10, number 11, and that's all over.
Still only 2 slips. And they're very close together, Mitchell and Latham. Here's O'Rourke again, and outside the off stump. That one seemed to swing after it pitched. It's pitched outside the off stump, left alone by Brook, and then it swung after it pitched. It's not an unusual phenomenon, but it's not common either.
No, it's definitely.
It's doing a bit, isn't it, today? Eh?
Yeah, it's definitely reversing quite a bit. So it's not cloud cover or anything. It's just they've got this ball in a perfect situation. We saw England get some reverse as well. So we knew this surface had some in it, but it seems to have got even more so.
Will O'Rourke once again. Up to the crease now, bowls, and Harry Brook just drops it down on the offside. Nobody at cover point. Backward point, an extra cover. At point allows for an easy single, and Harry Brooks finally off the mark. Jamie Smith has one as well. 226 for 4. Overnight batsmen dismissed for their overnight scores. Joe Root, LBW to Nathan Smith for 21. Jacob Bethell edging to second slip. Tom Latham took the catch off Will O'Rourke for 74. And England, who resumed on 223 for 2, were suddenly 224 for 4.
Obviously, for those who missed it last night, Blair Tickner is out of the game, and Zachary Folkes is going to be bowling, and he bowls, would you say, like with a soft Mike Proctor action?
Yeah, we were talking about it with Jeremy yesterday. He looks like he's about to bowl off the wrong foot, and then he just suddenly corrects it.
But then he kicks out his leg like a French showgirl to square leg. Have you noticed that? And so
it's quirky. It's definitely quirky.
But like Proctor, he swings it back in. There is something about that action that brings the ball back in.
Nathan Smith in now, and bowls to Harry Brook once again. Tom Blundell standing up, and Brook pushes it away defensively on the onside.
So generally, when you reverse the ball in one direction, when you swing the ball in one direction, you reverse it in the other direction more often than not. So that's a no ball as well. So with Folkes, if the ball reverses for a little while, they might be able to get some little outswingers around off stump as well, which they wouldn't have got with Tickner, right? Tickner wouldn't have been able to do that.
No, but the thing you've got with Folkes is if you've got a keeper standing up and he's going well and Smith's going well, like he has done so far, and builds a bit of pressure up, you can, from a trajectory point of view, and a keeper standing up, you can continue that pressure that Folkes could bring into the game.
Here's Nathan Smith again, and beats Harry Brook outside the off stump once again. He's looking to try and score behind square on the offside. I think Nathan Smith knows that, and he's got a slip in a gully, and then nobody from gully until deep backward point. So there's a lot of empty acreage there that he wants Harry Brook to try and take advantage of.
I think they're just trying to stop England from scoring, reduce the scoring rate, build pressure that way. That's why you looked at O'Rourke. O'Rourke looks as though he's got wickets in him, but they've only got 2 slips, but they're trying to reduce the scoring rate and try and build the pressure through dot balls.
Here's Smith once again, and Brook now does succeed in finding that gap at backward point. Be picked up by the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and it'll be another single. 228 for 4.
That ball that shot would encourage me if I was Nathan Smith. If Harry's going to play that way and the ball's possibly either nipping or it's got a reverse swing in it, I mean, as a bowler, you think, right, I'm going to leave that open because you know he's going to push at it. I'd be tempted to bring another slip in, but I'd also be tempted just to say, right, it's either going to go Nick behind, Darryl Mitchell, and I think it looks like Devon Conway in the gap there. They're in the game there with Harry just flicking it from outside off stump.
Here is Nathan Smith once again, and it's played away defensively by Jamie Smith, and there's no run. So Nathan Smith took 6 wickets in the Test match against Ireland. He took another 6 against England in the first Test match at Lord's. He's a regular wicket taker to the to the to the naked eye, to the untrained eye, to the unschooled eye, it's not obvious what makes him such a successful and regular wicket taker when he's obviously in form as he is now. But you two have very trained, very well schooled eyes. As Smith is in once again, nudges it up towards the mid-wicket. I mean, you know, he looks like a guy that runs in, tries hard, you know, quickish medium.
That's
you know,
it.
so
He's very durable. You can set a feel to him. He asks questions. He's got skills, so you can go in, you can go anywhere. He's probably the perfect type of bowler for English conditions and for New Zealand conditions. Bats a bit. I think he's just an all-round, you know, good package to have.
I thought you were going to talk about wobble seam. Or are you leaving that for
No,
Jared?
I'm leaving that for Jared.
Here's Smith again, played away defensively by his namesake, Jamie. 228 for 4.
I think what he does for modern cricket is he bowls very... If Nathan Smith had played 15 years ago, he'd be coming in from over the bowler's arm and bowling out swingers, right? And what he's doing for modern cricket is he bowls very wide, Manners. So sometimes he's almost out on the return crease. He's coming in. So he forces an angle, which is very hard. And then he has the ability to bring the ball back in, as we saw with Root, and take it away. And he can do that off the pitch, and he can do it in the air. And as we've seen today, he can also get it to reverse as well. So he's got multiple abilities to be able to do that. He's also probably, from the first time I saw him in county cricket, I'd say he's about a yard quicker than he was when I first saw him, which means that you can't really get on top of him.
Here he is once again, and he does go wide of the crease as he delivers. He takes a step out towards the return crease and angles it in. Played away defensively by Jamie Smith. So what
you can't leave him very much.
What you are both doing obligingly, thank you, is confirming that there is quite a bit more to him than...
Yeah. He keeps them, Andy, the big thing from a wicket point of view, he keeps all dismissals in play.
Almost all the time, yeah.
All the time. The stumps are in the game. Well, you know, he's not somebody I think you can dominate. You can, unless you're playing on an absolute shirt front. But what happens with that is if the keeper comes up, then all of a sudden your ability to come out of your crease, your ability to move around the crease gets limited. And I think New Zealand have found a way to make Nathan Smith even more potent.
Will O'Rourke's potent. He's 6'8", that helps, and that's chopped away off the back foot by Harry Brooks, square of the wicket down to backward point. Rachin Ravindra comes trundling in, or gliding in. He's not a trundler, keeps them down to a single.
I think what we've seen with Scott Boland and Nathan Smith following on the back is the fact that their wicket keepers can go up to the stumps against them is actually making them a lot more dangerous than they were. Remember when Scott Boland bowled out here in the Ashes and England just used the crease against him and came down the wicket and there was nothing he could really do. And then Carey just went, okay, I just have to get good and come up the stumps. It was Blundell who started that trend in the first place before Smith was even playing for them.
Here is Will O'Rourke. He's got a spring in his step at the moment, and Jamie Smith chops one behind square. Rachin Ravindra does the fielding at point, and there's no run.
And then with Smith, he's accurate. I don't think he's elite accurate, but he's very accurate. He doesn't make many mistakes. He skids through. I don't think he loses a lot of pace off the surface as well. So, some bowlers, lose that pace. He seems to go through.
Do you think he gains pace off the surface?
Well, I think, him
it's
and Matt.
It's impossible, but it looks that way.
Yeah. Well, what he really means is he doesn't lose as much as a normal bowler would be, right? It's skiddier.
He's not a bang it in. Will O'Rourke loses pace off
exactly, yeah. And so there's lots of little micro skills about Nathan Smith that I think are fantastic.
Here is O'Rourke again, and Jamie Smith plays defensively. He's on the front foot. It wasn't particularly full-length delivery. Tidied up at mid-on by Ben Sears. I like the look of Zach Folkes, I think he's got something a bit different. It would be interesting to see a bit more of him today.
Yeah, well, the ball wasn't really swinging when he was bowling yesterday either, and that is kind of his main skill, isn't it? I was talking to one of the people in the press box, one of the Kiwis, and they were saying that the leg and the action, quite often people find him really hard in the first couple of overs to face.
Here is Will O'Rourke once again, and it's short and wide, and a cut shot, but a half-hearted one from Jamie Smith, makes no contact. In other words, you were speaking to Andrew Alderson, because there is only one.
No, there's another guy. I forget his name, but
there are two.
Yeah, there's a second. It wasn't Alders this time. But yeah, we were chatting. We were chatting about it, and he said that sometimes the action. I remember you would have seen Jack Chantry bowl, I assume.
Yeah.
I remember players who played Jack Chantry the first time contacting me, going for about 2 overs. I had no idea what he was doing. It didn't look like bowling. So sometimes those actions cause issues. Sometimes you never get over it. Like was it Syed Anwar versus Murali? Had to go and see the South African eye specialist.
Cheryl Calder. Driven up towards mid-on and straight to Ben Sears. And there's no run.
Dr. Cheryl Calder.
No.
Is
Professor.
it she? Is it Professor? I thought it was Doctor.
I think she's gone
upgraded.
up a notch.
Oh, okay. I just remember that she had an assistant who was very, very clear on how I had to write her name in all my pieces.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's a professor now. But probably the supreme sporting eye specialist in the world.
If not number one, probably in the top 3. There can't be that many. She's worked with almost everyone,
including golfers. It's interesting. Here is O'Rourke again, bowls a bouncer, full on, middle of the pitch bouncer to Jamie Smith. He sees it very early and ducks underneath it.
But that is one of the things that she does, is she works with people to work out actions, because she's trying to train you where to look. So I know that she worked with people a lot with Murali and then later with Malinga, of like retraining your eyes. And with golfers, it was about putting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
About where to look specifically when you're putting, because it's easy when you're playing a normal golf shot. Well, not easy, but it's easier over a period of time to train yourself to look at the ball. But when you're putting, there's more.
Can you see Harmy's eyes lighting up?
I need to go and see it, because my golf at this moment.
Manners knows her. He'll hook you up.
I'm having one at the minute.
You think
I've played a lot of golf.
I've missed too many 6-footers.
Well, the putting's not so bad. Just getting the thing off the tee is an absolute nightmare at the minute.
Not sure Dr. Cheryl Calder will help with that. That's steered away by Harry Brook for 4, but it's gone. I mean, it looked like a steer shot, but is he really steering it between first slip and like fourth slip? I mean, that's not a big gap.
No, it's not a big gap, but I think he's played it quite well. I think he's dropped his hands on it. I think it's bounced a little bit, and he's playing it down. Yeah, I think maybe doesn't want to go that fine, but I think he is playing it down in towards the gap. Like, he's trying to get it on the ground, and if it goes in the gap, it's a bonus.
Harry Brook up to 7 with that boundary, his first, and Jamie Smith has 1. It's 233 for 4. Here's Nathan Smith again, and it's full and driven by Brook, only as far as Latham at mid-wicket. 2 wickets this morning, 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. First Joe Root trapped LBW by Nathan Smith for his overnight 21, and then Jacob Bethel caught in 2 minds, went to play at a wide one, tried to stop himself, checked the shot, edge to second slip. Latham took the catch. Will O'Rourke, the successful bowler, and he too departing for his overnight score of 74, and suddenly England had gone from 223 for 2 to 224 for 4. A very, very different mood about this contest now on the 3rd morning. Here is Nathan Smith again, and Brook opens the face of the bat, guides it away behind square for another single to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. 234 for 4.
Harmy, Daryl Mitchell's still way too wide at first slip for a keeper up at the stumps.
He's way too wide on his feet, first of all.
Is he? Yeah,
Look where he is.
There's a technical issue, but is he trying to cover all bases? Is he wanting to field at first slip?
But if you've got the keeper up at the stump, the most important catch is the one that the keeper would normally catch, but can't get to.
Left, yeah.
I just don't understand why he's there.
I'm just not sure he's meant to be at first slip. I just feel he's just basically covering all bases. This is how deep I need to be, and I'm guessing what, from a wingspan point of view, what I can cover.
He's very inflexible, immobile, and Nathan Smith in once again, hits Harry Brook on the pads, Jamie Smith on the pads, and there's no run.
With how wide his feet are, he'd need a wingspan of a pterodactyl to reach some of these catches, because he just doesn't move, does he?
I mean, one of the best I ever played with was Marcus Trescothick, and if there was only one slip, Tres would just try and find a place where he felt comfortable. He always said he would try and find a place where he felt comfortable, of both going left and right, and what he could believe he could catch. It wasn't a case of I need to feel it first slip or I feel it second slip. I'm just trying to cover bases where I feel if the ball comes, I can basically my wingspan can catch it.
Here's Nathan Smith running away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end. Edge gone! Taken by Mitchell at first slip. A flat-footed drive from Jamie Smith, and Nathan Smith has his second. And we always said Daryl Mitchell is very, very good catcher when they come straight to him. He doesn't drop them when they come straight to him. It was low, but it was directly between his feet, and he's taken a good low one. And the umpires are going to check to see whether it carried.
He's like a reverse pterodactyl, isn't he? He's got the big feet out. It was straight at him. So I just said he was a bit too. He wasn't fine enough. But as Harmy said, he was more almost like floating. This has gone low. It was a drive, and I think it's fine. Looks good to me on the first angle, anyway.
Yeah, that's out. For
it looked good live as well, didn't it? It looked like it went straight in.
It just nipped back. The ball nipped back from Nathan Smith. Jamie Smith playing the big shot for me. I'm thinking that's out.
On the eye.
Okay, copy.
That's this drive on day one. I just don't think you're edging either, Harmy.
Have we had a soft signal? Have we got soft signals?
We don't do those
do we not anymore.
No. That's straight. He's got his fingers on the ground. The backs of his fingers are on the ground.
Smith has just started to leave.
Yeah, he's seen it. He knows.
Big screen.
Yeah, it's that. I mean, yeah, it's a good catch from. It was a good catch from Daryl Mitchell. His weight was going back, just trying to get himself in a position to come forward and take the low catch. Big shot from Jamie Smith, huge shot from Jamie Smith. It was wide, it did nip back. Another good delivery from Nathan Smith, and England are in a little bit of trouble here with Ben Stokes coming to the crease. And watching Ben Stokes bat last week against Northampton, against the likes of Ben Sanderson and Henry Conway and people like that, Ben came out of his crease a hell of a lot to come into the ball to play them big shots that he played in the 95 that he got. He won't be able to do that today off Nathan Smith because he'll have the keeper stand up to his stumps.
Listen to the cheers. Captain Benjamin Stokes. Still the people's hero.
It's going to be tough for him as well. I know he made runs last week, as Harmy said, but he's also got the reverse swing. That ball again moved. It was actually weirdly, even when Harry Brook was beaten outside of stump, it was the balls are angling in and then seaming in, and sometimes swinging in further, and they were still beaten on the outside. I just don't think on day one, Harmy, you're edging that ball. I think that people were just punching. Even yesterday, they were just punching through the line on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's nipped back. He's gone hard at it, and it's nipped back. You'd expect on day one and day two that you'd be able to hit that one for four comfortably. I agree with that. So
just feels like the surface has just changed enough, and now you've got a player under pressure. At least he's made some runs recently, but his last couple of years in Test cricket have been a real struggle. I mean, he's at number 7 now, Manners.
Oh, that's because they want Jamie Smith at 6, though.
It's also because he hasn't made any runs.
234 for 5. Wow, what a first half hour we've had.
Interesting. We've only got one slip. We've got Daryl Mitchell.
You can use something better than interesting.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Yeah, but I can see their game plan. But he's gone a lot finer. He's
a new batsman. He hasn't faced a ball. It's one slip in a gully. Oh. Nathan Smith in, bowls to Ben Stokes, and he has no difficulty in playing his first delivery defensively straight back towards the bowler. Maybe I'm just guilty of conventional thinking. I probably am. But, whoever walks out to face his first ball, we've got a bowler who's taken 2 wickets, bowling beautifully in the first half hour. You want people in catching positions, surely. 234 for 5, another word from Jared, and then it'll be John Norman.
The only thing I would say that goes not against that is that the edges have gone fine, which is why we were worried about Daryl Mitchell being too wide. So that both the edges today have gone to first slip, and what was Mitchell then? Maybe 1.5 slips?
1.5.
Yeah. So there is an element of the edges are going fine. Maybe they just think that they're not going to get those edges through third and fourth, so they don't need to stack it up. As O'Rourke is coming in, he's got 2 slips, and they go for a quick single. I think he just got the ball in the wrong hand. Is that Henry Nichols there at cover? He just got the ball sort of in the wrong position. It wasn't a great run by Harry Brook at all.
Stokes is on his heels. Ben was on his heels. And the thing to finish off what Manners was saying about one slip, I think New Zealand have got themselves a game plan, which is basically we don't want to concede any runs. Yes, the putting the new batter under pressure is the utmost, in our minds. But if we can sort of say, right, we're not going to score any runs, we're going to dry it all up. If it's reverse swinging, the likelihood is it's going to go LBW bowled, a fine nick to keeper off first slip. So we're going to make sure that we're going with our game plan.
O'Rourke from the Stuart Broad end, short ball, and Ben Stokes ducks underneath it. Of course, William O'Rourke decided not to duck underneath a shorter delivery from Ben Stokes yesterday, was caught by Emilio Gay. William O'Rourke scored 4 boundaries in that morning session, and the rest of the New Zealand batting lineup managed 5 of them. There was 2 outside edges in that as well. 57 runs scored in the morning session, and England dragging themselves back into this contest, and it is a contest now, isn't it? A few complaints at Lords that the balance was too weighted in favour of the ball. Felt like it might have been the other way for the first 2 days, but day 3 it's game on as O'Rourke again is into Stokes, who's driving only up to mid-off. I've just got a point to pick with you, Jared, just before Jeremy Coney comes in. I've mentioned this before. There's no such thing as a pterodactyl. Okay? So I don't want to hear it as part of commentary.
They're a pterodactyl family.
No.
What's the family called?
Well, you're talking about pterosaurs.
Yeah.
That's not a pterodactyl.
So what's a pterodactyl?
That's what I'm telling you.
What do you mean there's no such thing? Is this like how there's no such thing as a fish?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No. Describe what a pterodactyl looks like. O'Rourke is in, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket. No run there, 235 for 5.
It's a flying dinosaur?
No. Pterosaurs.
Yeah, no, I know pterosaurs.
Yeah, that's the flying family.
Yeah. So isn't there one called a pterodactyl?
So you're saying it isn't the family, it's a specific flying reptile?
I don't know, people say pterodactyl.
Well, they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
What is a pterodactyl then?
There's something called a pterodactylus.
There you go. I just took the S off.
Well, you shouldn't.
That's what we do, we shorten things. I'm Australian. The pterodactyl is its nickname.
No. Don't try and bluff your way out of this one.
You're such a dinosaur nerd, no one cares.
Yeah. Yes, I am. That and cricket, my 2 things. Punched up to mid-off, no runs.
Petrosaur?
I'm sorry, what?
Petrosaur?
That's an oil company, isn't it?
Well, I can't say Quetzalcoatlus because it's really hard to pronounce.
That is about, yeah.
And
then where do you even go with that one?
Is it what's
Dimorphodon?
Dimorphodon. I was going to say Dimecticon.
Rhamphorhynchus?
No, I don't know that one.
Rhamphorhynchus is a particularly mean-looking bird. Pteranodon, that's the one with the kind of almost like a beak on the back of its head. Yeah.
Reverse beak.
It's like a hammerhead shark, kind of. Here is O'Rourke, and it's down the leg side. They're not dinosaurs as well, of course.
No.
I mean, what else would we be talking about on the morning where 3 wickets
have fallen? It's been good to see you.
235 for 5 as Jared heads off to check whether there is such a thing as a pterodactyl. Jeremy Coney's about to come in. I had to get that in there because there's absolutely no way Jeremy Coney's talking about dinosaurs or flying reptiles. The closest descendant to a dinosaur is, of course, a bird. These days.
Well, a coney is a rabbit for a start, isn't it? A large rabbit.
Is it?
Yes, it is. And the game, as you say, and you quite rightly point out, is suddenly become much more evenly poised.
We have got a proper contest.
England, still over 200 behind.
They are indeed, as Nathan Smith is in, and this is just tucked away for a single. So Harry Brook moves to 10, and that brings Ben Stokes on strike. And a blink of an eye, this Test match, the whole complexion of this Test match has changed. I was on News Talk ZB last night, the breakfast show over in New Zealand. I was quite punchy, Jeremy. I was aware that the problem So when you speak to, when I'm on Talksport, I don't ever really get the feeling I might be talking to the relatives of the players that I am I'm running down. In New Zealand, it's slightly different. You're kind of aware
Everyone knows each other.
You do feel like you're kind of talking to, Rashan Ravindra's uncle or something. As this is again very straight and allows Stokes to get off the mark with a squeeze. Backward a square on the leg side. Oh no, he's not off the mark. I was a touch unsure there. Producer Scott has alerted me to the fact that he is not off the mark. 237 for 5. Yeah, I was a little bit down on New Zealand. The shot by Rashan at the end of day 1, and the fact they only scored 57 runs in the morning session. William O'Rourke scoring 4 boundaries and only 9 in total. A couple of those were outside edges as well. I thought there was a lacking intent in the morning session, but here we are, and you'd say New Zealand now with the noses ahead. As Smith continuing, running away from us and drawing a defensive shot from Harry Brook. He's 10, Stokes yet to get off the mark, and as you say, Jerry, England, no ball called, still trailed by 200 runs.
Yeah, it's, there's no doubt that England made loads of advances yesterday in terms of the game, and they had a very good day. New Zealand was slightly timid with the bat, and then when they came out to bowl, it was hot and things weren't happening and no one really could control a run rate. So it was important today when you looked up, there was a bit more cloud around, and we've seen the ball just start for Smith in particular to nip.
And it is Smith, and up on his toes, and this is timed nicely to the boundary. Full face of the bat from Harry Brook. There's a fielder just in front of square leg and one behind. And he's managed to flick it between the two.
Yeah, Smith just losing his length a bit. He's just dragged that down a wee bit short. He's got to bring those stumps into play if he can and try to get that length. That Brook is not prepared to go forward to him too much. He's half forward, what we would call a sort of a forward press. And you can still be LBW with that if you don't get further forward again.
Glorious breeze just entering the window, the open window, as Harry Brook just opens the face of the bat a touch, and he's going to pick up 4. Attempted diving stop from the fielder who's at deep backward point. It's O'Rourke out there, just doesn't get down in time. So back-to-back boundaries, and Nathan Smith is walking back to the top of his mark. And this is what England will have in their minds, of course, because as Smith moves on into his 4th or 5th of this spell, and O'Rourke, similar, what's to come isn't quite what New Zealand have had, certainly at the Oval anyway, with Jameson and Henry in the side. Santner, Foulkes and Sears, the other 3 bowlers, and Smith is in again. This is on-off stump and just defended out to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, again, Smith that's 2 drag downs in this over, one on the leg stump, which was tucked away by Brook pretty comfortably, and then a short one just a little bit wide of off stump as a sort of an over-correction of line, and then he's been hit behind point again by Brook. So he's just got to find that length again, in that middle length where you would normally come forward, but because of Blundell stealing yards away from the pitch and from the batsman.
Smith again, it's a little bit of a better length and line from Smith, but Brook doesn't go anywhere near it, and it's taken behind the stumps. Conrad McBad, hey Conrad, hope it's all going well with the youngster out there in New Zealand. A couple of local New Zealand radio DJs got in trouble about 10 years ago when they bad-mouthed Ben Stokes on air. Turns out his mum was listening, and she called up to give them a telling off.
Quite right. You leave my boy alone.
Exactly. Right, what have we got here? Is O'Rourke set to continue?
Well, I think O'Rourke, what do you think, John? I mean, the fact of it is, for New Zealand to get back into the game, they were so I hesitate to say poor yesterday, but let's say England were much stronger.
O'Rourke with 2 slips in place. He's bowling to Ben Stokes, who just jabs the bat down on a ball that's quite straight and angling into his midriff. Still yet to get off the mark. He's faced 8 deliveries.
The only currency they've really got to really get today is wickets to get back into this game. That's what they need. So you look at the New Zealand bowling attack and you say, who are the most likely people to be able to achieve that? And the first name on the list is O'Rourke, isn't it? And that might mean that O'Rourke's got to bowl just a few extra overs. I think you've got to ask bowlers to do that sometimes in games like this.
Absolutely, and it is O'Rourke, and Stokes is off the mark, just jabbing the ball down to fine leg where it's fielded. Yeah, it's now or never.
Yes, you do. That's once you take it off and the runs start coming, then I'm afraid the game again switches its pace and switches its course. So New Zealand have got to just hang on to this, and if they can take another wicket here, and they can get sort of either of these two, Brook would be great, and Stokes also, then perhaps you opened an end just a tad, haven't you? Atkinson presumably next.
Absolutely. I think Brook's the one they want, and then they'll feel that, I mean, we have all seen how destructive Ben Stokes can be, but Brook's the one that has done it against New Zealand so many times. And he's got 18 as O'Rourke is in, and he takes on the short ball, and that will flash to the boundary in front of square. And especially at the moment whilst Stokes is trying to get back into his work and of course has been short of runs and confidence, Harry Brook also will seize the moment. And, New Zealand will beware while he's at the crease.
Yeah, just a bit short from O'Rourke. Brook is averaging about 65 against New Zealand, and he's had a couple of hundreds, at least 3, I think. Someone will tell me that I'm wrong, but that's my feeling at the moment.
Yeah, it is 3. Oh, a little play and a miss there, and it just dies the ball in front of Blundell, who I think he's just wrapped one there. I think he scored 1 century at Mount Maunganui.
Certainly one at the Basin Reserve, that 170.
And then, of course, the one that we don't talk about at Christchurch.
Yeah.
Dare drop him today. There was a bad drop yesterday, and Ben Duckett went from 8 to 115 in a blink of an eye. And the 2 fastest scoring batters in this lineup, Duckett and Brook, on a pitch like this. Here is O'Rourke. Oh, that's steered nicely away. Down to thirds, where it's fielded by Nathan Smith. And O'Rourke's line in this over is just there's a bit of variance there, and a no ball called as well.
I think I agree with you. Both the bowlers have been, those no balls perhaps striving. They need nice rhythm. They need to really, this is for the tour really, this next hour of bowling, if they can continue to place pressure on these 2 batsmen and create opportunities. The odd catch here, that's the other point about catching. 661 runs in the first 2 days says hold your catches because runs will come.
Round the wicket, and there's a drive from Stokes, who holds the pose but he doesn't time the ball properly.
Yeah, he goes fuller at the end of the over, the end of another O'Rourke over. How many overs did we start with today, John?
45.
45, and we're now 54,
yep.
Something like that.
So we've had 9 overs. Smith
overs.
is going to continue.
Yeah, he's coming to the end, and I would have thought that Zach Folkes, I can see Sears warming up, but I think I'd go Folkes at the Smith end at the moment to replace him with the keeper up again, and keep that pressure on both the batsmen.
What New Zealand would love is to have Mitchell Santner just holding an end, maybe nipping out one, and then they can rotate, and then they're not so reliant on the second string. This is pitched up and drilled back to Smith, who's athletic. What a fielder he is, by the way. Fantastic fielder, gun fielder, and he's Would it be fair to say he's over-delivered with the ball at this stage of his young Test career, but possibly under-delivered with the bat?
Yeah, I think certainly under-delivered with the bat, because he's better than what we've seen. He got a mid-30s or a 40 in the Oval Test, I think, in the second innings. But he didn't get any runs in this match, and well, let's just forget Lords. That was a bit of an old, strange match.
Yeah, it was a bit. Seems like a lifetime ago. It was pushed out to cover point. 5 and 4 at Lords, 15 and 4 at Lords. Smith 38 and 4 at the Oval, and he didn't score many. 6. So.
No, I mean, really, he can hold a bat better than he has, and I wondered whether the 36 that you're talking about there in that first innings, was it, would just help him develop his confidence and say to himself, yes, I can actually play here at this level, and I can get runs, and I can stay in, and I can help the team from down there at number 9.
It's Smith here, and again, Brooke will come through for a single. This is wristily played, actually, just placed to point, and it means that Gully has to run round. Yeah, I mean, when he came into the side, it felt like he was a second change bowler, and could hold a bat. A good number. Where did he bat? Number 8. He must have come in at 8, maybe 7 or 8 for New Zealand. But I mean, he took the new ball in this match.
Well, he has to, doesn't he? Because of people missing, Jameson and Henry in particular. So that's not a huge surprise, but he's used it well. Certainly this morning, opening up the bowling, he's done well.
Round the wicket, and that's going to be 4 byes. He's got the line wrong and he's not given Blundell any chance whatsoever there. He's hurled that down the leg side. And that'll be 4 more to the score. 257 for 5 then. So whilst it looks pretty good for New Zealand at the moment, England trailing by 181 runs, just 5 wickets in hand. The session of Harry Brook will bring England, you feel, up to parity. One innings game, possibly, still on the cards. Although, when the teams walked out, England would have fancied themselves to go well past New Zealand's score. Edge and dropped! Ben Stokes has got away with one. Full-blooded drive. It's gone to the right of Conway at Gully. Seems to have got 2 hands to it, but not enough to prevent the ball from spilling into the turf and then racing away for 4.
Yeah, it's low.
Fingertips.
It's low to his right, diving to his right. Of course, he's a right-handed thrower, but a left-handed batsman. But it is a half chance, certainly more than a half chance. I mentioned about the catching.
You did. Just a delivery ago. Here's Smith again, and this time played defensively by Stokes. One thing I will say about Conway, he's quite close there at Gully. That was a thick edge. It would have gone fast, but he went with 2 hands, where actually possibly going with 1 might have given him a better chance of taking that catch.
Yeah, it was a toughie, because it was quite a slashed drive as well from Stokes, looking to play an aggressive shot. So it went fast and it went low. And one of those ones that stick or don't, you know, and that one spilled out, so Stokes gets an opportunity to carry on.
The Scott DT 8ZX says, I know Jerry doesn't like the video camera.
I hate it.
But it's great to see him.
No.
Well, it is. It is great to see you. You can't disagree with that. In fact, you can't disagree with any of that. I know Jerry doesn't like the video camera. You agree. But it's great to see him. You can't have an opinion on that because it's his opinion. He's just writing it down.
Well, I can have an opinion, but
no,
I don't just say it, that's all.
You can't have an opinion on whether somebody else says it's great to see you. You can't disagree with them. We've got a change in the bowling. Ben Sears is on, and his first delivery, bowling from the Stuart Broad end, is a no ball.
The other thing, I think this will be this is now into another little phase of the game with Sears. Sears coming back from injuries. He played in the match against Ireland, and he hasn't bowled a great deal, certainly with the red ball. He's played a bit of white ball cricket, but it's really much coming back from an injury. Taken a second slip out.
He's in now, and there's a slashing cut shot from Brooke. Just picks up one. Played a couple of games for Yorkshire last year, didn't he?
Yep.
But hasn't played a great deal. This is just his third test match, and that's another no ball. So his first 2 balls have been no balls. That's not what you want at the start of your spell. And it looks like he's going to, well, he's going to be bowling to a left-hander now, so he's going to be switching to round the wicket. Oh, no, he's not. No, it wasn't a no ball. Sorry, Jerry. He was just
changing sides.
Changing sides. So he's just had his arm up to prevent the bowler from running in. Okay, here he is. It's Sears, and there's a drive. Oh, hasn't gone far from Conway again. I think Conway's got a hand on this, otherwise it would have raced to the boundary. That wasn't a chance, I don't think. I think it could have been a terrific bit of fielding from Conway. We'll have to watch a replay, but Stokes is going through shots here.
Well, that was a big drive again. It's found the outside edge, and Conway, who's at a fine kind of gully, I don't think that is. I think that's along the ground, and it was going like that, and I think really he has saved runs there, Conway.
Yeah, just 2 runs there for Stokes. It would have been 4, but maybe just get another slip fielder in. It's going through shots, and this is just tucked away. It will be stopped in front of the mid-wicket boundary by Henry Nichols out there, and Stokes comes back for 2. Just suddenly feels like England are trying to press accelerator.
Well, it's the loosening of a bit of pressure that O'Rourke and Smith were able to create, and that's where I said sometimes you have to bowl your bowlers just a little bit more, just a little longer. If New Zealand are going to bowl 27 overs in this first session, 14 from one end and 13 from the other.
Here is Sears again. He comes into Stokes, who defends.
The other option, of course, I was about to say than Sears, you could try Santner. I know it's from the different end that spinners have been used from so far, but that's another option for New Zealand as well. And just with the keeper up again, always, I think, keep putting the pressure on so that there's not that comfort that some of the English batsmen like to have, and have Blundell up, right up to the stumps behind them, and they can't really feel free in their movements.
Here is Sears with 1 slip and a gully in place. Oh, and a leading edge back to the bowler from Stokes. He just sticks in the surface a touch, possibly. He's got a deep backward point. There's a mid-off, so there's a big gap there. Oh no, there's Santner just slowly. He always walks slowly, doesn't he, Santner?
Languid.
He's at extra cover. And then there's a mid-on, and Latham's just running back to mid-wicket with a deep square leg, who's about 10 yards in off the boundary. Nobody at third. Here is Sears again. Stokes ready, and he's again just a touch too soon on this delivery, and it's perfectly safe. Drops well short of mid-wicket, but those last 2 deliveries, look, Stokes has just gone out and he's just having a little fiddle on the track, and Sears, after a little touch wayward at the start of his first over, maybe just identifying his lines and his lengths.
So just interesting, Smith has just popped off the field for a moment or 2, heading up into the changing room for New Zealand, and here is the change of Folkes replacing Smith now. So that was expected. I think that was a natural kind of development to have. Right arm over, accurate, keeper up, keep the pressure straight field. So in other words, if they hit straight, you've got fielders in those positions, and you can see cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. Trying to stop those straight strokes and force them to hit sideways on this ground a bit more.
Here is Folkes for his first delivery, and of gentle pace. Brooke just eases it through square leg for a single. He moves to 26, 268 for 5. Folks had an extraordinary start, didn't they, to these? I don't know if it was it the white ball tour just before Christmas.
Mount Maunganui, yeah, 4 wickets.
Yeah, alongside, was it
5.
Duffy? Jacob Duffy.
Yeah. Well, you see, Duffy's not here as well, so that's another one out of this fast bowling contingent for New Zealand.
Yeah, they are missing a couple.
They're missing a lot for this match.
Yeah, 7 wickets against England in the ODIs in 2025 at 14. It's coming round the wicket now and bowling to Ben Stokes, who's got a slip. Just stays behind the crease with Blundell up behind the wicket, and it's pushed out to cover. No, it was alongside Matt Henry, that's right. England were 56 for 6 in the first ODI at Mount Maunganui, as you correctly called. He took 4 for 41. He also played in a test match against West Indies where he had to bowl 33 overs. Went for 80, and he's in now, and this is straighter, and Stokes pushes it out to a short, quite straight mid-wicket. No run, 268 for 5. West Indies batted out the draw, and Justin Graves hit 200 on a pudding of a pitch, and Zach Folks bowled 33 overs, taking 1 for 80, I think. So signs that might happen again yesterday, but today the balance between bat and ball is there. As he comes in, and this is cracked into the covers by Stokes. Now, England will not want Zach Folks to settle. What's this coming through? Did you see the speeds, Jeremy? I don't suppose you saw the speed gun, did you? I think you might be off. You head off if you've got to be elsewhere. Just a reminder, Zach Folks wasn't in the original 11. He's in for Blair Tickner, and this is defended out to mid-wicket. No run. Blair Tickner was hit on the side of the helmet by Jofra Archer. Jofra Archer, short delivery. He then went on to bowl 3 overs, which were so wayward, and then ran across the crease. He was given a warning, we think, by the umpire. And then, of course, there was a reason why he was so wayward and walking across the crease. He'd been concussed, so hopefully he's okay today. As Folks continues, it's quite wide of the crease, and again, Stokes just playing with a straight bat, and it's pushed back to the bowler. So, end of Zachary Folks' first over. It's gone for a single, and what an hour's entertainment we've brought to you here on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel, with England in a really dominant position, still some way behind New Zealand's first innings, of course, 215 runs, but losing both Joe Root and Jacob Bethel without adding to their overnight score, and then Jamie Smith caught by Daryl Mitchell at first slip. Since then, Brooks hit a couple of good forceful shots, and Stokes has survived a tough chance he gave to Devon Conway at Gully, but England haven't lost another since the dismissal of Smith. 268 for 5, a partnership of 34, and it'll be Neil Manthorpe to talk you through the next half an hour alongside Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's been good from New Zealand that first hour. Definitely their first hour. Smith was excellent. O'Rourke was threatening with the aggression, not only into the surface, but with his lengths and his lines. He bowled a beautiful first spell. Sears and Folks haven't quite had the same velocity or the same danger that the two opening bowlers had, but from England's point of view, Harry Brook was a little bit fidgety at the start, as he always is, flicking at things outside off stump, but now he's got into a little bit of a groove. He's hit some nice boundaries, but New Zealand, from where they were last night, Manners, it's a lot different. It's a lot different in that huddle an hour into play this morning. 2 wickets coming into the day, 5 wickets now. If they could nip another one out by lunchtime, possibly 2, all of a sudden gone from thinking, right, we might be behind the 8 ball here, to actually in front in the Test match.
They're in front by 170 runs, and England are down to their last 5 wickets, and once again reliant on Ben Stokes. It's been an extremely impressive first hour from New Zealand, really taking control of the Test match. And you get the sense now that, you know, if England were to make a bit of history and win this Test match, they would have to try and do it I use this very much in inverted commas, the easy way. That is by scoring 550 or 600 and bowling New Zealand out. If they're to win it now, they are undoubtedly going to have to do it the hard way. I mean, just drawing level will take some batting from here on. They're 170 runs behind, and they need a big partnership between Harry Brooks and Ben Stokes. Very, very impressive. You weren't on air with me yesterday when I shared the disconcerting news with our listeners around the world that Mr. Whippy has been clamped.
Yeah, you weren't. I was listening. I mean, as soon as you said Mr. Whippy, my ears did prick up.
The Mr. Whippy van has been clamped. He's parked inside the ground. He obviously had to be let in.
Could it be his own clamp?
No, I asked him.
Yeah,
no, and I said, so I see you're still clamped. He said, it's all right, I'm not going anywhere.
As long as I don't clamp his window that opens to get the ice creams in and out for his punters, then I think he'd be quite happy being clamped for the next 5 days. Well,
it's really interesting to see that New Zealand, who are quite, I think, it's fair to say, renowned, I don't mean that in a bad way, for their conservative cricket, they still refuse to go all out on the attack as a new over begins from Ben Sears, and there's some extra bounce there. Harry Brook has to whip the bottom hand off the bat. I just think most teams would go for the jugular in a conventional way, and the conventional way is to say, right, we've got them with their backs to the wall, they're in trouble, let's have another slip. But it is conventional thinking, and I admitted half an hour ago that I'm probably a victim of conventional thinking, because New Zealand have maintained the same field, just one slip, one gully, 4 men, saving one sort of inside the circle, 2 on the offside, 2 on the onside. This is a bit straight from Sears, turned away by Harry Brook behind square on the leg side. I mean, you know, like if Ben Stokes, if the situation was reversed, I think you might see. But England had taken 3 quick wickets in the first hour. Ben Stokes would have gone, right, extra slip, Manning close on the onside. Yeah,
you'd have been at this point, Ben might have had 3 or 4 slips, leaving extra cover and mid-wicket open. But I think the plan against this England team is, I think, an attacking plan is, if we stop them from scoring boundaries, they'll find a way of getting themselves out.
Exactly. Here's Ben Sears, who literally was in the air when Ben Stokes backed away, and
somebody stood up.
Yeah, somebody stood up behind the bowler's arm, but he was literally he was into his gather. He was in the air when Stokes backed away, and Ben Sears kind of landed, didn't let go of the ball, and he's having to go through the whole process once again. It's a bit of an indictment, isn't it, on England, that New Zealand are so confident that England will make their own mistakes. So all they've got to do is just sit and wait.
Yeah,
stop
the ball in the right area.
Here is Sears once again. Bowls, Stokes drives, lovely shot. Mid-off's quite deep. Mid-off's very deep. He's 30 yards behind where the bowler is bowling from. So therefore it's an easy single, but he did save the boundary. 270 for 5.
You run the risk of giving England a couple of easy singles, couple of rotations of strike, left and right handers, and you run the risk of letting Ben Stokes and Harry Brook build a partnership and get in, over possibly giving Harry Brook a chance and Ben Stokes a chance to hit some boundaries and get confidence that way. So it's a double-edged sword on how you go about it.
Here's Sears again, and Harry Brook plays defensively, and the ball just squirts behind him, and momentarily he's concerned it might be heading towards the stumps, but it's well outside the off stump.
interesting that Ben Sears, there's no ball there. Just bowled a little bit overstep, no ball. It's a Menon. Indian umpire just signal. Ben Sears got into his gather but pulled out when Ben Stokes pulled out. I remember, I'm not sure where it was. It might have been here, it might have been the Oval when Kevin Peterson did that to Glenn McGrath. And Glenn McGrath
Bowled the ball
the ball anywhere straight at him as though he was backing away.
Here is Sears again, and it's flicked out towards the mid-wicket. It's a nice piece of fielding from Tom Latham. I think it was at Lord's.
It was at Lord's. Kevin ended up in a heap on the floor. It cut him in half. And why I say that, it's the great man, not McGrath. It's Kevin Peterson's birthday today. I'm not sure how Kev is. Will he be 44? I think he might be 44, 45 today. So happy birthday, Kevin. It's Peterson's birthday. I think he'd be about 45, I would say. I think he's 2 years younger than me.
He's producing grey hair at a rapid rate.
He is producing grey hair. He is producing grey hair at a rapid rate.
And that's flicked away by Harry Brook through the leg side. As a man on the deep square leg boundary. They go through for another single, 272 for 5.
He's actually 46, Scott's telling us. He's 46 today, so happy birthday, Kev. I just wonder if them grey hairs are produced because of all the other toxins that he put in his hair during that 2005 series. He went from blonde to a blue streak.
Well, yeah.
So it looked an absolute picture. It was a brunt of a lot of jokes in that dressing room during that year.
Here's Ben Sears around the wicket to Stokes, and again he just pushes this behind square on the offside straight to Conway in the gully, and there's no run. It led to that famous line when he made his debut for England in the one-day team in a one-day series in South Africa. Somebody said that he looked like he had a dead skunk on his head.
Yeah.
It was a white streak.
It was a white streak straight through the middle of it, and then it became blue and then red, didn't it? Jimmy had the red one. Kev had the blue one through that the Ashes series, but it was a white one when he made the debut. Went off to
he scored 300s in that series.
In that series, he had made his debut in Kenya, I think. Before that, I didn't go on that trip. There was a few of us got rested for that trip. Kev went
arrested.
Oh no, rested.
Rested.
Yeah. Been a couple of times close to that point, but yeah, we got rested. Then during that one-day series, Kevin and Goffey became very, very close.
Here's Ben Folkes again, and nicely played by Brook. Goes back and pushes it square of the wicket on the offside to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. So plenty of ones here for England, and you just get the impression that New Zealand are absolutely delighted. You can have as many ones as you like.
Yeah, and I think that's not a bad plan. You run the risk of Harry and Ben, like I said before, getting in and getting comfortable and then going through the gears. But if you're stopping them from accessing the boundary, as a captain, from Tom Latham's point of view, you feel as though you're in control. So New Zealand are ahead here. They're in control. Happy that Ben and Harry are just getting ones, not getting the boundary, not releasing the pressure.
Here is Ben Folkes again, and this one Stokes is hurried as he plays defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. 273 for 5. I keep getting my Zach and my Ben wrong.
Well, Ben's batting.
Zach, folks, it is, not Ben. It's spelt differently.
You know what you mean.
It is quite disconcerting because you know the U and the L are irrelevant. It's Folkes, not Folks. That's clipped away by Ben Stokes for a single again out towards square leg, and the total moves on to 274 for 5. Zach Folkes bowling very nicely as well. The level of hostility from the South African crowd towards Kevin Peterson during that maiden one-day series was the greatest greatest is the wrong word, it may be misconstrued. It was the most hostile I've ever experienced.
Bloemfontein was
cricket
unbelievable.
crowd.
I've never experienced anything like Bloemfontein. That was the first ODI.
And he scored 100. I mean, it was truly astonishing. Folkes in again, short, pulled away by Brook. Very, very fine stroke in both senses of the word. Helped it on its way. Poor delivery from Zach Folkes, and he knows it. And Harry Brook just had to help it on its way, but he's actually done more than that. It's hit it very hard. The man at deep backward square leg had maybe 20 yards to go, got halfway.
Yeah, that's not great. It's not been great cricket the last 2 deliveries. Ben Stokes got off strike and a single on the leg side, which should have been cut off. It should have been. I think Henry Nicholls was asleep a little bit, which then means Folkes has to go to a right-hander, and he's just got his line wrong.
Here is Zach Folkes again, and this one is pushed away by Brook for another single. There's nobody at cover point. There's a backward point and an extra cover. So square of the wicket is a single every single time. 279 for 5.
Just trying to get him to push, aren't they? They're just trying to get him to push. They're happy for him to sort of drop it in the gap and run. Well, they want him to push it into that gap, possibly thinking he can get it past the sort of cover point region and get the boundary, and that then brings the slip and the fine gully into play.
I think I might be saying Ben Folkes because the whole England wicket-keeping situation troubles me. That's punched off the back foot by Ben Stokes out to the man fielding on the cover boundary. That's big Willow Rourke out there. No. It's number 12. Is that Carl Jameson? It's Carl Jameson.
They are running out of fielders.
Carl Jameson, you're supposed to be on leave, mate.
Yeah.
You're on rest leave.
Yeah, because Will Young's on. Will Young's, we're walking past the stumps at the bowling end now. So somebody else is off. Carl Jamison's come on. Nathan Smith's just come back on. So Will Young's on as well as Kyle Jamieson was on. So trying to work out who is actually off.
Well, it'll be a...
Is it Ratchin?
It'll be a big...
Looks like Ratchin Ravindra's off the field.
It'll be a sign of crisis if we see Blair Tickner on the field, because he's out of the Test match. If they have to use him as a concussion... a concussed substitute.
Comes back on, yeah. Matt Henry doesn't want to come on with a calf problem.
Here's something really interesting.
Can they go on the England squad and ask Tim Southey to go on for him?
Yeah, why not? Do you know the stomper, that piece
Whacker.
of railway, the whacker, that they use normally to repair bowlers' footmarks? It's being used now on an area to the side of the bowler's run-up, maybe 12, 15 yards away from the stumps, but not on the pitch. Some piece of turf has come loose, or it's troubling somebody.
It's from there, but it must be troubling Daryl Mitchell at slip.
Oh yeah, well exactly, yeah. That's exactly what it is. Anyway, it's at the bowler's end at the moment, as a new over begins from Ben Sears, and Ben Stokes slaps it without timing off the toe end of the bat for a single out to cover point. Brooks on 34, Stokes on 13. England resumed on 223 for 2, and within the space of first 11 balls they were 224 for 4, 2 for 2 in the first 2 overs. And then Jamie Smith edged his namesake Nathan Smith to Daryl Mitchell at slip, departed for 1. They were 234 for 5 as Sears is in again, and Harry Brook chops this one away behind square on the offside, straight to gully, fielded by Devon Conway. The England wicket-keeping situation has been problematic for some time, years actually, the last 5 or 6 years. You've spotted something now with this part of the ground. It's on Ben Sears' run-up,
yeah,
but not when he's bowling around the wicket to Ben Stokes. If he's bowling over the wicket. Anyway, the ground staffs come on with the thumper again. It's often actually a section of railway line, but it looks like this one isn't. This is a homemade Trent Bridge one. It doesn't look as heavy as a piece of railway line, but anyway, for some reason that area of the run-up, or the area of the outfield, 10 or 15 yards behind the stumps, it's very dry, obviously. I mean, there are areas of the ground which have actually become dry just during the course of this Test match, but it's it's disconcerting, isn't it? Even if you just have to stand on loose turf.
Yeah, absolutely.
That slip.
That's what it is, and he's got such a wide run-up. Such a wide run-up that he has like a hop, skip and a jump, and when he goes from the hop, skip and a jump and he gets into his run-up, as he gets into the run-up, that's the bit that's just fallen away from him. I think it's his left foot. So that's where he gets his power from, and to sort of gather to get his run-up going.
Sears in with the repaired run-up, and it's short and wide and cut by Brook. Maybe just a suggestion of a bottom edge. He didn't get the power that he was looking for. It's Nathan Smith who runs around the boundary to do the fielding. They've gone through for 2. It's a no ball. It's another no ball, so we'll have to do that again. The one thing that we can be sure of, Harmy, is that if you've got a piece of loose turf and you just thump it, it's going to come loose again.
It's going to come loose again. It's interesting there. He's gone on the inside of it. Just showing it again on the camera. He's gone on the inside, which I think is knocked them all to kilt. And
if you want to get it to stick, you're going to have to put a couple of buckets of water on it first.
Well,
and that's not going to help the run-up.
Probably the best thing would be to get through to lunchtime and hope that the ground staff can cut a piece of turf off that's off the field and replace it. Do you know, like you would. Yeah, do you know, like you would do with like you put the hole, like changing the holes on a golf course. You change a hole in a golf course, you take the hole that you've just taken out to put into that new bit to cover it off, bang, and start that again. So something's not happy with Ben Sears. I remember years ago in Perth, there was a sprinkler head that had gushed out water right in the middle. We've got a break here because something's not happy. They're not happy with Stokes is not happy, and Latham's not happy. Nathan Mellon is definitely not happy.
The two umpires are actually talking to each other in earnest conversation at the moment, and Stokes is feeling quite strongly about something, and he's pointing now towards the pavilion, maybe pointing towards Ben Sears, and Tom Latham has come in to act as either a mediator or it's actually just concerning that area of the run-up, that because he's had to run around it and therefore bowled a no ball. So the umpires are discussing.
I wonder if Ben Stokes is basically saying, "Come on, we can't have the whacker coming on every single delivery."
Word has reached us that the problem that Ben Stokes would appear to have is the number of substitutes running on and off the field constantly for New Zealand. And look, the playing conditions are actually clear on this. I mean, you can't have revolving substitute fielders, and I'll tell you why. Because it's unfair to the batters. They need to know who's fielding where, and are they right-handed, left-handed? You know, I mean, more so in limited overs cricket, but that's flicked away behind square on the leg side. May have been just off the pad. No, there was an inside edge, so it'll be one more run to Harry Brook. But that's the issue, and that's why the umpires were discussing it. And you can't, you know, there is no such thing as just like revolving substitutions. Yeah. It's not basketball.
No, it's not. But Ben Stokes with the umpires there, and Tom Latham. Ben Stokes has not got the hump with that. Ben Stokes there's something in this with that area that Ben Sears is struggling with, that Ben Stokes is not happy with.
He is around the wicket now, Ben Sears, and Ben Stokes drives up towards mid-on, and this time it's Mitchell Santner who does the fielding, 285 for 5. But apparently that amongst the other issues, amongst the issue with the crumbling area of the bowler's run-up, is also the fact that, I mean, it's been quite difficult to keep up with the comings and goings of the fielding side in the commentary box, hasn't it? So yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of players used. I reckon they've had at least 3 different subs on in the first session this morning. That one is nudged away off his pads by Ben Stokes down towards long leg. It'll be Nathan Smith doing the fielding down there in the deep. Very, very good session for Nathan Smith. Really good with the ball. A couple of wickets to him. England losing 3 wickets in this morning session. And when they started, the speculation was that how far ahead of New Zealand's total of 438 could they get now, but that's been reassessed somewhat, and the question now is, can they get level? If they can get to around 430 themselves, we'll be in for basically a one innings match. Here's Ben Sears, and shortened, pulled away by Harry Brook. Little bottom hand slap there, just kind of short arm jab from outside the off stump, and they run back for a couple. Harry Brook moves on to 39, Ben Stokes 14. How's Stokes look to you with the bat?
I think he's looked all right. He's looked typical Stokes, very watchful. He looks a bit stuck on the crease. I think it's not helping him not being able to sort of come out of his crease to Nathan Smith or Zach Folkes. Rachin Ravindra has just come back on the field. I just wonder if, do you know what? I just wonder if Ben Stokes is having an issue with. I know the TV lot are talking about potentially coming off to sort that area out. I wonder if Ben Stokes is going, no, why that shouldn't be able to replace that. If the wicket's got wear and tear, then so should, the outfield should be exactly the same. So I wonder if Ben's fighting his corner on that front. I don't know, I'm just guessing.
The scoreboard's frozen. Punched away off the back foot by Ben Stokes now, as Zachary Folkes continues bowling from our commentary end, the Ratcliffe Road end. Scoreboard is frozen on 281 for 5, because the actual score is 289 for 5. It's stopped working, the main scoreboard at the pavilion end, because England are in fact 149 runs behind, and the scoreboard over there says they're 157 runs behind. To bat for England, Gus Atkinson, Jofra Archer, Josh Tongue, Shoaib Bashir. They'll be hoping that they are not required for a long time to come, as Zach Folkes continues, clipped away in front of square on the leg side, fielded by Tom Latham. Really enjoy Tom Latham's captaincy. There's some questions about the appropriateness of his appointment when he was appointed as Kane Williamson's successor as the Test captain, but I think he's taken to the role like an absolute natural. There's a long and illustrious history of New Zealand captains. They tend to be innovative thinkers, creative, steered away behind square on the offside, down towards the man fielding on the cover boundary. That's Ben Sears at deep backward point. And they also are normally out of the box thinkers, and you go right back to the 1930s. Walter Hadley, one of the first, did things that hadn't been done before in Test cricket. And you get to Jeremy Coney, a couple of generations later, and Martin Crowe and Stephen Fleming, very much so. Brendan McCullum. Oh, it's bowled in! Zach Folkes is through. Ben Stokes clips the top of off stump. New Zealand have a fourth wicket in the session. England are 290 for 6. It was clear that Ben Stokes had become distracted. Off field, whatever it was, he'd become distracted, and that honestly looked, oh my goodness, that was not just a lapse of concentration. That has gone like a leg break. That honestly looks like it's pitched in a hole on the pitch. That's turned sideways. That was pitching 8 inches outside off stump. It's hit the top of middle and off. Yeah,
it's a beauty of a delivery. It really is a good ball from Zach Folkes. It's dragging Ben Stokes forward. It's a typical one that gets Ben Stokes out, the one that's coming from around the wicket onto off stump. It started good length just outside off stump, and whether it's swung back in or it's nipped back in off the surface, it has deviated, it has come in, it's cut him in half. And I agree, I think Ben has been distracted in the last 15-20 minutes, whether it's substitutions from New Zealand, whether he got involved in the turf stuff, I'm not so sure. But I'll be honest with you, man, whether he's just distracted or not, I think you bowl that ball 9 times out of 10 out of Ben Stokes at this moment in time where he is in his career, and I think that hits off stump.
But I mean, that's deviated too much. That's a deteriorating pitch, though, isn't it? I mean, that's hit. You can't make the ball.
Well, the angle of the seam was for the ball to coming back in, like that. But then it's hit the pitch and it's gone. So whether he's got the actual seam in such a great position, which is angled back in towards, it's probably towards the seam. The seam position was angled towards probably if Blundell's standing up from around the wicket, it was angled toward Blundell's right hand, and it's just kept going. And because sometimes it's not quite wobble seam, but it's, when you're trying to swing it and you're shaping it towards first slip, going towards a right-hander, you can get the ball to just nip back in because of where the angle of the seam hits the surface. And because of that, that one there is angled back in towards Ben Stokes. It's hit the pitch, it's deviated, and it's gone even further. Like I said, where Ben Stokes is in his career in the last 18 months, 2 years, that ball there, I think, is bowling Ben Stokes anyway.
Zach Folkes begins his run up, and he's in again to bowl the third ball of the over. It's defended by Harry Brook. I'm delighted to say that somebody has Control-Alt-deleted the scoreboard, and it's reset, and it's now caught up, and it tells us that Harry Brook is on 40.
Just wonder if it's hit one of the footmarks of the follow-through.
It's gone sideways.
Yeah, it's hit the footmark of a follow-through. That's what that's it. I reckon that's it. I think that's it.
That is not normal deviation.
I think that's hit one of the footmarks. We can see where we are. There's a 3-4 steps down from where Sears is landing.
Here's Folkes again, and as forward comes Harry Brook, playing defensively up towards Mitchell Santner at mid-on, and there's no run. What a session for New Zealand. What a performance from them. I mean, that has deviated a long, long way. And do you know what? But Ben Stokes has missed that by 6 inches.
Yeah, he has. I'm
on the inside edge,
doing him a little bit disservice. He's not playing with a straight bat there because it's come back that bit far. That's a beauty of a delivery. That's getting Ben Stokes out when he's in prime form. Ben Stokes in form of his life is still getting bowled from that. That was an absolute beauty of a delivery from Zach Folkes, who was getting a standing ovation from the crowd just underneath the scoreboard there, and he deserves it. He's been very, very good. Bowled stump to stump, Blundell standing up, Smith and Folkes from this Ratcliffe Road end today have been a real threat for New Zealand, John Norman.
Did it to me again. What is it with you, John Normans?
You're break dancing on your wire.
Okay, here's Sears, and this is just comfortably played through backward point by Harry Brook, who moves to 41. Gus Atkinson about to face his third delivery at 291 for 6, and this match has moved on quite speedily this morning. 4 wickets. Joe Root and Jacob Bethel both dismissed without adding to their scores. Jamie Smith's poor test continues, I'm afraid. He was caught by Daryl Mitchell, first slip. Good, a decent catch, and then Ben Stokes, a nip-backer from Folkes. But it Sears. Oh, that's edged up, and it would have gone straight to backward point. There's now a throw at the stumps at the striker's end. Atkinson herring off. This ball was dug in by Sears. I have to see it again, whether it's bounced a bit more than expected, but Atkinson played it poorly, and he's lucky to still be theirs. Jeremy and Jared alongside me, the 3 J's here on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel. As Sears runs in, and Brook playing with bat well in front of body, pushed out to mid-wicket. Your thoughts, guys, on that delivery from Zach Folkes to dismiss Ben Stokes? Unplayable?
Well, it certainly hit something, because he hadn't got any movement from the surface of this pitch. Whether it's just hit it, look, you can start to see some footmarks from O'Rourke's bowling over the wicket earlier today. They're starting to become quite obvious on the surface of the pitch as we look at it. Whether it hit the inside of one of those and that assisted the movement from the surface, and it did move quite a lot back into middle and off the left-handed Stokes.
There was Brook with his bat raised high, would you say, John?
What is going on?
Knocked the ball on the offside.
You
Took
said
a run. I'm not sure he played it well, but I think even if he played it well, he still would have been out, because I'm not sure how you hit that. But it was funny. Harmy's already upset with me, because I was pointing out that he couldn't help but look at the pitch again. Ben Stokes, every time he's dismissed, looks back at the pitch. He actually started to walk off, and then he looked back again.
Yeah, you do see batters do that towards the back end of their careers, don't they? I can think of a number of England players, especially. As Sears is in, and Atkinson, flat-footed waft, really. Like he's smacking the head of a fly there, and just pushed out to cover. Yeah, towards the back, Ian Bell comes to mind, and Michael Vaughan. You know, they have the look of a man who's, you know, just had to face the unplayable delivery, which at times is true, but not every time.
That's probably the first one he's had this series, that he's looked at the pitch all 3 occasions he's been dismissed so far. So, but yeah, he had a bit of an angle bat. I'm not sure it kept as low as I first thought. I think that was partly because he played it incorrectly, but it seems so far.
Here is Sears and Atkinson, just a touch slow to get the bat on the ball, pushed out to mid-wicket. New Zealand sense another opening here. We've got 24 minutes until the lunch break. They've already taken 4 wickets this morning. Can they prize out another? It was slightly out of kilter with what had gone before. We'd had a little bit of faff surrounding the whacker, not the cricket ground, the thumper, and disrupting Ben Sears' run up. There might have been a little bit of a complaint about the number of substitute fielders coming on and off the pitch, but it kind of felt like that middle over period of a white ball game, where a 50-over match where they're just knocking singles around quite comfortably, and both teams are kind of happy with where the game is.
I was actually looking to see at that stage like how far we were from the second new ball, because I was thinking, are New Zealand just going to try and hold in here? So that was that wicket sort of came from nowhere, and it certainly opens up an end.
Foulkes continuing then, running away from us, and squared up a touch is Harry Brook. Leading edge, and it's fielded at cover, no run.
Foulkes, if anything, his length has been a little bit short for the pace that he is on this surface. That's a much better length there. While it's pushing Brook back a little bit, and he's playing from the back foot, because maybe Blundell's there. You steal yards from the batsman as soon as you have the keeper there. He doesn't like going down at someone the pace. He's only medium pace, really, Foulkes.
Yeah, 79, 80 miles an hour. Ooh, that goes past the outside edge of Brook's bat, taken by Blundell, who, I tell you what, listener, just assume he's behind the stumps from now on in, or I'll tell you when he isn't. That'll be easier.
Well, he won't be to Sears and he won't be from O'Rourke, but everybody else, I think, in this lineup, he will be.
Moved away, didn't it?
Yeah, that's again, just that's why I looked up to see all the clouds. It's extraordinary how they, for some reason here in England in particular, sensitive to that, and the ball loves them.
Here is Foulkes again, defended by Brook. It is far cooler today, still 27, 28 degrees here in Nottingham, but it feels like it's a normal weather day. But there is a lovely breeze, there's some very high cloud, and every now and again the sun comes out, as it's trying to do now, and then it goes away for a bit. But unlike the first 2 days where we pretty much were being scorched, I much prefer to be fielding today than on days 1 or 2. This game does feel quite advanced, as Foulkes is in, and this is just clipped through mid-wicket. Certainly one here, and 2. Smith hurling the ball back at the non-striker's end, and they're going to have a look at this. It feels like Atkinson is in, but Smith, you do not take him on at the boundary, and we will have a little look. It's taken behind the stumps by Zach Foulkes. I think if Smith hits this flush, then Atkinson's run out, but as it is, he's a bit slow to get going, and he's in.
Yeah, he was in, but it was so lazy.
He didn't run his bat in, did he?
Yeah, it was
like across the crease. He dropped it afterwards.
He really was. He wasn't hammering at all. There was no reason for that to even get that close. As you said, if that's a direct hit, he's probably out, isn't he? Ooh. Oh, terrible technique as well, yeah. Drops his bat over. Wouldn't get that at All Stars or Dynamos, would you?
No, not if you wanted to come back next week. Did your daughter go? Is she going tomorrow?
I assume so, yeah. When I'm not there, I'm not sure what the whole...
Foulkes. What was I saying? As in folk dance. This is carved through vacant third for a single.
Yeah, you know when you're away from home, you're not really sure what's happening at home. But
Oh,
but yeah, there's a. I think
I'm more than aware what's going on at home.
I think there's a. I think one of my boys got a game and Clem will be training. I think that's how it's working. We're just generally at the cricket club on a Sunday morning. That's just our general rule.
Unless you're camping, of course. Camping it up. Folks in last ball of the over, and it's defended by Atkinson. 296 for 6. And how was these spells of Sears and Folks? Oh, you want to speak to, Jerry?
No, I was
Go on.
just going to ask.
I'm going to look at something anyway.
How did the glamping go? It was more of glamping, what I would call glamping, than camping, wasn't it? It had a floor, and it was an area, you know.
No, it was a bit more camping than glamping.
Oh, was
yeah,
it?
Sadly.
That'd be a surprise for you.
It wasn't exactly what I wanted.
Did you have to put the tent up?
No, that was the one thing I didn't have to do. I admit that was much better. But yeah, the rest of it. Look, the camping went fine. I'm not really an outdoorsman. I don't know if you've ever picked that up about me.
That's why I was going to ask you.
I like a city. So look, it was fine. I had to cook a barbecue for about 45, 50 people. So that was quite intense. But no one died of food poisoning that I'm aware of.
I'm on barbecue duty next Saturday for the summer fair.
That's, yeah, it's too much.
Well, you've got to do these things. Oh, it's an edge. Mitchell to his left. He parries this, prevents 4. It wasn't a catching opportunity. Actually, came at him very, very quickly. Should I mention that Blundell's up behind the stumps? Oh, and Smith's back. Nathan Smith, who started the party this morning with a couple of wickets. He's taken 3 for 75, and he's just got the outside edge of Harry Brooks' bat, who looked like he was actually trying to guide that ball. He has guided a few.
He's played that shot a lot today, hasn't he? Sort of dropping his hands on the ball. It's like he's been watching Kane Williamson.
Here is Smith again, and this is defended out to mid-off. You're more of a tramping person, I imagine, Jeremy?
Then what?
Than a camping or a glamping?
No, camping.
Camping?
Yes.
Over tramping and glamping?
Yes.
You took your kids camping a couple of years ago over here, didn't you?
Yep, did.
I seem to only camp when I'm in New Zealand. A pottery? Is that how you pronounce it? Do you know?
I don't know what word you're trying to say. I'm sorry.
A pottery?
A pottery.
It's kind of like the other side of the Coromandel, just as it turns into the Bay of Plenty. Smith again, and this is defended by Brook, who's 47 not out, 298 for 6. New Zealand haven't dropped him yet.
Be a nice area.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And then I went up to Bland Bay, just about 3 hours north of. I'm not even going to try and.
There's a place in New Zealand called Bland Bay.
Yes, it is. Yeah, but it's the opposite of. We just had a yelp, but you're not missing anything, dear listener. It's just a replay on the Sky Sports cricket feed that we get. One of the 3 wickets that Nathan Smith picked up, the big one really, Joe Root, LBW. He's been LBW a few times in the series. And again, bowling very straight on the stumps is Smith. And it's defended back. Named after someone whose surname was Bland rather than it being reflective of the area.
Just feels like a very New Zealand title.
Well, and Australian. I mean, look, how many Shelley beaches are there, or sandy bays, and...
Oh, no, but Bland specifically.
What, a bit...
Beige Brigade, that sort of...
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah, maybe.
I feel there's a mild criticism behind that.
I wouldn't say there's a criticism.
Maybe a bland criticism.
Beige criticism?
Here's Smith. Oh, and he reacts as he's a little low to keep that one out. There's Brook. Importance of his wicket right now. No ball called here. There's been a few. Now Smith is running through the area. His run-up is taking him past that area where there has been a few problems. Will we see the whacker back?
It came out actually a couple of minutes ago again, so there's clearly an issue there. I don't know if they can replace the turf. I don't think they can.
I can't see how they can do it for this test match. Do you remember when there was it like a drain hole cover or something? Was it here? Smith in, and this is played through vacant backward point for a single, and that moves at Brook to 48, and the ripple of applause indicates a milestone of something. It's 300 up for England, so their lead now by New Zealand is down to 138 runs, but they'll feel they're through to the tail. Would you say that they're through to the tail with Atkinson at the crease? 100.
He's a decent number 8, isn't he?
Yeah. Absolutely, he scored 100. I'm just wondering, where does the tail start? With Archer or with Tongue?
With Archer, probably, isn't it?
Okay. Or the expert. Is that Smith? This is a bit too straight. Just guided down to fine leg for another run. That will mean that Atkinson will face the first ball the next. Will he? Or have I got that wrong?
No,
the whacker's back.
Yeah, he's coming out almost every over now. So
there is something. I don't know how much cricket you've watched as a spectator, Jerry. Paid your ticket to go in and sit in the stands all day.
Never. Not once.
Have you ever done that?
As a child, yes.
So when would you
But
say
not
the
since
last
I started
time?
playing.
So how many roughly?
Well, I mean, it was when he was a child. That was about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So 20 years for you. What about you, Jared?
About
When was the last time you
45 for Jared.
Yeah, he's aged terribly.
I do it occasionally, partly because I just don't like asking for freebies. I'm not very good at that.
So when was the last time you bought a ticket? That's all right, can wait. Folks is in, and I thought he got an edge. Actually, he's missed this entirely. It's Atkinson with the ball actually rebounding off of Blundell's glove.
Went to a 100 game. Paid for a ticket at a 100 game. Who was it? Surrey that used to play. Surrey and Kent play at the Beckenham ground. It was a women's game I certainly paid for once because I forgot my pass and I couldn't be bothered walking back to my house. It was about 25 minutes away. I'll just pay.
Folks over the wicket to Atkinson, and that's kept low, and he goes up for leg before with Atkinson on the pull. Nobody else joins in. Folks just has a word with Latham. Now, we saw James Root dismissed in this fashion at the Oval. The only person who wanted it was Cole Jamieson. They're asking whether it's too high, and they've gone for a review.
They went through the process, to be fair there. I thought originally it was worth more of a conversation. They had a very casual conversation, but they eventually decided that it was fair enough. It felt like it kept low.
Well, it definitely kept low because Atkinson's misses on the pull. It's kept below the bat. Just seeing a replay now. No.
It's too high, maybe outside off stump, but other than that, it's a good shout.
The crowd don't fancy it.
Mike.
Well, he hasn't hit it.
I was going to say Mike sort of bails. I don't think it's going to, is it?
Well, it's given not out on the field.
So it's hit him in line, but it's bouncing over.
One thing I would say is that was very short, and that did not get up. I mean, yes, it's gone over the stumps, but by what? About half an inch? Like that really did not bounce at all. That's another good sign for the team who's got 137 run lead.
Yeah, there have been a few signs, haven't there? The delivery that nipped back out the foot marks. One or two have kept low.
The root dismissal as well.
Yep, the root dismissal. So it's Atkinson facing with a slip and a gully. They're catching mid-wicket as well. Folks is in and bowling, defending. Back to the bowler. So when you pay a ticket to go and watch cricket and you're sitting there for hours and you don't have a press box, you don't have canteen area to just go and sit in, or especially in those more tedious passages of play, you need things to keep you entertained. And I think that the guy that's been running on with the whacker, folks again, and this is pushed out to mid-wicket, no run. That guy with the whacker is probably what a lot of the kids here will remember at the end of the day. In fact, I used to write fake match reports when I was a kid, and my match reports were pretty much all centred on what I had to eat. the ingredients in the sandwich. So that whacker dude will be remembered by 6, 7 and 8-year-olds for the rest of their lives.
Why was it a fake match report?
Well, I was just talking about sandwiches, I suppose. Well, I wasn't being paid to do it. An amateur. Oh, it's gone past the outside edge of Atkinson's bat. A fake match report. An amateur match report.
Because in my head, you weren't going to a cricket game. You were writing a report about a game you hadn't gone to, but then writing about a sandwich, which might have suggested that you needed help.
Well, I think anybody who devoted as much time to cricket
And
as
dinosaurs,
we did
and dinosaurs,
as children,
in your
and
case.
dinosaurs and Fulham Football Club definitely needed help. Folks again. Oh, now what's happened there? That's just suddenly leapt up. Now there's no discernible. He's bowling at 78 miles an hour, and we've just seen one go away from the bat. We've seen one keep low, and that one's just leapt up.
Even folks, he walked back as if to say, that was weird. I didn't do that. Whatever happened off it, it was a good take in the end by Bundle. He fumbled it, but just getting his hands to it. Let's have a look. Is it cross seam? Might have even been a 3/4 seam. But that's seamed away and just jumped. And I would say Atkinson's missed that by 1.5 foot.
It's well taken by Blundell, isn't it? And if you contrast that with the LBW and the length that was, and getting just above the stumps, and then you see a ball like that, things you would say, well, look at the age of the ball, but things are starting to happen.
Yes, Smith continuing, and again he's just with Blundell behind the stumps. He's just angling it on the pads, and Harry Brook pushes this out to mid-wicket. How many have England scored in the last 10 overs or so? The run rate, well, it's still quite healthy actually. They're still going at 4 and over.
Yeah, that moved about 2.1 degrees, I think, off a seam bowler and bounced.
That's an incredible take, isn't it, by Blundell? Because he doesn't know what's happening any more than the batter does. Smith, this has punched it into the covers where it's fielded by Latham. Nichols at cover point, running around to extra cover, no run. The breeze is just picking up as well. It's a touch blustery. Some relief this morning to wake up and go outside and feel that, rather than the first couple of days. Brook, it's been quietened. Oh, inside edge from Brook, trying to force this to cover, and it hasn't gone anywhere near the stumps, but on another day it could have.
Yeah, this is the New Zealand players, almost every ball have something to be mildly excited over, and that was just another one that came back in. The other interesting thing about the seam movement and the inconsistent bounce is that the new ball should do a lot more, and this is an old ball. This should be soft by this stage. I know it's been replaced once.
Yeah, the other thing is that we've got 7 minutes until lunch, so New Zealand's bowlers can go back and have 40 minutes off. 15 overs until that second new ball. And I mean, O'Rourke can come back. Smith is in. Oh, again, Atkinson. This time not playing with a straight bat. I'm not sure what he's trying to do there. Now he shows the shot that he should have played. One-handed, flat-footed drive on the up.
What I should have done is hit that off the middle of the bat. That was my mistake.
Yeah.
Smith doesn't seem to be having as much trouble with the run-up, does he?
He's running round it, isn't he? Is he? Let's have a look here. Oh, no, he's going inside it. Yeah, he's going inside it. So he's bowling very, very straight down the wicket. And this is runs here for Atkinson. That's quite nicely played out to deep point for another run. 303 for 6.
There's a weird story about Neil Wagner. Do you remember Neil Wagner always used to take the thumper himself? He never trusted anyone else to do the thumper. He'd get the sledgehammer out occasionally and he'd hit it. And I interviewed him about it, and I said, well, why didn't you let other people do it? And he said, no, I knew how to do it because I had very small feet. I think he's like a size 8, Neil Wagner. You'd know that, Jeremy.
Here's Smith again, defended by Brook.
You were always measuring his feet. No?
The shoe sizes of the players I have no
No?
idea about. No.
Oh, I thought you had a database. Isn't
No.
that in your notes?
No.
He's back, guys, he's back.
The thumper's back on. And yeah, what Neil Wagner told me is that Tim Southey and Trent Boult were both around, I think, size 11, size 12. So not huge, but normal fast bowler. And when they hit the ground, they created a divot, and his tiny little feet would land in and would slip around. So what he was trying to do really is just get something where it felt a little bit more level to him, knowing that the crease would never be 100% level. So, you know, fast bowlers are very aware of all these sorts of things.
Here's folks. Oh, short delivery, and it's pulled down to deep backwards square leg for a single. Atkinson moves to 3. There was a touch of the Scandinavian about Neil Wagner. So when he was out there with
Like
the
Thor.
well, when he had the whacker,
Thor's hammer.
he did
Mjolnir.
look like a Norse god. Don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I loved it.
I think we all loved it. I think it's not even the. What are your top 5 best things about Neil Wagner? That's in the top 5.
That's in my top 5. without
That's
any
probably
doubt.
4th.
Yeah, probably.
No way is it above bowling with broken toes. Here's folks. This is pushed out to cover and no run. Bowling with broken toes must be
Bowling bouncers with broken toes.
That's number 1,
Yeah.
surely.
The 12 and 14 over spells of bouncers is just remarkable.
Never taking the new ball.
Never bowling.
Not
in
even liking the new ball.
Never bowling in an ODI. Not that he didn't want to bowl in an ODI. I think he was quite put out. Somewhat crazy that he never, ever bowled when you consider the amount of bowlers that New Zealand use now in 50 over cricket. Oh! Harry Brook. Has he got anything on that? No, it's by signal. Brook walks down the crease and studies the pitch. Again, this is just leapt up off the track and it's moved away from the right-handed Brook. And I think this has gone above. This has gone by the bat handle. Oh, no, it hasn't. Oh, he's turned him inside out like a corkscrew.
There's nothing. That's the same bully bowl to Atkinson, but this time even Blundell couldn't get it. It's angling down the leg side and then it's just going the other way. So he's bowling 3/4 seam wobble balls and he's angling them in and then they're hitting the seam and they're bouncing and going away like leg spin.
Get ready, Daryl Mitchell. Here's folks. This is just this is pitched up and driven to mid-off. And Harry Brook reaches 50, scurrying down the crease, and it's not often you feel like Harry Brook wants to get off strike. Raises the bat. Important innings for. Is he still England's vice-captain? 309 for 6 then. The deficit 129 on a pitch which has started to misbehave. It's been Lake Placid for 2 days, and now Brook just goes over it and does a bit of gardening. Really important innings though.
Yeah, no, it has been. You know, there's been a lot of runs scored on this wicket, but to be fair to Brook, he's come in when it's probably been at its toughest so far.
Imagine what Matt Henry would have been like on this on day 3 as Atkinson blocks this one out.
I reckon it's been a much more measured innings from him, actually. Have we seen him really? I mean, maybe that's partially from the Blundell position. We don't see him coming down the pitch and hitting over extra cover and being just generally a lot more aggressive and be prepared to use the air a lot more. We haven't seen him flicking the ball from outside off over into the leg side. It's been pushing singles, hasn't it, and taking 2s. How many boundaries has he got?
Atkinson facing, lets this one go through, no run.
Yeah, he's kept the
He's
run
got
rate
5
up,
boundaries.
He's kept the run rate going,
but
it
not
hasn't
through
been,
risks.
No,
No, I agree.
Yeah, strike rate of 75, 5 boundaries in his 66 ball stay, so yeah, he's batting pretty sensibly.
Well, he's come in during the second phase of the day. The first phase being the O'Rourke-Smith kind of starting the day and picking up early wickets, and then he just arrived when the change was made, and so that was the Sears and Folks kind of partnership. So he's had to work through that, and now we're starting to see even that partnership start to get some response.
Last over of the session, and it's going to be bowled by Nathan Smith, running in from the Stuart Broad end. This first ball is defended out to the covers by Harry Brook. Yeah, even that little partnership with Stokes was very unlike those two, considering they were just pushing the singles around.
I think they thought at that stage that maybe the reverse had stopped, which I think is probably true. So they just needed to chip it around, and if they could get them a little bit tired, they could cash in towards the end of this session, or maybe the start of the next one.
Smith again over the wicket, and this is guided down to deep backward point. Third boundary where Rachin Ravindra comes in and fields. That will bring Atkinson back on strike. Wow, this would be some session. If it already has been a good session for New Zealand, but if they could nip out one more, 5 wickets in the morning, and their noses back in front of a game they looked to be dominating after 2 sessions, and then handed back the initiative throughout the latter stages of day 1 and the entirety of day 2. Here they are, with England 6 down on the cusp of lunch as Smith comes in, and this is flicked away for 4. Good shot from Atkinson, but there wasn't a huge amount of foot movement there, was there? Just trusted his eye, really.
It's kind of how he bats, isn't it? I think, Smith angles it in, maybe a little bit too straight, and it's mostly just wrist work there.
Yep.
Lovely timing.
It was. Good timing. Wristy flick through square leg.
You a wristy flicker, Jeremy?
I hope so.
And he goes again.
Yeah.
This is fielded, though, this time.
I thought actually you had a chance if he misses it. Is in all sorts of trouble, isn't it? Really, because it's certainly off the stumps, like that one there as well.
I don't think New Zealand's too upset. They've got the square leg there,
Absolutely.
and that one carried in the air for a while. They've got a short mid wicket, and they've got the LBW chance. So there's multiple ways they can get him out with this shot.
He's planting his front foot forward there and playing around it. So yeah, New Zealand will give him that. Two fielders. There's one in front of square and mid wicket. I think Smith will continue, and he's in now, and this time it's a touch wide. Atkinson doesn't look quite as comfortable playing at this. Blocked out to cover, no run. We've got 1 ball left of the session.
So they've moved Ben Sears out. I'd be very, very shocked if Nathan Smith suddenly came in and bounced Atkinson, but they just want him to have a look at it.
Who did Ravindra put down at Lord's on the square? It was Brook. Yeah, I have to narrow it down a little bit, didn't I? Who did Ravindra put down? Then the ground, and then the innings. Last ball of the session then, and Smith is in, and it's played to mid-wicket where Latham makes a little bit of a meal of things. But that is the end of the session. A really good one for New Zealand, although England have added runs to their overnight score, moving from 223 to 314. They've lost 4 wickets. 223 for 2 has become 314 for 6. Harry Brook is still there at the lunch break, unbeaten on 51. Atkinson's faced 22 deliveries for his 8, but in and amongst that, Root and Bethel both went early. Root LBW Smith for 21, and Bethel caught by Latham at second slip from William O'Rourke's bowling, and neither adding to their overnight scores. And when Jamie Smith edged to Daryl Mitchell from Nathan Smith for 1, England were 234 for 5 and had lost 3 wickets for just 10 runs. A little partnership between Stokes and Brook came to an end after a nip backer from Folkes. Knocked it off stump back. Stokes going for 15. But all in all, say the most engrossing and entertaining session of the Test match so far. A keen battle between bat and ball, and at the end of that session, England still trail by 124, and New Zealand need 4 wickets before they bat again. We'll be back in 40 minutes time here on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel.
Hello once again and welcome back to Trent Bridge in Nottingham. We're about to start the afternoon session on the third and deciding test match between England and New Zealand, and it's been a thunderously good morning session for the tourists who've put themselves into a dominant position in this test match, leading currently by 124 runs, and England have just 4 wickets remaining in their first innings, having started the day, you would have thought, certainly by the reaction of local media, as in a dominant position themselves, even though they were still a long way behind at 223 for 2. But they lost 2 wickets in the first 2 overs, 4 in the session, and now they're 314 for 6. And it's Zach Folkes who continues from our commentary end. First ball after lunch, and it beats the outside edge. Not a defensive edge, Harry Brook, but an open face as he tries to run it down in the gap between slip and gully, or past gully. Daryl Mitchell is at wide first slip, wide solitary slip actually, and Devon Conway's in the gully. There's a man at deep backward point patrolling the boundary, a wide-ish mid-off, well, not wide-ish, he's an extra cover, and a deep mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket, so not quite a ring field, but it's a run-saving field as Brook turns this one from Folkes off his pads down to Ben Sears at deep backward square, and they go through for the first run of the afternoon session. Harry Brook on 52. It's funny, Steve Harmson, that Harry Brook, even when he bats deeply within himself, full of self-constraint, he's still got 52 off 70 balls.
Yeah, he has, and there was a poor shot, that first one. I'm not sure what he's getting from that first shot, but he does. He accumulates them very well.
Folkes in again. Beats Gus Atkinson's defensive push this time outside the off stump.
He scores off good balls, does Harry Brook, and I think the way the world, the way he started his career, the world sees Harry Brook. They tend to have fields a bit like this, which is men on the boundary, and let him have his singles. So whether New Zealand can bring the men up and say to Harry, right, you are 123 runs behind, you're batting with the tail, can we stop that one? That would be interesting if Tom Latham does that.
Folkes in again outside the off stump, nicely left alone by Atkinson, a little bit too wide. Yeah, it's one thing having boundary riders, and there's a deep backward point and a man at deep backward square leg as well. They're there to prevent boundaries, but it does open up plenty of gaps for singles, and it just seems that Tom Latham is, again, he seems happy for England to score at 4 or even 5 and over in 1s and 2s, because he knows that sooner or later they won't be able to resist going for the boundaries, hitting boundaries, as Folkes in once more, defended by Gus Atkinson up towards mid-off. New Zealand perfectly happy to play, for want of a better phrase, old-fashioned test cricket. They're quite happy to put in the hard yards, play through some barren sessions or some quiet sessions with bat or ball in hand. I think it contributed to them falling well short of the total that they should have reached, making 438. The first session on day 2, they were very, very modest in their ambitions. Here's an appeal for leg before wicket. It was heading down the leg side though, and not out, says umpire Rod Tucker, having given it the briefest of thoughts. But really was a very quiet session yesterday morning. You would have thought that most teams would have attempted to make more of the running, but New Zealand, Jeremy Coney did say yesterday, didn't he, sort of through gritted teeth, he kind of admitted, he said, I don't think New Zealand would mind drawing this game.
No, they don't, and that seems to be the body language, has been the body language probably up until about 11:30 this morning. And between 11:30 this morning and lunchtime, you could see there was a little bit more belief in the New Zealanders. But the longer this partnership goes, the more that Tom Latham has to be a little bit more defensive. Yeah, the draw.
Ben Sears continues from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end, pushed by Brook to mid-on, no run.
The draw from New Zealand being 4 down through to probably 11:30 this morning was probably something that I think New Zealand would have been happy with. But Harry Brook, the bowl well at Brook. He's been in 71 balls. He likes to score quickly. He's 52. He's only hit 5 boundaries, Harry Brook, and 2 of them were sort of good shots as he dropped his hands, gone through slip it.
Ben Sears in again, driven by Brook very firmly, this time up to Mitchell Santner at mid-off rather than mid-on, and there is no run. Will O'Rourke's off the field at the moment. The New Zealanders have made generous use of their substitute fielders. It's been very, very, very hot in the first 2 days. It's still hot here on the 3rd day, and at the moment Will O'Rourke, he doesn't seem to be injured in any way. He's still in his whites. Here is Ben Sears again, and it's flicked away off his pads by Harry Brook down towards long leg. They go through for a single. Will O'Rourke is in quite animated conversation with head coach Rob Walter, and they seem to have been talking tactics. You can see Rob Walter was making sort of air shots with the bat, and then kind of illustrating an edge with his other hand. So, tell you what, Will, why don't you try and nick him off?
Why don't you nick him off? Yeah, it's always a batter looking at a bowler going, "Go, just nick him off."
Oh, there's one slap drive from Atkinson, standing in his crease without moving his feet at all. Doesn't time it up. Mitch Santner at mid-off.
It's like us bowlers going to batters who Shane Warne bowling with rough outside leg stump. And he just run down a wicket and hit him for 6.
Yeah,
I mean,
sweep him.
Kevin Pearson used to do that. I mean, why can you lot not just bowl at the stumps at a tail ender? Because we're trained not to bowl at the stumps. If I was to bowl at the stumps to you, go through mid-wicket very, very quickly. Why don't you just run down a wicket and hit Shane Warne for 6 then? Oh, it's too hard. It's not. You can't do that. It's exactly the same.
Here's Ben Sears, bowling at quite good pace actually, and Atkinson plays defensively. This time he does move his feet a little bit. It's up towards mid-on. 316 for 6.
He's had the outfield fixed, hasn't he, Ben Sears? He's a lot more confident on his feet. Just watching him, I wouldn't care. I'm just watching him. The last 2 balls he's run in, he's missed the patches which have been fixed. So I don't know if he's had to do that beforehand and he's felt more comfortable. But there's been 2 good big square patches where obviously where the whacker had to come on has now been fixed.
And he's running past them. Gus Atkinson plays defensively from the crease to the last ball of the over, and there is no run. So 70 overs gone now. There'll be a change of atmosphere, you would think, when the second new ball becomes available in 10 overs time. If it's taken straight away by New Zealand, no reason why not try and knock over the last 4 England wickets if there are still 4 remaining in 10 overs time. 316 for 6 in reply to New Zealand's 438. There is a perception, I sometimes like to patrol at ground level, Harmy, but during a lunch break, and just sort of eavesdrop on people's conversations, and there is a feeling that already that time is running out, and that it's going to be difficult to force a result, and I just like to say that it doesn't feel like that to me. Zach Folkes in again, pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I think there's a feeling of a subcontinent type atmosphere about this, as in the game is going to accelerate very quickly on days 4 and 5.
Yeah, and I think that's why I think the murmur and the whisper around the ground will be because it's in England and it's draw. They're used to this being wickets staying together and being a draw, but I think the heat in the last 2 days is going to turn the pitch into like a subcontinent pitch.
Zach Folkes again, and this one's driven sweetly by Harry Brook. Beautiful piece of timing to the man patrolling at deep backward point. That New Zealand attitude that sooner or later England will chase boundaries, and they'll make mistakes and they'll get themselves out. I wonder whether that really is true with Harry Brook, because he does. He does get himself out.
He does, and for me, I'd be trying to rein him in and trying to hold him until that second new ball.
Here is Folkes once again, and that's good delivery. Beats Atkinson's defensive push outside the off stump, because you just get a sense that Brook is not satisfied with pushing singles to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
No, and that was an absolute beauty. I'm just watching that ball again. That's took off. That seamed and bounced. It was a great delivery there from Zach Folkes. Yeah, from Harry's point of view, this is for me a good challenge for Harry. You know, you're behind the game. Your team needs you. You're the next in line to be England captain. Your responsibility on your shoulders here to marshal a tail and somehow get that 121 runs behind down to about 30 or 40, give you the best chance, and that's responsibility.
Folkes in once more, and it's defended by Atkinson, guiding that one out to extra cover. So, well, you mean carry on batting this way until you're within striking distance, and then maybe?
Well, carry on batting this way until you run out of partners. You carry on batting this way while you've got Atkinson there, while you've got Archer to come next. Tongue can hold a bat. You know, show some responsibility of being able to be in one of these number 2 ranked batter in the world. Get yourself and your team in a position to reduce this deficit.
Folkes in again, and Atkinson now opens the face of the bat, and he guides it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they will go through for another single. Nathan Smith is out there on patrolling the cover boundary, 318 for 6.
The game lasts 5 days. You've got 5 days to force a result. And sometimes I think Harry does get a bit guilty, like he did at the Oval last year and one or two other places, where he tries to fast forward the game himself, where at this moment in time, New Zealand are giving you runs. You know, if you've got a solid defence and you're keeping everything in line.
Here's Zach Folkes once more, and it's nudged away by Brook. Another single, this time to the sweeper on the leg side boundary, Rachin Ravindra. And Brook will keep the strike at the end of the over. He's moved on to 55. Gus Atkinson has 9. Of all the peripheral story, well, there is one huge off-field story that has dominated the headlines after England's 105-run victory in the first Test match at the Oval, and that was when Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson went out to a nightclub in Chelsea, and there was an altercation with a Saracens rugby player. The Saracens Rugby Club were enjoying themselves on their end-of-season party. They ended up in the same bar as Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson, and it's the story that just keeps giving. And down the wicket comes Brook, driving, step and a half down the wicket to Ben Sears, first ball, and he doesn't quite time it as he would have wanted. It's fielded by Mitchell Santner, and they go through for a single. There was a 21-year-old Samoan 120 kilogram prop forward,
Academy player, wasn't it?
Academy player, who was the man that took a swing at Gus Atkinson and landed his punch on the England security guard.
But the regulator, the way the regulator has read it, well, I've read it from the regulator, he's not just took a swing at him once, he took a swing at him twice on 2 separate occasions. And
I feel like you need to sort of catch up a few details, just in case there are any listeners around the world who aren't aware of the details. And that's down the leg side. That's not a good ball from Ben Sears. Swing and a miss from Gus Atkinson. Anyway, as we all know, as you cricket followers know, Gus Atkinson and Captain Ben Stokes were immediately stood down by the ECB, unavailable for selection for the second Test match. At that point, we were aware. It had been discovered and published that this 21-year-old academy player was the one who instigated the violent conduct. Here is Sears once again, cut shot from Atkinson, not timed, bottom edge down into the ground. So pretty strong action from the ECB. Anyway, Saracens took their time. Initially, the word was that they weren't going to bother with an investigation of their own into the conduct of their players. I mean, it's rugby, isn't it? Boys will be boys.
Yeah, rugby, boys will be boys. It was disappointing. It was interesting, Jamie George.
Anyway, I'll come on to that. They did finally have an investigation, pushed away out towards extra cover, and there's no run. And the strongest word in their report, Harmy, which I'm sure you've read, the strongest word of condemnation was that it was an unfortunate incident and that there would be no further action taken.
Yeah.
Incident closed.
Yeah, incident closed. I must admit, I did see that and thought it was quite strange. I wonder if the security guard, from England's point of view, was going to get the police involved, because it sounded
press charges.
He got a good old thump.
He had required stitches.
If you're requiring stitches, you've been hit hard.
That's GBH, isn't it? Here's Sears again, and Atkinson tries a little dab here outside the off stump, and it was too delicate because he missed it, and it's gone through to the keeper.
From an ECB point of view, I think you'd be happy just to put everything to bed. The last thing I think Rob Key, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes want, the two Richards want at the top, right at the very top, is possibly a police investigation, which then drags it on, and then Ben has to give advice. Well, I don't even think Ben was in the room when it happened, so he wouldn't have to give
the
any
regulator
evidence.
and the ECB both concluded that Stokes had witnessed neither event, neither incident. Here is Sears again, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Gus Atkinson, pushing it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 320 for 6. So you can understand, can't you, the more pieces of information which trickle out, you can understand that the England captain has gone out to celebrate a very important test victory in the belief that the curfew no longer applied because the test match was over. He didn't see. Was he not involved?
He was in a building.
Yes.
Outside.
And he gets stood down.
He gets stood down. He gets, hung, drawn and quartered by some sections of the media.
Not just the media, but his employers.
Employers. I was just about to say, a former great all-rounder as well.
Zach Folkes into Harry Brook. Opens the face of the bat, steers it away. Should come back for 2 to the sweeper deep backward point. Nathan Smith down there. They do come back for 2. 322 for 6. And then he has his coach talking in earnest, almost hushed terms about his worried about Ben's emotional well-being.
Yeah, and I think that possibly come from the sort of alcohol come down and speaking to the player the very next day.
Folkes in again. Forward comes Harry Brook. He's on 58, defending this one, and there's no run.
You could be in the wrong place at the wrong time, Manners, which it's obvious now that Ben was and Gus was. But you were still in that place. You'd still had a few. I mean, let's be fair. We can't defend him on the fact that the game finished before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and at 1 o'clock in the morning he's still drinking. That's a good drink, and you're in a good state. You've had a few there. So Monday.
Oh, bowled him! Zach Folkes has got through. He's bowled Harry Brook. Brook can't believe it. He's totally nonplussed. He looks down at the pitch. He looks back at his stumps. He's trying to figure it out. How has that got through? But do you know what? Zach Folkes is doing something with the ball. He's concussion substitute. So, he wasn't scheduled to start the test match. I tell you what, though, he's made a big impression on it with this. Harmy, have a look at this.
My first impressions is he's no foot movement. He's come forward. The ball's straightened. There's not a lot of foot movement anywhere from Harry Brook, and Harry Brook's head's fallen over just a touch. So with all that, with the ball straightening, the ball is probably pitched off stump and hit off stump from a good full length. And possibly Harry Brook could have been coming forward, possibly his weight transfer coming into the ball. His head was going over towards sort of cover point, and because of all that, he's off balance and he's missed it. Now, if he had been on balance, he might have nicked that because it's done that much. It was a beauty of a delivery from Zach Folkes. Folkes has got the keeper standing up to Harry Brook, standing back to Gus Atkinson. And that was a fine delivery, and that's two brilliant deliveries this afternoon, from Zach Folkes, who's got rid of Ben Stokes with a one that's gone through the gate, which is nipped back a huge amount, and he's got one of Harry Brook, two wonderful test match players, and he squared him up and beat him all ends up with one that's angled towards off stump. It's probably pitched off stump, and it's hit off stump, straightening. Fantastic bit of bowling from the substitute.
Right, now we've got men at the crease with bat in hand who've got to do the job for which they are not paid, and that is to score some runs here. Harmy, 80% of test matches where a team takes a first innings lead of over 100 are won by that team. At the moment, England are conceding a match-losing deficit of 116. Jofra Archer and Gus Atkinson and Josh Tongue need to somehow conjure another 50 runs if at all possible. And then I think it could well be game on. Zach Folkes in once more, and Jofra Archer does push it out towards extra cover. If Zach Folkes and Nathan Smith, to a lesser extent, are able to get the ball to do what they have in it, and it's over 70 overs old, then England's attack should be able to get similar assistance and bowl New Zealand out and have a manageable, or a chance at least, in a fourth innings run chase.
It's not actually done as much as I first thought.
It has straightened.
It has straightened, but it's not straightened that much.
Here's Zach Folkes in once again. This is angled into the pads of Jofra Archer, clipped out towards square leg, and there's no run, fielded by Will Young, who's on the field again.
It didn't deviate as much as what the Stokes one did. Stokes' one come back a hell of a lot. I just want to see, they'll show, I'm sure they'll show that again. I just think he gets stuck. His front foot gets stuck on the crease. His hands are way out in front of himself, and his head falling over towards the sort of cover point region, which means he's lost his balance, and he couldn't quite get his front foot out there to cover and smother any movement.
Zach Folkes in again, and Jofra Archer plays from quite deep in his crease, pushing it out towards Tom Latham, the skipper at mid-wicket. And there's no run, and England are 322 for 7, and they're still trailing by 116. They've got Gus Atkinson at the crease. He's got 9 off 37 balls. Jofra Archer has yet to score. I mean,
his front foot's gone nowhere.
Yeah.
His front foot's gone nowhere. It hasn't gone towards the ball. He's got stuck on the crease. If his weight's going forward, his head's going forward as opposed to going over towards point. I think his front foot goes out a little bit further, and I think he covers that. Good bit of bowling. Very
frustrating for Harry Brook, who's been dismissed for 58, because he's making starts. 24 in the first innings at the Oval. Here's Ben Sears bowling to Gus Atkinson, who defends that one out in the offside. He made 58 as well in the second innings at the Oval.
56 at Lords, 56 in Naught, so he's had sort of 250s, 350s. I think New Zealand have not got his number by any stretch, but I think they've got a plan to him, and I think
he's struggling with the keeper standing out.
Yeah, I think they've got a plan to him, and they've bowled well to that plan and executed that plan. They've stopped them from getting boundaries. They've said you're happy to get ones, possibly twos, but we're not going to get you hit boundaries.
Ben Sears once again is into Gus Atkinson, a little too straight. Atkinson turns it off his pads down to long leg, and fielded in the deep by Zach Folkes. A few more people have taken their seats after the lunch break. The queues are quite significant. I mean, there's no shortage of food outlets. Again, the catering and facilities for regular ticket holders rather than VIP or corporate guests are plentiful here at Trent Bridge, but of course there are queues. I mean, there's a crowd of 25,000, and lunch break's only 40 minutes, chopped away by Archer off the back foot now, not timed, straight to extra cover. So it does take some time for people to eat and drink what is required, and to use the other facilities. Half an hour after lunch, most people have regained their seats. Excellent, excellent crowd once again. What happened to fancy dress Saturday? Does that not happen anymore?
It doesn't seem to happen anymore. There's one or two. There was one or two in fancy dress.
Surely it'll happen at Headingley during the Pakistan
Yeah,
series.
no, it will definitely will happen there.
Here's Ben Sears again, and that's pushed away out in the onside, and there's no run. Just by the by, if you are on holiday at the moment and you're lucky enough to be planning another holiday in the second half of August or the first half of September, you'll be able to listen to all 3 test matches between England and Pakistan right here on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel. We'll be at all 3 venues: Lords, Edgbaston and Headingley. As Ben Sears is in again, swing and a miss from Archer. That one kept a bit low. There is definitely some unpredictability about this pitch now, and there's seam movement, and it's coming from unevennesses on the surface, you know, not so much cracks. I don't think the pitch is sort of splitting, cracking open. I just think it's deteriorating.
Yeah,
there
I think
are
it's
little
natural
indentations.
Yeah, natural deterioration from the indentations, which are getting the ball to go down. It's not. There's nothing really gone up yet, has it? Most of it's gone down.
Here's Ben Sears again. Good straight approach, simple action, and got
Ouch.
good pace. Where's that hit him?
Somewhere where it hurts.
Just missed the inner thigh.
Yeah,
And I think
turns
that's-
your lips blue.
Oh dear me. Edgbaston's the 3rd test, isn't it? So
Yeah.
we're opening up at Lords.
Headingley, Lords,
Headingley,
Edgbaston, I
Lords,
think.
Edgbaston.
Yeah. Headingley for the first one. That's around about the sort of 20th of August, 18th of August,
18th,
something
yeah.
18th of August. Then we go to Lords, then we go to Edgbaston for the end. I think the Edgbaston and the Oval have swapped this year, largely down to the fact that the Women's World Cup was on, one or two other things on in and around the Oval, and the development at Edgbaston, which is going to that hotel that's being built.
Is that being built now? Here comes Folkes again, Zach Folkes, and it's played away defensively by Atkinson up on the offside. So construction is well underway. is
Well
it?
underway, yeah, well underway.
But
Looks
it won't be finished.
No, it won't be finished till next for the Ashes. I think that's when it's set for. But it's well on its way now, hole in the ground, and it's got a lot of machinery going on. And
Is that actually on the boundary, or is it just behind? There's still a stand in front, isn't there?
no, they've took the whole stand away.
Oh.
Yeah, the whole stand's gone away.
Does that reduce the capacity?
Yeah, but the stand will go back up against it.
Oh, I see. Okay. Pushed away defensively by Atkinson once more. Right.
The
so
2-tier that's there, the two tier,
Yeah.
the big one. That I think that there's a stand going up, which is going to go as high as up towards the 1st tier, and then bedrooms and hotel rooms all.
So there will still be the same capacity. The stand
Yes.
will be in front of the.
I think the capacity will be more,
Ah.
because if you remember that in front of below them hospitality boxes, there wasn't actually that much from a bank of seats point of view.
Here is Zach Folkes again outside the off stump, and left alone by Atkinson, taken by Tom Blundell. There's no run. So you will actually be able to watch the cricket from bed.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to watch it again.
If you're
Yeah.
prepared to pay your
It's a
650 quid a
650
night.
quid a night. Yeah, I think like Old Trafford and Ageas Bowl now it's a bit like South Africa. You get a ticket with a bedroom.
Yeah, well, not quite
Not quite,
the
let's
same.
say. It actually might cost you more in relative terms for the value for money for
Times
what it has.
exchange
Yeah,
rate,
exchange rate,
22
yeah.
and a half. Here is Zach Folkes again, and forward comes Atkinson, playing defensively, and there's no run. Very quickly before you go, other grounds with hotels on them: Bristol, Derby,
Bristol, Derby.
Northampton.
No, I don't think
No,
Northampton
no,
have got
no.
one.
Bristol and Derby do, don't
A lot of-
Leicester.
Leicester do. There's a lot of them have.
They've got a travel lodge, I
Yeah,
think.
there's a lot of them have their boxes have got. You have rooms. Used to have rooms here. The boxes underneath us used to be rooms. I remember doing. Before one air tour, we practiced in the indoor school here, but these were our bedrooms in the executive boxes.
flicked away down the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4. Might be leg byes. Let's see what the signal is. No, Rod Tucker signals 4 runs, so a little inside edge from Gus Atkinson. It's ricocheted off his pad down to fine leg, down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And well, they're all very, very welcome runs for England now. Harry Brooks' dismissal has put New Zealand in prime position for another possibly match and series winning first innings lead, as they achieved at the Oval first innings lead of exactly 100 there. As I said, 8 out of 10 test matches with a first innings lead of 100 plus result in that team winning. Most of the others are drawn. Steered away behind square on the offside, tumbling stop in the gully from Devon Conway, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. England 327 for 7, still trailing by 111. Harry Brooks dismissed. Zach Folkes, I think, has been tremendous, absolutely tremendous. More and more seam movement. Jarry Kimber's alongside me just for a second because I'm making way for John Norman, but this test match is accelerating in a way that we normally only see in the subcontinent.
Yeah, I could see that, and just then they were just showing close-ups of where Zach Folkes was landing the ball, and the you could see the indentations are crusting over. You're getting white marks. In fact, I could see the white marks on the pitch from where the ball's hit it from this distance. Beautiful ball here from Sears is guided out to point by Jofra Archer. No run. Angling that one back in. Well, struck by Archer as well. Yeah, you can actually see some of the white marks on the wicket just looking at it. I think we talked about this yesterday. I had a discussion with Mick Newell, who I think is the director of cricket here at Notts. Knows this pitch about as well as anyone who doesn't actually cut it himself. And he said sometimes you get indentations here and they don't do anything, but he did think that the extreme heat might change things. And I think it's fair to say the extreme heat has changed things. It certainly made John Norman hotter than he needed to be.
Sears in, and Archer's going to play a few shots, I think. Just jabs the back down, takes a single down to long leg. Extreme heat, that's kind of the stereotype when you're in Australia about Queenslanders, isn't it? The heat's affected them a touch. Isn't that right? Isn't that one of the more unkind stereotypes attributed to people from Queensland?
Australians talk very quick, as anyone who's ever listened to me will know.
I don't think you speak quickly. I think you speak loudly.
No, I speak quick.
Okay. It's just not something I've...
You've told me to speak slower before.
Have I? I've told you to... Pushed out to mid-wicket, no run. Anyway, carry on.
I've slowed down a lot for broadcasting over the years, but I talk a lot quicker outside of it. Go back, have a look at the early YouTube videos I made. They are at a speed. But yeah, Queenslanders speak the slowest of Australians. They definitely slow their speech down, and that's the humidity.
Is it a drawl? Like in America, southern drawl.
Yeah, I used to call Queensland New Texas. There is
Well, there you go then, yeah.
So there is a bit of that, I think. Never quite caught on.
Well, still time. There's Atkinson, and this is played down to fine leg, where... Is that Will... Oh no, so O'Rourke is back on the field. 4 overs until the second new ball. 329 for 7, England. And they've been quite happy just to push the singles for much of the back end of their innings. Very different from yesterday. But I just wonder, with a deficit of 109, maybe if one of these two were to go, then suddenly they might just start to expand their stroke play. I don't think Archer's just going to hang around, though. Just got that feeling as he's driving up to mid-off. A little flourish. Must admit, I wasn't seeing the game play out this way today. I think we felt that maybe on days 4 and 5 things might start to happen, but England played with such ease yesterday. But in saying that, I suppose the last hour or so they slowed down a touch, didn't they?
Gary put a really good stat in the chat, Gary Morgan.
Sears is in, yet to pick up a wicket. That's short, wide, and crashed away. Good. Oh, he's made an absolute mess of it.
Who was it? Who was the fielder, John?
Yeah,
John,
I know.
who was the fielder?
Well, he hasn't had the greatest of times with the bat, and he's been wretched in the field. Wretched Ravindra. He has reached this ball. It was hit powerfully.
I thought it hit the middle of his hands. I don't really know how.
Well, he's run across, and
I still don't know
still
how they
don't
got
know
through.
how he's managed to not stop that ball. It's 4 runs from the bat. Archer moves to 5. Atkinson's 15. 3-3-3 for 7, and New Zealand lead by 105.
I think the biggest issue I have as a cricket watcher is that I expect the ball to be fielded. So when I see something like that, I start to look away. So I could see he was going to cover it easily from our angle. So I started to look away because I was like, well, obviously he's going to stop that. So I still haven't seen how it actually got through him. So Folkes is off. Santner is back. Got a couple of right-handed tail-enders in at the moment. Big boundary out to mid-wicket that is empty. In fact, as I say that, Ben Sears comes around a lot straighter.
And Mitchell Santner about to bowl. Atkinson just blocks this out and actually turns it around the corner quite nicely. Leg slip has to run round Tom Latham to field. That brings Archer on strike.
So I just want to talk about what Folkes was doing because it's really fascinating. He's just finished his spell. It's quite a long spell, I think, in the end from Zach Folkes. So I asked for an apple, but we don't seem to have an apple. I would have thought Harmy would bring apples in, but no apples for Harmy.
Here is Santner. Oh, this bat pad would have gobbled that up. There's a run-out opportunity, but an absolute Horlicks of a mistake from Tom Latham. Archer was ball watching. He's just clipped this to the left of leg slip, and he's just watching the ball. Atkinson is almost up to the stumps, and Archer's stayed where he is. It's the simplest of all run-outs if only Latham can stop the ball cleanly, and he's just run past it. Defended this time by Atkinson back to the bowler.
Yeah, it was the inside edge onto the pad, so Jofra was like, oh, that's going up in the air, am I going to be caught? Whereas Atkinson was like, that is in the gap, let's run. I'm not sure there was quite a run there. I'm not sure they needed to run there, but Latham just couldn't get his hand on it.
This time pushed out to mid-wicket. Atkinson with 1 foot behind the crease, with Blundell up behind the stumps, of course, to the spinner. Mitchell at first slip, and there's Latham there as well on the leg side. Another missed opportunity for New Zealand. Pushed back to the bowler, this time by Atkinson. Are you talking about Zach Folkes?
I will be after this ball.
Santner's waiting for you to talk about him.
What is Santner doing?
He's just picking at the ball, I think, studying it. He does things at his own pace and defended back to the bowler. No run.
I'd use your words more carefully. I'm not sure he was picking at the ball, although he might have been.
Maybe picking some dirt out of the set. Oh no, you can't even do that.
He's not supposed to be doing that. I think he was doing that, by the way, but he should have given it back to the umpire. So Folkes is an in-swing bowler. So if you've ever seen him bowl before, generally he swings the ball back in over and over again. And especially in white ball cricket, you'll see creates this incredible angle because he bowls from the middle of the crease, and so it's very hard to play. We talked about him being similar to someone like Mike Proctor with that weird sort of off the wrong step action. Generally people who have that action swing the ball back in. But what happened today is that when the ball wasn't swinging, there was a little bit of a reverse early on. What he actually decided was not to worry about the reverse at all, and he started bowling a cross seam delivery or a 3/4 seam delivery.
I wish we did have this apple. This is blocked out to cover by Archer, no run.
I'll try and do it with my fingers for the camera. But essentially, when you're bowling a wobble ball, you're trying to keep the seam roughly a little bit straight. So obviously you want it to jiggle. So Louis Theroux reference, anyone needs it there. But you want the seam to keep fairly straight up like this. When you bowl the 3/4 seam, the seam is more on a diagonal. So it's almost facing, I don't want to say leg gully, it's almost backward square leg is where it's going. And the idea is that when you bowl that ball,
as Sears bowls another kind of ball, it's defended into the leg side.
You kind of get 2 bites of the cherry because you get the seam movement sideways, so it's similar to the wobble ball. You still get a little bit of lateral movement, but also because the seam is almost horizontal, you sometimes can land the ball on the seam and get the bounce. And what he was doing at his best today is he was angling the ball in like he normally does as an in-swing bowler, but then it was hitting the seam and popping up, but also moving away when it was going laterally. So he was almost bowling
a wobble ball and a cross seamer. Pushed out to mid-off by Archer, no run.
Yeah, it was almost like a carom ball in some ways. Is carom ball the right? Yeah, almost like a deucer or a carom ball, because it's angling in and then going away, but from a right arm action. And the reason the ball goes away when Zach Folks does that is because his natural swing is in. Most people, when so Tim Murto played for Ireland and Middlesex. He bowled away swing and his wobble ball would come back in. That's the normal thing. Most people bowl away swing and their wobble ball seams back in.
Sears again, and Archer blocks this out to mid-wicket again. No run, 335 for 7, England.
But because Folks actually swings the ball in naturally, his wobble ball goes the other way. So it makes him a really, really fascinating bowler, because there aren't that many test bowlers left who are in-swing bowlers. So he's only bowling at, what, 78, 79, 82 maybe he got to? Does that sound about right, pace-wise?
Yep.
But he could swing the new ball, although he didn't have to in this test because he didn't get access to it because he obviously wasn't picked originally and came in for Blair Tickner. But later on, he has the ability to bowl that three-quarter seam wobble ball as well.
Sears again, and again it's defended by Archer, no run.
And what made it particularly dangerous today is the inconsistent bounce. So he's not always going to have the kind of impact that he did on today's bowling. Oh, we finally got an apple. That's almost too late. It's a very cold apple. Have you stolen this from someone? Stolen this from someone. It makes him a very, very dangerous bowler because he can always get some kind of lateral movement, whether that be swinging it in or seaming it away.
Okay, I've got a question for you in a second as Sears comes in and up on his toes, forcing through. Point is Archer, who takes a single and moves to 7.
Is this a pink lady?
So, I don't know, or maybe a royal gala.
Okay.
I don't think it's a Brabourne.
Oh, it's not a Brabourne.
No.
Definitely not a Granny Smith.
It's definitely not a Granny Smith.
I don't even know why I mentioned it.
Or a Golden Delicious.
Yeah.
So there's, to my eyes, when he started playing, Zach Folks reminded me a little bit of Trent Boult, like a right-handed or right arm Trent Boult, and it was that kind of late movement that he was getting with the new ball. How would Trent Boult go about? What was his
well, Trent
angle
Boult,
of attack?
One of the reasons you're saying that is because Trent Boult swings it in the same direction.
So that's that's where it was coming from.
Yeah, because most people don't. Right? So most left-arm bowlers are swinging the ball back into right-handers.
Yeah. Here is Santner, and Archer's pushing this out. So
whereas most right-arm bowlers swing the ball away from right-handers.
Exactly. So when England first played Zach Folks, I think that's one of the reasons why he has such great success, because they weren't expecting him to swing the ball in the direction that he did. As he goes for a big shot, does Archer. It's over pitch to touch and laced to deep mid-off. It's fielded.
Who threw that?
Is that Conway?
That's a huge one. It was Conway. He just piffed it at the other end. It ended up at short leg. It could have gone for 4. I don't even know why he threw it that hard at Atkinson's end.
Well, it reached him so quickly. He maybe have thought that Atkinson, if he was a bit slow to get going, who is defending back to the bowler, no run.
They might have had a conversation about this because of Atkinson's running a couple of times. Smith almost ran him out earlier too. So there might have just been a conversation of we can catch him.
But Trent Boult wasn't and isn't particularly fast either, is he?
A lot faster than Zach Folks.
How fast is Trent Boult? This is drawing Atkinson forward again. Just a little flourish, a flick of the wrist from Mitchell Santner.
About 4 or 5 years ago, when I had a look, he bowled most of the fastest balls that New Zealand had bowled outside of Lockie Ferguson. So sort of he can get to low 90s,
which is why he's such a threat. Is there a genuine edge there? Propping forward is Atkinson. That goes well to the right of Daryl Mitchell, the lone slip on the offside at least. So that's another run, and England now trail by 100. What would be a par score here, would you say? Sorry, by par, I mean, I'll explain that in a second. I'm sure you know what I'm about to say. Again, just reaching a touch and is sent back this time, Archer. How close to New Zealand's score do you think England need to get to feel that they are? It's an even game.
In front.
Definitely.
Just the wicket's just going to get worse, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But England bat differently to. Well, they're batting quite similarly actually.
Yeah.
Today, but certainly against a new ball. But then the pitch. I mean, the pitch
If
has
you can
changed
get,
quite
if you can get
quickly,
within
hasn't it?
50 or 60 and take new ball wickets, you probably feel comfortable. But you would need those two things to happen. I don't think England can't sit in like they did in the first innings, because otherwise New Zealand could end up at, with the 200-run lead, 2 or 3 wickets down. So it really does have to be a combination of getting as close as possible and getting genuine new ball success. And we've really not had any new ball success.
Here is Sears, who induces a full shot from Atkinson, who's lasted 56 deliveries in batting away for 17 runs.
So we've had 3 new balls in this game, and we've had Emilio Gay and Henry Nicholls. The only 2 guys have gone out to newish balls.
Yeah,
I mean, I know
no,
Ratchin did, but that wasn't a new ball dismissal. That was a terrible dismissal.
Yeah, that was bad. Oh yeah, Henry Nicholls, you're right, the second new ball. What about the second new ball? I know this is, we're just approaching the second.
We haven't
new
got
ball.
there yet.
Yeah, Sears is in, and this is on the pads, and there's a shout for leg before, but and it's being pursued behind the stumps, even though Sears is walking back. He thinks it's going down the leg side, but Blundell's not so sure.
I'm much more with Blundell than Mitchell here. I thought it was much straighter. He never showed any interest. They're going to review this.
They are
There we go.
reviewing it. It's interesting, isn't it?
Do you hear that? Latham just went, you reckon? Done. Teeth done.
Blundell was forcing that, and Mitchell as well. Behind the stumps, they all went up.
Did you not think it was really straight too?
Yeah, but I went with the bowler.
The ball went out
Do you know
on
what
the
I
leg
thought?
side.
I thought the bowlers, the way that Sears just turned around, I thought he must have hit it. Because the batter's got his back to us. So that was my initial thought. Straight into touch. But I don't think it's straightened enough, is it?
Can you Aldridge confirm back?
No, it's going to be clipping at best.
The New Zealand fielders are making their way back to their marks.
There's basically, he steps across his feet, his pads here, so his front leg is outside the line, which is what tricked, I think, Mitchell and Blundell a little bit there. But once that ball goes out on, it's not even hit, it's not even getting close to the leg side. Once that ball is going out on the leg side off the pads, generally, it means it's going down.
That's a review lost, and they don't have any left. So, well, we'll see whether that comes back to cost New Zealand. England still have 3 remaining. And Ben Sears continuing from the Stewart Broad end. Oh, it's a slashing drive, and it's gone through. First slip and gully and down to the boundary for 4. That's the first shot in anger that we've seen from Gus Atkinson today.
Well, it's under 100. But yeah, just slashed that away. So I'll just quickly to go back to what I was talking about before. So generally you're holding the ball, if you imagine that the apple is the seam in this situation, you're holding it fairly straight. You might tilt it in either direction depending on where you want to swing it. Whereas the 3/4 seam, you're actually tilting it massively. And that's the difference. And that's what Folkes was doing today.
Here is Sears, and again a forcing shot from Atkinson, but no timing, and it's defended in the covers.
It's a delivery that Kyle Mills came up with, we believe. He passed it to Tim Southey. Mohammad Siraj is probably the best current bowler that does it, and so it's a really good skill for folks to be able to have. A lot of bowlers feel that quite often you'll see, in fact, Bolt delivered it, and I think Mitchell Stark might deliver it. Some bowlers struggle with the wobble ball. They feel like they can't control the ball properly, whereas they feel with a 3/4 seam, they can control it a little bit more. And it does have, as we said, multiple different ways of getting you out.
Here is Sears, and again crunched away by Atkinson. It's just see ball, hit ball from Atkinson for the last 3 deliveries, but no timing. And that was the point of the cross seam ball. Gave the bowler better control, didn't it?
Well, the cross seam you would go even further, so you would actually have it there, right?
Yeah.
So if you think of the 3/4 seam, you've got a little elements of both. It doesn't seem, if You've seen a lot of Mohamed Siraj. You see, quite often he just comes in and the ball just goes dead straight. And then occasionally he gets one to rag sideways, and that's usually when it hits the corner of the seam.
Last ball of the over, left alone by Atkinson. Shoulders, arms. Some excitement in the over. 4 runs coming from it. Atkinson, a review, a leg before wicket from Sears. Well, Sears didn't want it, but Latham Blundell did. New Zealand have lost that review, and the second new ball has been called for.
And straight away, so it was actually quite funny watching them in the slips. I think that ball went through to Blundell, and he threw it to Mitchell, who just shrugged his arms and let it hit the ground before Conway didn't realise what was happening. So he picked it up and went around, and they went, no, we're leaving it for the umpires. The fourth official has come out, and so Smith straight back into the attack. So did Santner bowl 1 or 2?
2 overs, was it? Yeah.
O'Rourke's been warming up as well, so we expect both the seams to come back in. We've got 2 slips and a gully in place, and deep backward squares just coming into the ring now. Smith's just made an interesting move there in the field. He's swapped Will O'Rourke and Mitch Santner from mid-off to mid-on. Oh, I can see why now.
2 slips and a gully in place as Smith is in, and he beats Jofra Archer first up. And this really has been a nigh on perfect day for New Zealand so far, that at no point did Tom Latham feel like he had to take Foulkes and Sears out of the attack. Santner only got a couple towards the back end, and now that second new ball is here. O'Rourke and Smith have had a good rest, and New Zealand will hope they can knock over these last 3 wickets pretty quickly and get out there and back.
It's still not easy just to run through people, though, is it? So, you know, they're still having to work for it.
Yeah, the fact that Atkinson's faced 60-odd deliveries has pushed forward his Archer. It sets off quickly, and he wants 2. He comes back, and the ball coming in from deep point wasn't quick enough to stop him from completing those 2 runs. Archer moves to 10, the score 3-4-4 for 7.
Yeah, it's good running by Archer there. Now, have they changed the field again? Where has Mitch Santner gone now? Has he gone to mid-wicket? Okay. Well, Santner's moved twice in 2 balls.
And Smith is in, and Archer again will take a single. He's using his height well, isn't he? He's coming forward, and there are singles there. Just pushing this square of the wicket, and comes through for 193 runs the difference between the 2 sides. England 345 for 7. 4 wickets in the morning, and Harry Brook has gone since the lunch break. New Zealand have been frustrated by some lower order runs. Here is Smith, and that sounds good. Ball hitting the meat of the bat. That's the thing, at times when you've watched this game, O'Rourke, he batted for what, 38 deliveries before he was dismissed. Atkinson's faced 62 balls. And of course, there was so many runs from the openers, apart from poor old Emilio Gay. Sun's out here at Trent Bridge. Does seem to make a bit of a difference, didn't it? It was cloud above was a touch heavier in the morning. Probably some relief for the New Zealand bowlers as Smith gets one past the outside edge of Atkinson, who looked a touch flat-footed there, prodding at the ball, but he's remains 21 not out.
Yeah, so we've had 2 beat the outside edge, and the other 3 pretty much hit the middle of the bat so far. Let's have a look. Yeah, just a little bit of curve away there. Natural outswing. It's one of the things we were talking about before with Smith. It makes him so dangerous. He does have the ability to move the ball in the air, off the pitch, in both directions.
Smith again, and Atkinson getting up on his toes and defending. You follow the global game, obviously. What's the team that you enjoy watching the most at the moment in Test cricket?
That's a very good question. I suppose Pakistan have been interesting of recent times, haven't they? Partly because of the way they've played their tests. Like they tried to baseball themselves for a little while. Then they made their pitches spin, and then they lost the games that they should have won. I think a full-strength New Zealand I really like. Fully fit full-strength New Zealand would be up there. Although the batting's not as sexy, is it?
Well, South Africa are pretty good to watch at the moment.
South Africa were my must-watch team for about 2 or 3 years. But they're maybe too good.
They've got batting now. They've always had bowling.
They had no batting.
O'Rourke and Archer pushes this out to mid-off for no run. 345 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, it probably still is them. West Indies were on my list for ages. They had, really interesting bowling, and their batting is still fascinating and weird at times. But yeah, no, it probably would be still South Africa. South Africa can kind of keep you interested the whole time too, because they don't have a long batting lineup. So even when they're batting well, you're like, could be a collapse.
O'Rourke running in. Oh, there's a little bit of an inside edge. On the drive is Archer, beats square leg with Nathan Smith. That fine leg running around to prevent a boundary. So a couple more runs though. 347 for 7, and as England inch closer, you can imagine the crowd are going to get behind the team that much more. Certainly felt sorry for the crowd here on day one. 2 full sessions without a wicket to cheer. Ended pretty well. But certainly the entertainment has been high on days 2 and so far on day 3, and the promise of much more to come. Yeah, South Africa are a good team to watch. If the bat poking in the air. Haven't seen that happen for a while, have we?
No. Sri Lanka have played some good cricket over the last couple of years. They're a fascinating team. I see my man Danajaya De Silva made 100 just recently.
Yes, he sent you a shirt, didn't he?
He did.
Our friend Mark Mercado transported it from Sri Lanka to southeast London for you. Host of the Murali Pod. There's a leg slip in place for Archer, who's playing very nicely indeed. Short, the back of a length delivery, and Archer watches it all the way into the middle of the bat and just hits it straight back to O'Rourke, who fields, and walks to the top of his mark. Would have been nice to have got another couple of years of Trent Boult in international cricket. I think of all the players that have been lost to the game, he's probably the one that's most missed. Son of Narayan as well. Narayan never did it really at test level though, did he? Oh, he's dropped in his follow through. Driven by Archer. And those ones either stick or they don't. Got 2 hands to it, but he was quite close to the batter by the time it reached him.
Yeah, it hit him. I think it hit high up on the bat. Yeah, it seems to. You can hear the noise it made.
Do you know what happened there? I think he thought it was going
faster
towards his face.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he's cut his finger as well.
Might be a fingernail one though. Yeah, there's a lot of blood out there. Do we have a blood rule in cricket? Because he's actively bleeding at the moment, and he's about to pick up a cricket ball and bowl it at someone.
It looks like he's bleeding in his right hand as well. In again, and this is defended by Archer this time. Yeah, I think that O'Rourke thought Archer had middled it and it was going straight for his head, so actually put his hands up to protect his face, and then at the last minute realised that he hadn't timed it at all. It actually, the bat had turned in Archer's hands. It was a simpler catch than he thought, but by that point he wasn't in position to take the catch. That is drinks, so the first hour's up. Manners is about to come in alongside Steve Harmison, who no doubt has been sitting back listening to us talk about, or you talk about wobble balls, cross-seam balls and the rest. Oh, it's Coney, is it? Oh, Jared's staying on. Did you know there was a rabbit called a coney rabbit?
No, but Jeremy Coney showed me pictures earlier.
Yeah. Only found out today as well.
There is a pterodactyl too, isn't there?
No, there isn't. Manners is coming in.
There's a pterodactyl. Lovely breeze here today. It's a lot stronger. It was noticeable last night. I think that was probably when the cool change came in. I walked back and it was much more pleasant. But I talked to some of the people who were in the stands for the first 2 days, and they said even though it was hotter on day 2, they found it a lot more comfortable because of the breeze. Far fewer people reaching for IV drips and medical supplies today, for sure. But even last night, I think once that breeze came in, it was much more enjoyable out there. But clearly that the sun has baked the pitch, and even at, what are we up to, 26, 27, 28 degrees today, I don't think that's going to go away. I think the pitch will get worse and worse as the game goes on. I think it's a full house for today and tomorrow. Scott, is that right? Full house of both? I know today was supposed to be a full house, so I'm assuming tomorrow is as well. So really good crowds. Good over there by O'Rourke. So not bad for the 2 New Zealand seamers. They get the new ball, they get a warm up, go and have a drink, and now they need to come back and bowl again. Neil Manthorpe's here. The Neil Manthorpe. Did you have a Cumberland sausage?
I did not have a Cumberland sausage, nor the mash, nor the gravy, nor any of the...
So the first time
lunch.
they make edible food and you don't eat it?
Well, John Norman and producer
Don't
Scott
listen to John Norman.
They've discovered a Cornish bakery very, very close to our hotel, and some of the food from there was not only outstanding but very filling. So anyway, rather you talked about Zach Folkes and Nathan Smith and why they've been able to extract so much movement from this pitch. It's deteriorated, as you've just described, and there are indentations and the footmarks have become deeper and deeper, but I think it's something to do with their actions. And with Nathan Smith, I mean, he's a very fine purveyor of the wobble seam delivery, but I think Zach Folkes has got something about him as well. And the one that he bowled to Ben Stokes moved a very, very long way. That's hit something. That's hit an indentation on the pitch. I mean, there's no way that that's coming from the wrist or the seam.
That was a footmark, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked about it before, just before we came on air. In fact, we had an apple. And I tried to, as best I could, show the difference between a wobble ball and a 3/4 seam wobble ball.
It is Nathan Smith continuing, and Gus Atkinson, after the drinks break, drives this one up towards mid-on. It's gone straight to Ben Sears, the sun-hatted Ben Sears. There's no run. It's overcast at the moment, little patches of blue sky, but high grey. It's not really cloud, is it? It's just sort of overcast, really. But the breeze is making it feel less humid than it is, but we haven't seen a great deal of swing, if any. Little isolated moments of reverse swing, but it soon seems to disappear. 347 for 7. England trailing by 91 runs now. Nathan Smith in again, bowls. That's driven down the ground by Gus Atkinson, who's got a very simple technique. He's got what I would describe as the classic number 8 technique. So minimum of everything. Minimum foot movement, minimum backswing. Just simple, like a sort of Ashley Giles, you know what I mean? John Embury was the first one I remember. Just simple, watch the ball, hit it.
Isn't it John Embury that when Athers made his debut at tea, John Embury had a
pint of lager shandy?
Was it shandy? Yeah. I was going to say, I thought it was shandy. I was trying to remember the exact...
sorry, it was a bitter shandy.
Oh.
Yeah,
we apologise to John Embury.
Steered away by Atkinson into the gully. I mean, Michael Atherton still chuckles when he tells the story. He made his Test debut and sitting at tea was John Embury with a pint of bitter shandy, and the fresh out of Fenners at Cambridge University. Atherton says, "What's that, John? Is that a pint of beer?" And Embry looks slightly nonplussed and says, "What? We'll always have a pint of bitter shandy at tea." This is incredible. What year was that? 1991, wasn't it? 91, I think. How times have changed. They just have lots more to drink after play these days. And comes Nathan Smith outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Gus Atkinson.
I think people in the Football World Cup would be a lot more happy, Manez, if the hydration break was just everyone having shandy.
I was talking about Zach Folkes, and the dismissal that he got Harry Brook with, bowled, was no less impressive really than the one that Nathan Smith Zach Folkes, dismissed Ben Stokes with. So England hanging on here, desperately trying to reduce the deficit now to something manageable, and I think that'll be 50. That's driven by Atkinson up to Ravindra at mid-off. He has a shy at the stumps. Well, Jofra Archer, because Ravindra was so deep at mid-off, thought that would be a single, but Atkinson was on his heels, of course, because he'd played the shot, and he timed it very, very nicely indeed. Ravindra at mid-off didn't have to attack the ball. It came to him extremely quickly. He picked it up, had a shy at the stumps, and for a moment Archer was in danger at the non-striker's end. Then he suddenly thought there might be an overthrow, but it was backed up. So the score remains after all that, 347 for 7. Gus Atkinson 21, Jofra Archer 13. Deficit is 91 at the moment. Just take it in tens, down to 80, 70. Just plod along, try and get as close as possible. Steered away by Atkinson very nicely. Behind square on the offside, and they go through for an easy single. Atkinson will keep the strike. New Zealand's lead at the Oval exactly 100, and they went on, of course, to win by 253. They would be strong favourites to win again if their lead remains in the region of 90, which it is currently. But if they can, England somehow can scramble another 40 at least from the last 3 wickets, that lead down to 50, then they can hope that their seam attack can be as effective as New Zealand's on a deteriorating pitch, and particularly if it continues to deteriorate and even deteriorate more quickly and noticeably than it has done at the moment. Down the leg side is Will O'Rourke, first delivery back, and Atkinson has a swish and a miss at this one. It's taken by Tom Blundell. Jeremy Coney, we're accustomed to seeing test matches accelerate in terms of the number of wickets per day on the subcontinent. I think we could be in for something quite similar, judging by what's happened today, day 3. If we get more deterioration of the surface on days 4 and 5, there could be a collapse or two in the offing.
I think it's not beyond the realms of possibility at all. From what we've seen of the movement today.
O'Rourke in again, bowls. Atkinson chops this one away, no run.
I thought Brook played a pretty good innings today. He looked as if he was collecting more to me, and he wasn't charging because, of course, Blundell was behind the stumps a lot, and you kind of steal yards from the batsman if the keeper's up, and bowlers can then bowl their more usual line and length, and so that ball's got time to do something. But I thought he played quite a solid innings today.
Chips up in the air, dropped by Ben Sears at mid-on. It was too easy and it dipped on him. It wasn't coming as quickly as he thought. Chipped up by Atkinson. Sears, it's just one of those ones, is it coming? How quickly is it coming? How quick? And then it dipped on him at the end, but it was still at bootlace height, wasn't it? And it's just slipped through his hands.
Goodness me. This is a full ball, and Atkinson's just flicked it up in the air. He actually he misjudges it too, if that's possible for a man in it mid-on, because he can see that it's actually falling a little before him, but then he stays where he is, and so he has to bend at the last moment.
bouncer from O'Rourke now, and Atkinson sees it early and ducks underneath it.
That's a simple catch you expect to be
we've
held.
all been in that situation,
Yeah.
though, haven't we? When it just, you can't pick up the pace that it's coming to you. And I'm not saying that that's not in any way an excuse. I mean, it's an embarrassing drop, really is. It's a shocker, really, and the fact that it's gone straight through his hands. I'm not even sure it touched. Didn't get them together.
No.
Oh dear. Life for Gus Atkinson on 22. 3:48 for 7. The deficit is 90 now, as Will O'Rourke is about 2 or 3 yards away from his delivery strides. And did Gus Atkinson back away, or did he just have the run up wrong? Either way, he's aborted. Has to go back to the top of his run up. 3:48 for 7.
I don't really know what to say more about that catch, everybody. It's just been chipped straight to him at mid-on. He didn't have to move in terms laterally at all. It was just there straight to him, and he needed one pace forward and it would have been comfortable.
O'Rourke in again. Atkinson swings hard at this. May have tried to hit it too hard. There's width on offer from O'Rourke. It's back of a length, and he's tried to swat it through the offside. It was quite a lusty swing from Atkinson. Makes no contact. He remains on 22. I was describing earlier his there's the sort of a mode of batting for number 8s that is quite simple, quite uncomplicated. It's a sort of see ball, hit ball, and there have been many effective number 8s over the years who like a minimum foot movement and quite uncomplicated. Here we go, there's Atkinson once more, just sort of stands still in the crease and whacks it up towards mid-off. I was telling Jared Kimber the first one I remember was John Embury. Didn't move much at all. Very effective and hit quite a high percentage of boundaries. It wasn't the kind of nudger and nurdler and quick single taker, but just stay there, and if it was a good ball, block it. Minimum of everything. Ashley Giles was another very good one. New Zealand have had a few over the years. You can do both jobs. He can stand there and whack it, and he can block it. Very simply. Good eye. Anyone come to mind?
Well, during the period that I played, someone like, well, sometimes Richard might be at 8, and more likely 7.
Nathan Smith begins a new over. Jofra Archer defends it again, no run.
In which case it might be Ian Smith. Ian Smith might have been number 8. Or
he was batting at 9 when
9
he made
sometime.
his 170.
Yes, he was. Yeah, mate, that particular day. Or Cairns, Lance Cairns, whether he was 10.
I didn't see him blocking
or whether
it
he
much.
was 8. No, he could bat though. I remember the year he got a 60, saving the match against England.
Nathan Smith runs away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end. It's a nice cover drive from Jofra Archer. Hey, really confident stride into the ball and pushed it away through extra cover. Didn't hit it for all it's worth, all he was worth, and he picks up 2. Brings up to 350 for England and brings that deficit down to 88. 350 for 7. Atkinson 22. Jofra Archer up to 15 now.
Yeah, that was a nice stroke, wasn't it? I mean, there was a touch of elegance of not over-hitting the ball.
Nathan Smith once again has it back in hand, and he's up to the crease now. Bowls edged, gone, taken at first slip. Daryl Mitchell straight in the breadbasket. As we have said on a number of occasions, he is very, very good when the catches come straight to him. It's when it's either side then they become problematic, but he's a good poucher of catches anywhere in line with his torso, from his head to his toes. If it's in a straight line, he catches them. And that was good delivery from Nathan Smith. Jofra Archer didn't do a great deal wrong that I could see anyway. It was a good ball, and he's quicker than he looks, Nathan Smith. He's bowling the same pace as Ben Sears, but because he's shorter and skiddier, that one bounced, didn't it?
It did bounce. It surprised Jofra Archer with that bounce. He was looking to come forward, and then because it did and got a little bit big on him, he just had to play, and the hands went up, and the bat just opened slightly, the face of the bat, and it went from there through to Mitchell. Comfortable height, two hands. And does it disturb the surface a little bit as it makes contact? No, I just think that it just hits it hard enough that that it gets that bounce. And he's really a rhythm bowler, isn't he? He's a momentum bowler. It's not a big gather, whereas you think of Sears, for example, as a big gather, hasn't he? As he's working towards that leap that he has before he bowls. Smith is not like that. Smith runs hard, and he uses the pace that he runs in at to increase the pace of his delivery, and he runs through the crease. Not a big gather at all. So he surprises batsmen, I think, sometimes with that little bit of extra pace. He's got 4 wickets here. He's got probably the most wickets in the series, I would say. Smith, because he got that 6 or so, and he got wickets also in the second test.
He certainly got most on tour, because he took 6 against Ireland as well. Here is Nathan Smith again, bowls to Josh Tongue, the new batsman, 350 for 8. He's forward defending, out to extra cover, and there's no run once more. Gus Atkinson now on 22. Be interesting to see whether he tries to hit a few more and chase a few more boundaries, or whether he just carries on batting sensibly. Can understand why Daryl Mitchell is the regular first slipper, as I say, because he's got good hands. It's just that, you know, if the ball comes straight to him, he'll catch it every time. It's just if it's either side of him, or I mean, you can always get better, I suppose. You know, whatever endeavour it is that you're doing at cricket, you can be very good at something. It doesn't mean you can't get better, even better. 350 for 8. Next one from Smith is defended again by Josh Tongue, and there's no run. It's a really welcome cooling breeze. Quite a stiff breeze from time to time, gusting.
What may be interesting, if we look at the movement today from this surface, from Folkes particularly, it's an interesting angle he gets almost beyond the perpendicular above his head as well. Now, of course, Tongue, the man who's facing at the moment, does that as well.
Nathan Smith in again, good delivery, pushing defending outside the off stump from Tongue, beaten, no run.
And I just wonder whether that angle into the surface of the pitch and there to get some movement, which we saw from Folkes earlier today, to bring about a number of dismissals, didn't he? He bowled Harry Brook. He got Stokes bowled, of course, coming around the wicket, and that came back in quite dramatically to hit middle and off. And so Folkes, that kind of delivery he gets, there are people in the England side who have that same kind of, I mean, even Stokes, who leans over at delivery as well.
And Tongue.
And Tongue, that's what I mentioned, Tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those two bowlers might have the same effect on this pitch as we've already seen Folkes have.
Halfway through his run up there, Will O'Rourke had to abort because Atkinson backed away, and the man holding up play is the steward, who's in charge of making sure that people don't get up and down in their seats behind the bowler's arm. There he is in his Notts shirt and black tie, swished away by Atkinson into the offside, and there's no run. Nathan Smith, 14 wickets, is the leading wicket taker in the series. Matt Henry has 12, 11 of them at the Oval.
Well, it would have been interesting, wouldn't it, in terms of Matt Henry that first day when he had a back spasm and could only bowl 4 overs at Lords on that very first day of the series. That might have been, it might have been the leader himself by now, really.
Oh, with 11 at the Oval, would be surprised if he wasn't the leading wicket taker in the series. Here is Will O'Rourke, and that's pushed away square of the wicket on the offside by Gus Atkinson. As I say, very simple, very effective technique, and a test century is enough evidence of the fact that he can bat. That coming at Lords, couple of years ago. 351 for 8 now, and the deficit is 87. That's still very significant in my estimation. It has to be a guesstimation. 87 on a pitch deteriorating.
Third best score would be in the Test match. An 87.
Yeah, right.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yes. Yes. that's enough of a clue to the fact that it could well be a match-deciding number. As it's going to become 86 now, though, because Josh Tongue gets an inside edge to a lifter from Will O'Rourke, and it trickles away behind square on the leg side. Tongue is off the mark from his 4th delivery. Atkinson now has 23. Tale of woe for England today, losing 2 wickets in the first 2 overs of the day. Both Joe Root and Jacob Bethell departing for their overnight scores of 21 and 74, but there's been some excellent bowling from a seam attack that is enjoying more movement from Nathan Smith and Zach Folkes in particular than England managed. Oh, that one is chipped up in the air. It's just over the head of Will O'Rourke. How frustrating for the big man. He's 6'8", but even that wasn't enough. Atkinson, was that a leading edge? Oh, it looked like a leading edge.
Yes, it was. So he's just got the leading edge perfected here. He's just looked to play it leg side, hit the leading edge over and bouncing short of mid-off. Perfect. Couldn't do it better if he hoped.
Little lob wedge on the side of the green, popped it straight over the bowler's head.
Yeah.
And short of mid-off. Will O'Rourke's wry smile, shrug of the shoulders, back he comes, try again, bouncer this time. Atkinson ducks underneath it, and there's no run again taken by Tom Blundell. Now, deep square leg seems to have taken it upon himself. I didn't see a signal from anybody at all, but it's Nathan Smith out there at deep square leg, and he's run in from the boundary. Or is that Will Young? Folks. He's come in from deep square leg into an orthodox square leg position. Zach Folkes. And try and keep Atkinson on strike. Last ball of the over. There is a man at deep backward point, though. He's still sweeping, and that's driven by Atkinson again. Very still, upright in his crease. Just whacks it out to extra cover. It's Henry Nicholls who does the fielding. Did you get to the bottom of the disagreement, I think it might have been, during the morning session when Ben Stokes was batting and Tom Latham was involved, both umpires were involved? We heard a whisper that it was something about the number of substitute fielders that the Black Caps were using. It was people coming and going, and they used 3 substitutes that we could make out.
No, I haven't got to the bottom of that. I didn't know whether it was about that. It looked to me
just about the turf.
When I was, yes, that's what I thought it was about. That Sears might not be able to bowl with it, and Latham wasn't happy with that. You know, he said, well, you can't tell me I can't use my bowlers, you know, but he can't bowl from that side.
Here is Zach Folkes, and it's outside the off stump, left alone. No, I think he played a miss to that, Josh Tongue.
But I've since heard that it might have been about substitute fielders. I don't know. There's an attempted, hitting the seam again, so you can see straight away that Folkes is going to use the same methods he used this morning when he found some response with the older ball on this pitch.
This is very much a newer ball, and that's an in-swinger, nicely bowled too, and it passes, if not under the bat, then past the inside edge of Josh Tongue. What's interesting is that this ball is only 5 overs old, and yet Folkes is working on it as if it's 55 overs old. He's untucking his shirt and really vigorously working on one side of the ball.
Yeah, drying it, keeping it nice and dry, and shining it as hard as he can.
Here is Folkes once again, runs away from us on the Ratcliffe Road end, and steered by Josh Tongue, I think, the outside half of the bat to deep backward points, sweeping on the boundary. That is Nathan Smith with the 2 wristbands on, and they've come back for a... No, they've just taken a single, actually. 353 for 8. You wouldn't have much luck keeping the ball dry if you rubbed it on my shirt if I'd been bowling.
You will not touch. You have an
I'd
order,
be
even
banned.
for me. If we ever play in the same team, you will not touch the ball in the field, other than to field it, and then you'll pass it quickly to someone else. You will not let it touch your shirt or anything like that. Do not rub your hands through your hair.
Swing and a miss here from Gus Atkinson. It was full and wide. It's tempting. It's there for the hit, but he's tried to hit it too hard, and it's gone through to the keeper.
If you feel somebody else could come and actually stop it ahead of you, you allow that to happen. You'll be a good man backing up, and we never miss it.
And I should have a towel tucked into the waistband of my trousers
Yeah.
at all times. And I shall use it to dry my hands before every single delivery, just in case I have to field it. He steps right across his stumps now, does Gus Atkinson, looking to work it from off stump through on the leg side, but it'll be a leg bye, confirmed by umpire Rod Tucker. Fancy standing in your 102nd Test match and still being at the very, very top of your game. We do see from time to time when umpires towards the end of their careers just start to get 1 or 2 things less consistently right than they used to, but Rod Tucker has reached his century of Test match appearances and he's still probably the best in the world. It's pushed up towards mid-off again. It's fielded by Rachin Ravindra. Nice over that. Good tidy probing over from Zach Folkes. Just a single and a leg bye from it, and England are 354 for 8. On top of that, he's possibly one of the most decent and genial umpires in the world as well, Rod Tucker. He's terrific company. Always up for a coffee in a departure lounge at an airport, if that's the sort of tour that you're on, or always keen for half a lager shandy the night before a test. With anyone who's around and has interests in life outside of cricket, which I think is always a good sign for all of us. We spend our lives covering cricket. Now Will O'Rourke's steaming in once again. Atkinson defends, guides that one out to extra cover, straight to the fielder. And there's no run. 23 to Gus Atkinson. Josh Tongue has 2. Will O'Rourke has 2 for 53. I was just running through the wickets. Jacob Bethel caught it slip, sort of half checking a defensive push against Will O'Rourke, edged it to Tom Latham at second slip. Joe Root trapped LBW for the 4th time in this series by Nathan Smith. Not all by Nathan Smith. He was trapped by Matt Henry both innings at the Oval. Here's O'Rourke again. Lifter to Gus Atkinson. Whips the bottom hand off the bat. I think it might just have gloved him if he didn't get the hand out of the way in time. And then Harry Brooks bowled past the inside edge by Zach Folkes for 58. Good delivery that from Will O'Rourke, and I must say that every now and then, you know, we still have 20-minute, half an hour sessions where you think, well, maybe the pitch has calmed down, it's not doing so, and then suddenly one will spit or lift or deviate. A couple have gone sideways. Edge! Darryl Mitchell takes another catch at first slip. A swish, and this time an edge from Gus Atkinson. Will O'Rourke has his 3rd. England are 9 down, 354 for 9. And Darryl Mitchell has gobbled up another one at first slip because it was quite low by the time it reached him. But once again, it was straight. It wasn't low at all. What am I talking about? It was thigh height. It was a straightforward catch. And yet again, if you nick it straight at Darryl Mitchell, that you've no chance. He's not going to make an error. You need to nick it either side of him. Gus Atkinson departs for 23 from 86 balls. That was an innings of some patience and commitment. But England are a long way behind. 84 runs with just a wicket left.
Yeah, an important wicket for New Zealand to keep going and pushing hard. That means Bashir will be coming out now to face the music. And a good wicket, a good innings too, I think, from Atkinson, really. He was starting to try and play a bit more aggressively and get some runs for his side. He's batted for a long time, really, 80-odd balls. But it's, supporting for a start, some of the other players, like Archer and before him, Brook, and then also sort of Archer as well. And so he's been there for quite some time. And so I think he's done a pretty good job for a tail ender on a pitch, as I say, that's just doing a little bit more. And also now it's another new ball he's having to face as well. So, yep, New Zealand still 80-odd ahead.
It is Shoaib Bashir on strike as Will O'Rourke is into him outside the off stump. And left alone by Shoaib Bashir, taken by Tom Blundell. 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip.
Rod Tucker, now you mentioned as if you knew him quite well. It was a comfortable catch from by the way of just having a quick squiz of the dismiss. He's playing back, he's away from the ball, he's alongside the ball rather than behind the ball, and he's just pushed that and found an edge. O'Rourke deserves that. He's worked pretty hard, really. He's already had a catch dropped. Atkinson at mid-on, a comfortable catch.
Here's O'Rourke again, bowls Shoaib Bashir. That one, I think, crashes into his pad, or thigh pad.
Tasmania, play for Tasmania, Rod Tucker?
Yeah, and
maybe also
Victoria.
Was it Victoria or New South Wales? Don't know. We'll have
Victoria,
to look that up.
I thought. But
yeah,
but I think mostly Tasmania.
Yeah, and I think was he ever holding like a coaching kind of position, or was he ever being a captain or a vice captain, because I thought he was a sort of a vice captain role there that he played for Tassie.
I remember him pretty much mostly as an umpire, to be honest. That's
well, of course.
A lifter outside the off stump, and Shoaib Bashir tries to play it off the back foot, makes no contact, and there's no run. Anyway, he's tremendous company. Yeah, fabulous guy.
Is he in the gym quite often? Does he keep himself fit in that kind of way?
Likes a long walk.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, and likes to explore. As I said, he's got interest.
Interested,
he's aware of the world around him rather than it just passing by.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. He certainly hasn't had a problem really in this match so far. New Zealand will be pretty happy with him, I think. So Zach Folkes is going to continue to bowl from this end, and it's just short and it's got an edge, just angling it back. He's always leaning away to the offside if you're a right-hander, and then coming over from about sort of if we think of the hands and the face of a clock, from about 11 on the 11, that's that kind of angle back towards you as he leans across to his left as he delivers the ball. And as I say, I think England have a couple of bowlers like that as well.
Here is Folkes, short delivery, and it's caught at forward square leg. As simple a catch as you're ever going to see. And on this occasion, Mitchell Santner has actually caught it. So England's innings has been wrapped up, bowled out for 354. 20-odd minutes before the tea break. But there is a conversation taking place out there. I thought maybe, no, it's not a question of a no ball. The batters are about to cross the rope just to the bottom, just below us to the right. So it's Tongue who has been dismissed. A 3rd wicket for Zach Folkes. Wow, what a big moment in the game that was yesterday, when poor Blair Tickner was ruled out of the match with a concussion. His replacement, when New Zealand couldn't have dared dream that Zach Folkes would have picked up 3 wickets at a great economy of, what's that? Just over 2 and over. 3 for 35 from 15.2 overs, 2 maidens, and New Zealand have come roaring back into this contest. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, they have. They've been exceptional this morning. They really have throughout then the afternoon and into towards the end of this middle session. Relentless. Me and Jeremy had a conversation before play started, and we were talking about what plans and what they need to do and where they need to sort of try and get back into this game and how they try and get back into this game. And it was O'Rourke and an attacking from the Stuart Broad end, and if you could keep Smith and Folkes with Blundell up the stumps and try and dry it up 1, 2, 3 and over, you would get rewarded with this England side losing patience. And I don't think England have lost patience at all. I think they've been got out with some decent deliveries, but I think the pressure that New Zealand have put England under with the relentless lines and lengths and straight fields and not being able to access the boundaries, I think all that has culminated in why England are 80 and a bit run short.
Tell you what, guys, tea's been called. Is it? I don't see how. There's 20 minutes until the tea break, but tea has been called.
I'm not so sure about that, is it? No, I don't think tea would be called now. The conversation umpires were having before was what roller they wanted. So New Zealand, there was a message. The reason why Rod Tucker was holding off was the roller was wanted. What roller they wanted, and New Zealand have gone for the big one. They've gone for the heavy one. They've gone for the big heavy roller. So I think because of that, they're trying to deaden and I think to try and flatten these indentations out. Would that be right?
I think so. There are a lot of indentations on this surface. There are a few cracks at this end, but they haven't really opened too wide yet. And I think there's indentations, particularly from at the far end, the Stuart Broad end, where from bowlers coming around the wicket to all the left-handers, quite a lot on that line coming back towards the stumps as the roller will sort of try and just, those little scallops you get out of the pitch. So they're trying to even those out right now with that heavy roller.
Wow. Frankie Mackay was always mentioning scallops, wasn't she?
Scallops, yes.
At the cricket when we were there. I think that might be tea, guys.
Do you reckon?
Well, it says tea on Cricinfo. Jared's gone with tea. I haven't seen anything indicated. Let's just keep chatting until we get confirmation. Producer Scott will rush off and maybe ask in there to find out for sure. Well, look, Brendan McCullum and Marcus Trescothick are coming out onto the field of play to go through a few drills and warm-ups. There's a hive of activity out on the square, and it is tea. Okay, we won't waste the good stuff. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
It's built for investors in the money should go further. IG Will be Tom Latham to take strike, and the ball be opening over of the innings from Stuart Broad for England, Joshua Archer.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge. Tea. Why was tea called early, or is it not earlier? That really threw me. Jared might know.
It was called early because it was the end of the innings?
Yeah, but normally, if it's within 10 minutes of tea, then yeah, they call early tea, but not when it's 22 minutes before tea.
Was it 22? I thought it was less than that. It was about 17?
Well, tea's at 3:40. Anyway, Archer is in. First ball of New Zealand's second innings, and Tom Latham lets this one go past.
I'm not a clock, John. I don't look at it all the time. I don't know.
Weird voice there.
It was a weird voice. I do know that Josh Tongue and, was it Atkinson still out there at that stage? Yeah. Ran off the field because they thought it was just a 10-minute break and they had to be slowed down. Why?
Exactly. I'm not.
You know we're on camera.
I'm not. No, I had momentarily forgotten. I am. So I'm not the only person then to have.
No, there was three of you.
And Harmy and Jeremy Coney. Archer in again. Oh, what a ball that is! Straight, forcing Latham to play, and then there's some bounce and some movement away from Latham. He's beaten past the outside edge. Oh,
incredible
seed.
Are we really complaining, though, that we're going to get more cricket?
Well, we're not going to get more cricket, are we? We're just going to get the same amount of cricket. It's just
No,
this
we're not.
session's going to be two.
We're
Oh,
not.
yeah, I suppose we don't
We've got
have the
10
check.
more
Also, I'm not
minutes.
complaining, right?
You were
Don't
complaining.
mistake this for a complaint.
Stop complaining.
I think,
You're like a pterodactyl. Never stop complaining.
come on. We've still got 27 minutes to go. Don't lose me. Oh, there's an edge. Only two slips in. Well, there were two slips and a gully, and squeezed between the two of them. Genuine edge there. I've got two cameras in front of me here at the commentary box. So, was that two slips in a gully?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Wasn't
I
it?
just can't see.
Those are the Hawkeye cameras, aren't they?
The Hawkeye cameras are in my
I think so.
obscuring my view of the slip cordon.
I'm pretty sure they are.
So genuine edge there from the bat of Tom Latham. New Zealand 4 without loss. This test match could be over tomorrow.
3 slips now.
Duckett's in there. And Archer is in, and this time beat him past the inside edge.
Well, Archer showed up. 3 great deliveries. You can hear the crowd is getting involved here. By the way, there was a brilliant moment when Latham edged the previous ball through slip. He then ran down the wicket and realised he was running a bit too much on the pitch, so he tried to jump away. But he wasn't actually running on the wicket, and he got confused, and he jumped into the middle of the pitch. And the umpire looked at him like, "What are you doing?" It was clearly a mistake, but it was very funny. He tried to do the right thing.
Do you remember when Blair Tickner did that, and we were wondering what he was doing? Now we know, right?
Yeah.
Here is Archer again, and this is a touch straighter, and just pushed in front of Shoaib Bashir, who's, I forget how tall Shoaib Bashir is. Shoaib Bashir is just stepping towards the strip, having a look, and then Stokes hurls the ball at him. And Turn throws it to Josh Tongue at mid-on. Now it's in Archer's hand. So we've had 5 deliveries of this first over. 1 ball's gone past the outside edge. One ball has gone past the inside edge, and there's been a a thick outside edge, which has travelled to third for 4. Last ball of the over, and he's gone up for a leg before wicket. He's not even looking, and now the finger's gone up, and Tom Latham is looking at Devon Conway with the air of a man who feels he's out. He's not going to review, and the New Zealand skipper's got to go early again. 157 in the first innings, but much like at Lord's and the Oval, he's been dismissed early. The fielders are coming on. Men in green bibs are coming on, and men in luminous yellow bibs are coming on. And Ben Stokes has told the 3 luminous bib guys to get back on the other side of the line. He wants to get on with things here, does Stokes, and you can see why. The overheads are here, the ball is moving, and Latham has been dismissed. LBW. Have you seen a replay yet?
I have. It's an absolutely unplayable delivery. It's angled in from around the wicket, and it pitches on maybe middle and leg, and then just straightens. And Latham maybe could have come a little bit more forward, but even if he had, he's probably just edging that to slips rather than missing it. It's a brilliant delivery and a very tough length, and there's not much he could have done that. He was all over him. He beat the outside edge once, he got the outside edge through slips, and then he beat the inside edge. He was really absolutely all over him there. And here comes Henry Nicholls.
When did batters start looking at the skies to get their eyes adjusted? Have they always done that?
It's an Australian thing that I think is kind of gone around the world. It's one of the things you're taught as a young Australian player is to go out and look straight up and adjust your eyes, and it seems to have sort of gone around the world since then. Especially when what we always were told is if the light isn't perfect, that's the best time to kind of do it. But either way, get your eyes adjusted as quickly as possible.
Well, the light isn't perfect here at Trent Bridge. I wouldn't say it's gloomy, and I wouldn't say that there's... Well, if we look just to the right, that is it's quite high, but it's quite dark clouds. Certainly the darkest cloud we've seen.
This is the darkest it's been. I'm not sure that had anything to do with Tom Latham missing a ball, but this has definitely been the darkest it's been this test.
Well, there was movement there for Archer.
It was off the pitch though, wasn't it? It was genuine seam movement.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good pace. I didn't see the speed gun, but I imagine it was quicker than 83 miles an hour, which is what he bowled first up on day 1 as Atkinson is in. And a crowd like this one, it's back of a length delivery, which is angling down the leg side, and Devon Conway kind of hops and at the same time drops his hands and lets this go through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, he was... I didn't see what the wicket delivery was clocked at, but he was certainly bowling at 83 before then. No doubt about that. So, I don't know how much quicker than 83 it might have been, but I don't think it was like 90 or anything like that.
New Zealand 4 for 1 rather, and again, it's a similar length, and Devon Conway uses his left hand just to rub his right hip.
It was a big celeb appeal though, wasn't it?
Well, it was such a celeb appeal. Jofra Archer got all the way down to the crease at the other end, and the finger hadn't gone up at that stage, but we're just seeing a replay now, and
geez, from that angle, it doesn't look, if you just watch the Hawkeye, it doesn't look like it's straightened that much, but he bowled that from wide on the crease, and it pitched just outside off stump actually.
Atkinson again, and this time goes past the outside edge, possibly Conway playing inside the line.
And then straightens, but Latham was defending it, assuming it was going to be at or outside leg stump. Oh, just having a look at that ball from Atkinson, that has deviated about 6 inches as well and beat the bat by an absolute mile.
We didn't see New Zealand's second new ball bowlers doing this, did we? They just kind of probed away. Atkinson again. And again, Conway's struck on the body. Is that Emilio Gay at leg gully? He's just been moved in, I think, or has he been there since the start of the over? Bashir is at mid-wicket with Josh Tongue at mid-on, Stokes in the covers, Bethel at gully, 3 slips, and there's a lonely Jofra Archer out on the boundary at long leg.
No, they've had the leg gully in the whole time so far. With that inconsistent bounce from this end specifically, I could see why they can, there would be something there for them.
Henry Nichols at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat as Atkinson is in. Oh, and this is popped away by Devon Conway. Does that come off the bat?
Yeah.
Yes, it did come off the bat.
Wait.
No,
The umpire paused twice as if he was going to. I mean, he definitely hit it from our angle, but the umpire looked like he was going to give it as a leg bye. But that's why you have the leg gully in for Devon Conway. He always keeps that position in the game.
5 for 1 then at New Zealand in second innings after England were bowled out for 354, a deficit of 84 runs. I mean, that could still be decisive in this Test match. Possibly it should be. I mean, batting today has never looked comfortable or easy, fluent. 58 from Brook. Apart from that, very few have got going. Or Atkinson stuck around as Nichols' first ball he faces, and it's just pushed to Bashir at mid-wicket, end of the over. Didn't get the excitement that we got from the Jofra Archer over. But Archer's got 3 to come. The cameras are picking up on Jofra Archer. They're suggesting that he's changed things up for the wicket ball.
Yeah, it was just basically he was bowling the wobble ball, and that was just a conventional. I think he was trying to bowl an outswinger actually, but very seam straight, whereas the other ones were the seam was a little bit more scrambled. I mean, he was having success with all of them. To be fair, he was just bowling very well. He's got a little bit of movement in the air, but a lot of movement off the pitch early on. 3
slips and a gully, with
and a leg gully,
yeah, as well for Conway. The leg gully is going to be following him around. There's someone standing up there. You see at the back of the stand with a tie on. Now he's been told to sit down. I mean, at what point? Anyway, round the wicket then. Archer bowling to Devon Conway, and he's in. And this is punched up to mid-on. Full of delivery from Archer. This is going to be a huge test for New Zealand, but they do have that first innings lead. And on a pitch like this, which suddenly has turned into a really tricky one to bat on, what kind of score do you think would be the minimum that they would require?
Well, based on how much the ball's seeming at the moment, they don't need that many more, but
150?
But yeah, I mean, they're going to want to have a 300 lead, aren't they?
Well, they'd certainly take that. As Archer is in, and this is driven by Conway and Stokes Fields. Running back and adjusting his body for the bounce.
I mean, the one thing that has stayed true in baseball is that you still want a decent lead going into that 4th innings, just because of the speed at which England can score at.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially against the new ball, I suppose. Yeah, it's incredible though, isn't it? When you look at the partnerships and the runs scored at the top of the innings, and then it just got more and more difficult. Archer's in, and this is pushed up to mid-off. But Stokes is wider than that. He's more extra cover, so has to run round. And that means the 2 batters can cross. 6 for 1 then.
There is one advantage New Zealand will have in the 2nd innings. Gary might need to look this up, but I was just told by someone in the press box that Emilio Gay has never scored a run at Trent Bridge. 3 innings.
Really?
Yeah. Certainly in red ball, he might have made some in white ball, but in red ball cricket, he's made 3 ducks in 3 innings. So mark that one down if you're a New Zealand fan.
Archer again, and this is down the leg side and taken by Smith. No bat involved on this occasion. England just, I mean New Zealand rather. Let's just be counting down the balls, right? Get through these 4 overs and things should get a little easier. It's not to say England don't have replacements of calibre, but Jofra Archer in these conditions, in this light, the game situation in the balance, I don't think you'd want anybody else bowling if you're English right now than Archer, who is in again and on his toes. Nichols defending out to Stokes at mid-off, no run.
I do think there is an element though of New Zealand just need to take the steam out of the next 25 minutes. We did see that Atkinson and Jofra handled the new ball. Not saying it's not moving a little bit more. Remember, there's a big difference between bowling. Harmy's probably one of the world's leading experts in this. There's a big difference between bowling with the new ball and the second new ball. One is you're already tired. The other one, you generally have had some kind of a rest.
Archer continuing from the Stuart Broad end. This is down the leg side, and again Smith fields well, diving to his right behind the stumps. End of the over, and New Zealand find themselves 6 for 1. Nicholls yet to get off the mark. Conway is 2, and they lead by 90. We've asked the question on the Talksport Cricket YouTube show, the show that we sometimes put together. I usually host. You're nearly always in the seat to the left of me, and then we have Bumble or Harmy. Matt Pryor's done a few shows with us. And one of the topics or questions is what's your favourite thing about cricket? And your favourite thing about cricket is grass, right? And you give a brilliant reason why that is. As Atkinson start his second over, and this is fended off Devon Conway's hips down to long leg for a single. 7 for 1. Care to explain, because I think this test match showcases just why grass or lack of or whatever plays such a part in keeping test cricket so engrossing.
Yeah, I think if you were watching cricket, if you're watching the game at 4 o'clock yesterday, 4:30 yesterday, you would be thinking that England were going to end up with a 200-run lead. The game was going, we all knew exactly what was happening. England was smashing the ball around. New Zealand had got tired. One of their bowlers had been concussion subbed out of the game.
Here's Atkinson again, and Nicholls steers this to Josh Tongue at mid-on, no run.
And what starts to happen after that, at that point, is that the pitch changes a little bit. And first, New Zealand start to bowl a little bit straighter and certainly are a little bit smarter, but the pitch has changed. And in this particular case, what has happened is it has got crusty. You've got to a point where you're getting proper deviation off the surface, which we didn't get at all beforehand. And no one could have predicted exactly what would happen. And I can prove exactly what I mean by this.
Here's Atkinson again. Oh, there's a thick inside edge from the bat of Henry Nicholls. So it goes out to Bashir, running in from mid-wicket, no run.
Nottingham Director of Cricket, Mick Newell, yesterday was asked very clearly what does he think would happen. And he said, well, generally at Trent Bridge, what happens is if the pitch starts good, it stays good. And he said, so realistically, it shouldn't change at all. And then he said, but we don't usually have 38-degree temperatures. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. So that one variable, which has nothing to do with any of the cricketers on the field, has completely changed the dimensions of this pitch.
Atkinson again, and Nicholls gets behind the line of the ball and pushes it out to Josh Tongue again at mid-wicket, no run.
Look at the 2 innings Jacob Bethel played. The first one was exactly what Jacob Bethel would want. I can play on the up, I can play that little chop-down shot on the offside, I can play my little pick-up flicks off my hip, because it's all consistent. There's no sideways movement, there's very little up and down bounce. He came out today, obviously reverse swing played a part, but if he'd stayed out any longer, he would have also got seaming, inconsistent bounce and everything else. Grass makes cricket interesting almost all the time.
Love that. Atkinson again, this is forced out to cover, and Stokes will field. Nicholls off the mark, and the score moves on. 8 for 1, but essentially New Zealand now 92 for 1.
We've got this new phrase that's sort of coming into T20 cricket, which is mirror games. Do you know what we mean by that?
No, I don't think I do know that.
So quite often a team will go out in the power play and they'll smash like 80 in the power play, and then they'll knock it around in the middle overs, and they won't be able to quite get to the bit, and then by the end they won't be able to hit the ball at all. And then the second team comes out, they hit 80 in the power play, and everyone's like, well, they're going to win this game easily, but then the exact same pattern happens, right?
Here's Atkinson, and Conway defends, no run. End of the over. 8 for 1 New Zealand. They lead by 92 after England were bowled out for 354, with Nathan Smith taking 4 for 91. There were 3 wickets to William O'Rourke, and also Zach Foulkes with 3 for 35.
And so you get this a lot, you get it in one-day cricket as well. It's a bit more obvious in T20 cricket, where you just get this pattern where the new ball's easy to hit, the older ball you can knock around, but you can't score boundaries. And then the really old ball you can't hit for sixes anymore, and so the innings fizzles out. But you also get T20 games where the first innings and the second innings are absolutely not like each other at all. The conditions, the ball does not handle that. That's what makes cricket such a dynamic, interesting sport at all times.
Here's Archer then, third over, and it's a pick-up shot, and down at down at fine leg. Who is that down there? It's Gus Atkinson. He actually lost it for a second there. It looked like the ball might have been in the air, but it bounced well short and straight to him. This is not a great... What are you laughing at?
You said third leg.
Yes. Yeah, we don't need to.
Okay.
Don't need to think about that. Don't worry, nobody's... Oh, hang on a second. Fine leg. Harmy very early on said this is not a good catching ground, didn't he? I can't remember who dropped who. Down the leg side, and Smith does well again.
Ratchan just said that about a lot of the English grounds this year.
Was it Duckett? Duckett might have put one down. Either way, we've seen quite a few drops here, and I think Atkinson just for a second there was a bit fearful down at third leg that he was about to drop one as well.
It did fly down to him off the middle, didn't it, as well? But yeah, so my point is I think it's one of the most important things in cricket, that we have a surface that does change, and therefore you have to play completely differently.
Here's Archer, and there's a short delivery, and Conway's thinking that this is just going to sail over maybe fourth, fifth stump line, maybe over off stump. But he takes his eye off the ball, and in the end he almost throws his body at the ball and wears it on his shoulder.
It was very bizarre, because as you said, it looked like a normal leave, and in the end he probably should have ducked it. Now where's it hit him? Did it go off the arm guard or the chest into the helmet?
Well, I think Henry Nicholls has called the green bib men to come on, but I don't think it has hit him on the helmet.
No, it did.
Oh,
it hit
it
him on
did.
the helmet. That really got up then.
Wow.
Because he was thinking that was, as I said, a normal leave. Oh, that's off a length. That is dangerous, that ball. Oh, that is a problem for this match. That has really gone up. I think that's at about 6.5 metre mark, and you should not be hitting the head off a ball at 6.5 metres.
Let's just rewind back as well, because we've already had Blair Tickner concussed out of this match. Jofra Archer, of course, poses a real threat, but for a top order batter, Mitchell Santner as well. He didn't get hit, but again he took his eye off the ball and he stuck his glove in the air. And what is most worrying about that, or one of the worrying things about that, is that it's actually hit Conway not quite on the back of the neck, but quite close to the back of the helmet, and he needs a new helmet as well.
Yeah. But I think any player in this game, if they see the side-on version of that, that should have been just above his waist, I think, and that has gone up at least 40 to 50 centimetres higher.
Do you know what, Jared? Did you pick up on the England slip foot? They're all looking up at the screen.
Yeah.
And they're not looking up at the screen in a kind of, wow, what a delivery. They're all of them, they're all batters.
Yeah.
There's Brooke, Duckett, Root, Gay, Smith and Bethel, and they're all looking up at the screen, and the reaction of the fielders, I'm not sure if the camera's going to pick up on it, was of batters thinking, yeah, that's not good.
There was a small gallows laugh by Duckett. I think someone must have said something that made him laugh. But for a minute there, they were looking at it. Especially, did you see Jamie Smith? He looked ashen at the way he was going. And Conway's just walked down the pitch to find the spot where that's landed, to say, yeah, that was definitely an issue. So what did I say? They might need 300. They might need a 120-run lead if the ball keeps bouncing like this.
Well, there'd be real doubt about the game progressing, wouldn't there?
If it kept doing this, I've seen this is something we see a lot at the WACA, and
not anymore.
Yeah, it happens a little bit at Perth Stadium. Perth Stadium doesn't quite seem to get the same issue, but it does happen a little bit. But at the WACA, again, a lot of the issue is just the heat just crusts up the wicket, and it can be cracks at the WACA, but it can also be divots at the WACA. This is not cracks here. This is pure divots. We're just waiting for Devon Conway's helmet to come out, so there is a bit of a delay.
What would the umpires be saying to Devon Conway right now?
Glad it's you, not me. I mean, Harmy knows Rod Tucker better than I do, but I think better you than me is probably what he's seeking after that delivery.
What's Archer doing now? Look, you see Archer's pointing at something on the pitch. It's not at the...
I think that's very close to where the Nathan Smith ball landed. So I'm wondering if he's saying that's a spot to aim at. Can you see there's like, it almost looks like a foot mark,
Yeah, you
doesn't
can
it?
see it from all the way up here in the commentary box, can't you? It's a dark, yeah, it looks like a foot mark essentially, but it's...
I mean, just to explain the pitch, we can see foot marks. We've already had one ball probably land in the foot marks and go low. We've even had the run-ups cause a problem with the bowlers as they've fallen apart a little bit. The helmet's finally coming out as Kyle Jamieson comes out on the ground. But the other thing that you can see on the pitch is you can see some marks where the ball's actually scuffed up the surface itself. Like there are multiple issues with the surface at the moment. But that last one is the one that no one wants. I played in a club game in England once, and we went out to bat. The opposition went out to bat first ball, and a guy went forward to play a forward defence, and the ball bounced over his head. And everyone in the game just went, "This is not ideal."
Quick info mentioning the viral clip of David Saker's lifter in the Sheffield Shield. I mean, this is quite a hold-up, isn't it?
Yeah. So the David Saker one was in I think it was a second 11 game for Victoria versus WA, or was it I can't remember. Maybe it was even a Shield game. But there's another game as well. A guy called Daniel Smith, who was a wicketkeeper from New South Wales, ended up batting 3 metres out of the crease just to stop them bowling the length.
Something's happening here. Rod Tucker has walked all the way over and he's having a chat with Jofra Archer, who's reacted. What's happening here? Something's going on here.
Is it possible, he said, don't walk on the pitch when you go down to have a look at how bad the pitch is?
Don't know, he just walked across the pitch to tell him that.
Yeah, but he doesn't have spikes on.
Yeah, that's right. I'm only joking.
As I've told many groundsmen before.
Archer doesn't look best pleased by whatever he's been told, but it's probably just that.
I mean, Rod Tucker looks like he's smiling, so they're laughing, so...
Yeah. It's very much bowlers at one end and batters at the other here, isn't it? But in and amongst this...
Are they making a helmet?
Well, what is the hold-up? Are they fixing one of the... After Philip Hughes passed away, what was the name of the thing they added to the back of the helmet?
The neck support.
Because that's kind of where he was hit. It wasn't too far from that.
Well, when Santa was hit in the helmet, there was something went on as well. Looks like they've got it fixed now. There's multiple helmets out there. I can see 3 helmets. Oh, wait a minute. No, one of them is Henry Nicholls. I can see 2 helmets. Yeah, it looks like they fixed the issue, whatever it was.
Manners is coming in.
So hopefully we'll get back to some cricket. I mean, Devon Conway's probably trying to convince the umpires to try a different pitch at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like, what are we going to have? 3 slips to leg gully. Emilio Gay seems to have left the field, unless I'm miscounting, because he was at leg gully. So Josh Tung's at mid-on. Yeah, I don't see Emilio Gay out there unless he's on a random boundary I can't find.
Jofra Archer then to continue to Devon Conway, and he courageously gets into line with this one and then leaves it alone outside the off stump. So we're on the Emilio Gay hunt at the moment, and I can't see him on the field anywhere. Matt Fisher is at mid-off. Didn't get to play Vitality Blast last night. Oh, that was a no ball from Jofra Archer. So we'll have to bowl that one again. New Zealand 10 for 1, lead of 84 on the first innings. I won't be bothered about that at the moment. It's just about getting through this opening spell from Jofra Archer. Bangs one in short again. Conway jumps up to defend this one, ostensibly off the back foot, but he was in the air. Conway 3 off 14 balls. Henry Nicholls has 2. Nicholls has 2, and Tom Latham the man to go. He's had a shocking second innings in this series, 0-4 and 2. 4 today, 4 from 6 balls, before he was trapped LBW by Jofra Archer. And here is Archer from the Stuart Broad Pavilion end, clipped away nicely through the mid-wicket region by Devon Conway's. Timed that nicely again, didn't try to hit it too hard, just a little push, stay in control, keep the ball down. Conway picks up a couple, and the over comes to an end from no, it doesn't, because he bowled a no ball. So England bowled out today for 354, having resumed at 223 for 2. All sorts of talks about 500 plus and how many they might declare at. Well, they lost 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. Edge gone! Root takes the catch at first slip. Conway's gone. Fending at a lifter outside the off stump. Joe Root snaffles one at chest height. Archer has his second. New Zealand are 12 for 2, and they've been rocked. And you think that the 2 openers made 151 and 157 respectively in the first innings, and an opening stand of 317. Well, they had an opening stand of 4 today, and they're now both back in the pavilion. And I think, Steve Harmison, you'd be the first to suggest that it was the bouncer 4 balls earlier that whacked into Conway's helmet that contributed at least to him playing that not particularly confident shot.
Yeah, tentative push from Devon Conway. I actually think he got hit in the head from a ball a bit fuller than that about 5 minutes ago. I really do. I think that's what's done him. Not too dissimilar to where it's pitched. This one's held its line, not bounced as much. Just gone away from Devon Conway, and he's followed it. I mean, it was a hard hit. It was the first time that we've seen in this Test match that the ball has gone up. We've seen quite a lot go down. You see bits of inconsistency of sort of bounce, but the majority of the inconsistencies have been down, and it's always a worry when the first one goes up. You see batters looking at big screens. You see batters looking at the batting coach on the balcony and the coach thinking, oh my word, we've got a bat on this last. Good bowling from Archer. He's got his tail up. He's got 2 wickets now, and England really need him to keep going in this spell. Keep making sure that he is aggressive, not only into length, but also with his body language as well. He's got a smile on his face. He's got a standing ovation. He's got the crowd on his side. He's got his teammates on his side. A good catch from Joe Root. England to get back in this game. 2 more wickets now before New Zealand get to sort of 40 or 50, and all of a sudden England will feel as though they're back in the game, because 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, I think it was a long way back for England in this contest.
Henry Nicholls has been joined by Rachin Ravindra, who has got very little credit in the bank in this series, to be honest. Rachin Ravindra owes his team some. Gus Atkinson is now bowling full length to Nicholls, who drives it through mid-off. That's trickling away over this fast outfield. Ben Stokes is in pursuit, and I think he'll get there. Excellent from the England captain, appreciated by the crowd, who give him a rousing cheer and a round of applause for the effort and commitment that it required to sprint after that one and overhaul it on the long off boundary. But they have gone through for 3. Nicholls moves on to 5. Rachin Ravindra will face his first ball, and I don't think that there will be any shortage of short balls to Rachin Ravindra, having made a hash of the short one at the end of the first day, right at the end of the first day, which he splaffed up to mid-off to depart just at a time when New Zealand needed him to consolidate that magnificent start. Rachin Ravindra, 3 slips in the gully and a leg slip. Atkinson in bowls. Ravindra forward, pushes it up towards mid-off. Somebody in the comment section yesterday said that John Norman and I were a bit harsh in our judgment of Rachin Ravindra, and all I can say to that is that it's because he's so talented.
Yeah, 100% agree.
If he was less talented, I think we'd be a little less judgmental.
Yeah, it's a bit like what some of us are sometimes criticising Jofra.
Yeah, it's very true. Here is Atkinson again. It's over pitched, and Rachin Ravindra helps it on its way. In at the pads, it was too straight and too full, and all he had to do was offer the face of the bat to it, and it ricocheted away down to Jofra Archer at long leg, and he's off the mark with 2.
That was a good shot. I mean, that's a fantastic shot. See it again, a replay on our screens of the ball that Devon Conway nicked. Good catch from Root. You had to go to his right, slightly to his right. When you're a slip with a left-hander and bowling around the wicket, tend to be go way towards the left.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls another one over pitch, 2 straight, driven this time. Ben Stokes will chase, but he's got no chance. That was much fuller, and it most certainly was met with the middle of Henry Nicholls' bat, and Stokes had no chance at mid-off. Nothing too wrong with Gus Atkinson bowling a full length. I mean, he's not Jofra Archer, he's not a back of the length type bowler. Short ball certainly has to be used as a surprise weapon. He's best off bowling full, encouraging the drive, getting the batsman on the front foot, and Ravindra now punches one. That certainly wasn't timed. It sounded like a teaspoon on the back of an empty saucepan. And he's got a couple.
Yeah, it was off the bottom of the bat from Ravindra there, but I think this is the challenge for Ben Stokes. We've seen New Zealand build pressure largely with the majority of the day with 1 slip and a gully, and basically saying we're going to bowl the top of off stump. Now Ben Stokes has got 3 slips, a gully and a leg slip. All of a sudden it opens up gaps for New Zealand to score off the similar types of balls.
Atkinson, that's 2 leg side-ish. He's got away with it. Diving stop from Shoaib Bashir at square leg. Nice work from Bashir. Might get an over towards the end of the day, but I think England will stick to their frontline seamers. 23 for 2 New Zealand, lead of 84 on the first innings.
When you see the way that over was constructed, I don't think it was bowled. It'd be interesting, though. It'd be interesting from the TV. The TV will probably find out. Maybe make a comparison. The areas in the lens that Gus Atkinson's just bowled that over there, which has gone for 9 or 10, could easily have gone for 14. I think there'd be similar lines in length to what Zach Folkes and Nathan Smith bowled, which had a lot of protection, a lot of fielders in run scoring, saving positions. So it's a difficult one for Ben Stokes to gamble and where he feels as though the moment of containing and make sure that he's stopping the runs, don't also be in getting wickets.
Jofra Archer with a bouncer to Henry Nicholls. And I think not only did he see it early enough, but I think part of the reason is that he was expecting it, and he ducked underneath it. But you see, New Zealand's methods have been fully justified. It might have looked, or it did look, conservative, for long periods. Even when they took 3 wickets in the first hour this morning, they still only had a slip and a gully, and 4 men saving 1. But they had a plan and they stuck to it.
But Manners, that's attacking against England, and that's the way England play. That's like an attacking.
Yeah, pushed away out towards mid wicket. Gone straight to Shoaib Bashir. What would the football equivalent be of like playing for the counter attack?
Yeah, you're playing. I think they're playing on the counter. I mean, New Zealand they've got 7 behind the ball. Yeah, they'll be saying they're playing on the counter attack away from home, waiting for you to sort of
over attack,
either over attack, over commit, and wait for that one pass that goes astray, and then we'll have 2 quick wingers and a centre forward in place to cash in.
Archer again to Henry Nicholls. He's on the back foot. He's timed his defensive push very nicely to Josh Tongue at mid-on. It does kind of work, doesn't it, that comparison?
Yeah, it does. And Ben Stokes is a little bit like Kevin Keegan in the 90s in the Entertainers. It's like, we're just going to score more goals than you. We're going 4 slips. We're going 4 slips in the gully. We know we're going to get 10 wickets. We'll get them quickly, but we might concede a few runs. But we score that quickly. From a runs point of view, we'll get them back when we go out to bat.
Kevin Keegan's Newcastle team had played cricket, they would have bowled the opposition out in a day every time for 400.
Absolutely.
Archer to Nichols again, banged in short, and he defends it, and he asks permission to pick it up, which is granted. He does so, and he tosses it to Shoaib Bashir.
And then, till it is a bit like Ben Stokes' team, and then they'll go and chase that 400 and either get bowled out for 120, or they'll get 400 in less than the deer. That's just the way Stokes seems to, captain his side. There's no right way or no wrong way. It was conservative in some eyes for the way New Zealand went about their job, but it was an effective way of playing the game of cricket, especially at Test match level.
Archer, with 2 balls of his 4th over left, has 2 for 9, and he's in again. Oh, that's another magnificent short ball, which has Henry Nichols airborne as he flings his head out of the way, and that has passed within smelling distance of Nichols's nose. Ravindra walks down from non-striker's end just to help Nichols take a little bit of a breather, and he's got a grin on his face. He's well left, mate.
Yeah, well left. Yeah, well got your head out the way. I mean, it was a beauty from Jofra. It wasn't that short. It bounced a bit. It just bounced a bit, and you're going, yeah. If he runs up and bowls that length and it's straight, there's a good chance of it hitting Nichols.
Archer in again, bowls, and Nichols tucks one around the corner, fielded by a tumbling Matt Fisher, and he'll go through for a single. Henry Nichols keeps the strike at the end of the over, and England's deficit is now 108. New Zealand's lead is 108 at 24 for 2. Jofra Archer has removed both Centurion openers in his opening spell, in his opening 4 overs. Tom Latham LBW for 4. Devon Conway hit a nasty blow on the back of the head by Archer 4 balls before he edged another lifter to Joe Root at first slip. Latham 4, Conway 5, they're gone. Henry Nichols and Ravindra at the crease now. New Zealand leading by 108 at 24 for 2. Oh, I hope Gus Atkinson's off.
Yeah, I like this move. I think Tong hitting the deck hard. I hope this is not Ben Stokes taking Atkinson off to then Atkinson follow Archer. Stokes has got to follow Archer. He tends to bring himself on a bit too late sometimes for my liking, does Ben Stokes. I'd like to see Ben Stokes follow Jofra Archer.
Here is Josh Tongue. First delivery is full and straight, and it's defended but with intent by Henry Nichols, and Tongue fields off his own bowling.
Run up and hit the surface, Josh Tongue. Run up and hit the surface. Top of the stumps, anywhere on that line. One goes down, one goes up. All of a sudden, indecision from the batter. Got a leg slip in play, which Emilio gets back on the field.
Here's Josh Tongue, then bowls again, but full and straight, right up in the back. Nichols tries to drive it, but it's just maybe a wee bit too full to be driven. Comes right off the toe end of the bat. There was a lovely photograph of Josh Tongue and Blair Tickner together with a logo on their bats supporting the battle against leukemia. Obviously, Blair Tickner's wife was taken ill with leukemia 2 years ago. I think she is in remission now, isn't she? Here's Tongue again, short pull shot attempted by Henry Nichols, and hits him on the pad, bounced out towards Shoaib Bashir at square leg. I don't know, Josh Tongue has a family member, is he?
Must be a family member. Must be a family member. That's all we can think of. But it's great that they're showing their support with the platforms that they have.
Again, I just think it's again another example of the respect bordering on camaraderie between the two teams. Not when they're on the field. There's no brothers in arms on the field, that's for sure.
Definitely not. But we also seen Matt Henry talking to Matt Fisher in the sort of dugout for a long period of time with a cricket ball in hand. Matt Fisher picking Matt Henry's brain, which I thought was brilliant as well.
Josh Tongue in, and that's good delivery on a line of about 5th stump outside the off stump. Henry Nichols would have been thinking about playing that. Oh, I understand it more when there is less chance of them coming up against each other in future international series. There was a great Sam Torrance, we're going back to golf. Sam Torrance tells us a brilliant story about Seve Ballesteros, how the first time that Torrance played on a Ryder Cup team, he was really struggling with the American blue grass. That's turned away behind square in the leg side. They trot through for a single, and he just couldn't get his club to slide through this thick grass, and he went to Seve and he said, "Can you teach me how to play a flop shot out of this grass?" And Seve spent hours up to practicing during the Ryder Cup and then throughout the Ryder Cup, and coached him. And the first event back on the European tour, Sam said, "Seve, I'm just having a bit of a problem. Have you got 5 minutes?" And Seve said, "Come back to me in 2 years."
Yeah, come back during the Ryder Cup. Yeah, it seemed that way. You hear loads of great stories about Seve in competitor that he was.
His tongue, and that's driven. That's a nice shot from Henry Nicholls. You know what? That's a shot of a man who's decided, I'm going to absolutely throw the bat at anything that it represents a scoring opportunity. He's seen that one take off and hit Devon Conway. He's seen the ball misbehaving, and he's decided that I think anything pitched up, and he's going to have a full-on drive at it. Anyway, so I was surprised for you to say that Matt Fisher was that Matt Henry was being forthcoming.
Yes, they were. I mean, both doing 12th man, both had high vis on, both sitting next to each other, looking out with the game going on, and I thought it was nice to see. I just talking about bowling. There was a ball in Matt Henry's hand. I think he was talking about sort of hitting the seam and the wobbled seam and stuff like that. I thought it was really good, really nice. Matt Henry's number 3, number 4 ranked bowler in the world at this moment in time. Matt Fisher's in the infancy of his international career.
Here's Jofra Archer with a 5th over, and he tries to glance it off his pads, Henry Nicholls, and it hits him on the pads, and there's no run. He's number 1.
He's number 1.
In the latest rankings, Matt Henry has become the first New Zealander for 36 years.
Very good.
To be ranked number 1.
That's even more special, that he's given his time to a younger. I know Matt Fisher's not that young. He's 28 now, I think. Fish. He's been around a hell of a long time, but he hasn't played that much. A lot of injuries. Skillful bowler, type of bowler. Seen the skills, some of it. If you see the Surrey highlights this year, very, very skillful bowler. So yeah, I think that's very, very good.
Here's Archer again, and that one is steered away behind square on the offside, and Joker Bethel's in pursuit. They'll come back for 2. Rachin Ravindra's perfectly happy to give it a sprint for a 3rd, but Henry Nicholls says no. It's entirely possible that Matt Henry may have been the major provider of information, but he might have been the recipient of some as well.
Of course, absolutely. And I think that's the good thing about this great game that we love and play, is you can have a conversation. Them conversations in the dressing room when the test match is finished with beer in hand, and you go in and you commiserate or you celebrate whichever way. It's fantastic.
Archer in again to Henry Nicholls, and he pushes this one up to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Wristband, white sweatbands on both wrists. 31 for 2. New Zealand leading now by 115.
I remember after my first Ashes series, finished my fifth test match in my career, Sydney, and at the end of the test match, you went into the dressing room at the SCG, and I'm having a conversation with Glenn McGrath about bowling, and it's like, this is priceless. Glenn McGrath, Brett Lee, Jason Gillespie, you have a conversation, it's just priceless.
Archer in again, and a little bit of width, and it's cut. Very, very well stopped by Jacob Bethel, the square of 2 gullies. Powerfully hit by Henry Nicholls. He'd have thought that's runs when he hit that. Just a qualifying statement. Matt Henry is ranked 1st in the world. He is the first New Zealander for 36 years, but he's joint top.
Joint top, yes.
Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah. But
still, top's top. I don't mind. First equal, that's fine.
Absolutely, 100%.
Here's Jofra Archer, and that's down the leg side, and half-hearted glance at that, and doesn't make contact, taken by Jamie Smith. So what does it feel like? being the number one ranked bowler in the world.
Well, it is special. It's something that you've worked not so much hard. You have worked hard for, but you're always working hard. I think it just shows you where your team's at as well. I always make the joke. I got to number one for the best part of a year, and I think Shane Warne was on a drug ban. Both Pollock and McGrath were injured. So was Murray, had a bad elbow.
Archer in again, banks it in short, and it's nudged away off the thigh pad by Henry Nicholls. Shoaib Bashir fields, and you were also busy taking 7 for 12.
Yeah, but it just I think what I loved about that period was around about the 2004 time is the team was unbelievable. That meant more to me than an individual award. I think I was nominated for ICC Player of the Year, which I think Andrew won, I think Freddie won. And you get nominated for these awards because your team's doing well. We won 7 Test matches that year, and that summer we won 10 out of 11 Test matches in 2004. Went to South Africa.
In the calendar year,
in the calendar year, went to South Africa and won. We came back and we were ready for Australia. So I think being number one in the world when your team's doing well, I think is always more special than being number one in the world when your team's not doing so well and individually you're smashing it.
Here is Josh Tongue again, and that one bounces quite unexpectedly, and Rachin Ravindra again is taking the bottom hand off the bat to avoid being hit. The other thing is, Harmy, is it not easier to smash it metaphorically with bat or ball as an individual to succeed when your team is winning, when you've got other guys who are also on top of their game?
It does because you work in the old cliche of working in partnerships, and you feed off but there are times where teams who have had players, Kevin Peterson's been number one or close to it.
Josh Tongue in once again. Rachin Ravindra turns it nicely off his pads, fielded by Atkinson at mid-on. They go through for a single, 32 for 2.
Kane Williamson a few times has been number one ranked batter in the world, and New Zealand haven't been probably in the top 4 in the world. So there are times where as an individual you are going well, but I think at this moment in time, Matt Henry is number one in the world, and his team are performing well. So it's always nice when you're not only individually you're performing well, but as a team you are taking some beating as well.
Josh Tongue running away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end, outside the off stump, and Henry Nicholls leaves that one alone. A little bit too wide to be chasing that one. And 36 years ago, of course, it was Sir Richard Hadley when he was just Richard Hadley.
Where were New Zealand then? Were they a good side? Were they top side?
They were doughty competitors. Yeah. They had Richard Hadley. I mean, he was the lone superstar, really. But they had some good cricketers. They weren't really out. Martin Crowe came a little bit later, and on the back foot now, pushes it away up towards mid-on. Richard Hadley was, of course, professional because he was playing for Nottinghamshire, but they had a number of players. I mean, our very own dearly beloved Jeremy Coney was teaching part-time. I mean, they were barely professional. Got paid a pittance to play in the Plunket Shield. But Richard Hadley, I mean, he was outstanding from very, very many years, and was the world's #1 bowler 36 years ago until Matt Henry. They're the only 2 New Zealand bowlers to have reached the #1 ranking. Is next one from Tongue is again full and straight, turned away to Shoaib Bashir at mid-wicket.
But if you look at it, this England side, you think under Bazball, what have England been missing? What are England, if you're going to go with rankings, they've sort of not been interested in the World Test Championship, and they haven't had anybody in the top 10 consistently, or top 5 consistently, bowlers in the world rankings to make them the team from like a good team to a top team.
That's full and straight. It's inviting the drive, and the invitation is accepted by Henry Nicholls, but he won't get a run. It's intercepted by Ben Stokes. So England have the #1 and 2 ranked
batters.
in the world. Scotty's going to find the current ICC bowling rankings because
They've got 1 and 2 batters
who's
in the world.
Who's the number 1 ranked bowler in the England Test matches? Gus Atkinson, is it? Gus Atkinson's 11th, is it?
11th. So that's what I mean. If you get 2, John Norman's pointing out, which I'm about to go off my head on. Yeah, Atkinson's coming on to bowl now. Why Stokes not bowling? Stokes has got to be bowling now. You've got to. You've had the influence he had on the game in the first innings. The New Zealand are 115, 116 in front. You know, this is where for me sometimes Ben Stokes doesn't bring himself on enough to bowl. I'd like him to come on and bowl from that Stuart Broad end.
It is Atkinson, and his first delivery is clipped up to Archer at mid-on. Atkinson replacing Archer. The second highest ranked England bowler is Josh Tongue at 18. Ollie Robinson 24th, and Ben Stokes is the 37th ranked Test bowler in the world. Really?
Yeah, I would. Well, Ben's if it was done on moments, Ben's in the top 5 because he has big moments.
Here is Gus Atkinson around the wicket, bowls to Rachin Ravindra, drives straight back to the bowler, nicely fielded.
Just to change the subject a little bit, Rachin Ravindra has been in 10 balls so far, and he's tried to hit all 10 balls. And I mean hit. He's come out one day style. He's come out and he's tried to hit the ball. So I would have a go and see, just put one back and see if he can bounce him and see what would come of that. But from the bowling rankings point of view, if England had three bowlers in the top 12, 3 bowlers in the top 15, then I think England would be one of the best sides in the world. I think the reason why they're not is from the bowling point of view.
Yeah, outside the off stump now from Gus Atkinson. Yeah, here, explain this one to me. Being full of wisdom and knowledge that I am, I confidently said there'll be no shortage of short balls to Rachin Ravindra after the hash of the... And he's 11 balls and they've all been full.
They've all been full. Possibly seeing that he's hitting the ball and he's coming hard at it and his hands are out in front of himself, that you do want him to hit it, you risk and reward on that. One keeping low or one bouncing. And maybe he's just testing with a short ball or hang it out wide outside off stump like the last ball that Gus bowled.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls driven out towards mid-off, and Ben Stokes runs across to his right and dives, and he wouldn't have dived unless that wasn't a speculative dive, that was a dive because he backed himself to reach it and stop it, and he didn't, and it's run away for 4.
He got a little hand to it, he slowed it down a little bit, but Ravindra, he's coming out with possibly with the mentality of this pitch has got one in it. The pitch has got possibly as a ball with my name on it. So this is gutsy from Ravindra, because if he chips one up in the air, the ball's not going through. The ball's not going through the gate. Rod Tucker's got the
handcuffs.
The handcuffs out, and the ball's not going through the handcuffs. So we're going to have a little break. We're going to get a change of ball. I think if I was England, if I was McCullum, I'd be sending a message on to say to Ben, do you not fancy having a ball? Because this is about a contest now. Rachin Ravindra now is becoming aggressive. He wants to get the ball. He wants to play shots. Let's have a contest. England's best contest guy by far is Ben Stokes. So that's what I would be. If I was a Joe Root, I'd be a senior player encouraging Ben. Come on. Rachin looks as though he wants to hit every ball for 4. He wants to get into this contest. You get in a contest with him, and let's see if we can nip him out. Because if we get rid of Ravindra here, all of a sudden, effectively 120 for 3, we're still in this game. If Ravindra has half an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and bats for the majority of this session, batting the way he's batting, all of a sudden, he takes that 120 total quickly to 150, past 160, 170, and it's just a slight little concern of where Ravindra's come out to bat and the mindset he's got, which is I want to play a big shot. I think that's quite gutsy, John, because he's not only not been in great form, he's got out in some stupid ways and dropped a few catches.
I wonder if Gary Morgan can tell us how many times has Ravindra got out to a full delivery as opposed to a back of a length or short ball. Because for me, if it's full, if it's pitched up on this pitch, Ravindra will and should go for everything.
He's whacking it.
Yeah, and he should do that, I think.
And he has done that.
And I think that's exactly what he needs to do. It's in that in-between length or a little bit shorter and mixing up the lines and the angles. That's when he maybe is forced into a miss shot.
That's what Stokes does well. Comes in and bowls that back of a length. He can be expensive. The odd full one, the odd short one, back of a length. He's a mixed bag, but he's a contester.
The only thing I will throw in there with Stokes is, you don't have to go back too far to find matches where he could only bat. He missed a lot of cricket, and
he has been limping a little bit. But I wonder if that's something to do with his feet.
8 over spell, and it was heat, and it could be just blisters.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's his feet more than anything else. I've seen him limping when he came back.
Even
from
with
before.
that misfield.
Yeah.
Now, Ravindra hit that sweetly, but as Stokes was running towards it, there's no chance he's not stopping that ball. And then suddenly, he's in quicksand, kind of.
Yeah.
And then he gets down late to it, a bit laboured.
Yeah.
So maybe, there's pure
himself.
conjecture, but maybe he's just carrying just a little something.
He might also, John, be thinking there's a passage in this game where I'm going to be needed to bowl that 8 overs, and at the minute, with a new ball, Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue, Jofra Archer, it might not be this ideal moment. This might not be my moment. My moment might be when New Zealand are 4 or 5 down, then I come in and bowl an 8 over spell and sort of blow the game open.
Possibly, yeah, with the older ball, giving the newer ball to Atkinson.
Absolutely,
and Tongue, and
yeah.
that would make sense as well. Atkinson only bowled 3 overs at this end.
But I'm also thinking once this gets past 185 to 195, then
we could have
I'm
a
not sure
right
England
old
are getting
game.
that, yeah.
We've got a game here.
Oh, of course we have.
But saying that, Harmy, look, when Archer was bowling at Conway and Latham, it looked nigh on impossible to survive. And New Zealand got some great bowlers, but they don't have a Jofra Archer type. They do have bowlers that can bowl very well on this pitch. The point I'm making is that with Atkinson and Tongue, it doesn't look quite as difficult, right?
Yeah, I think in to sort of elaborate on that, the Atkinson and Tongue one is they bowl a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, and the bounce of the ball stands up that little bit more, so it's not bringing stumps or LBW into play. And naturally, when Gus and Josh bowl that bit fuller, like we've seen in Josh Tongue's first couple of overs, they're floated up there. When you watch the Zach Folkes and you watch the Nathan Smith, they challenge the stumps, the LBW, but they challenge it with a skiddier trajectory off the pitch, which means there's always something going on. There's always one wicketkeeper standing up. There's always a little bit of a chance. Atkinson and Tongue, you could leave them on length, and that's something I don't think England want to be doing, is letting batters leave it on length.
Well, we've had a drinks break and a ball change, and sometimes that's enough to get rid of a batter. There's Ravindra facing Gus Atkinson in the late afternoon sun. There have been changeable conditions here. Brooke, Bethel and Root continuing to buzz around, Emilio Gay as well. Just keeping their minds fresh, even if their bodies are slightly weary. Gary Morgan has just messaged to say that in his career, Rashin has actually got out more times to fuller deliveries than back of a length, 11 times in his career. I wonder about in this series, though. As Archer, Atkins, oh, that's a good ball. Ravindra's beaten past the outside edge. He withdraws the bat, but I think the ball had gone past him by the time he decided to take it away. Got a quiz question for you, Harmy. Last time 3 England bowlers in the top 5 of ICC rankings was May 2012. Can you name those 3 bowlers?
2012?
Yeah. It's not the most difficult
Broad
question.
Anderson.
Yeah. Joint third place, Anderson and Broad. First in the list was Dale Steyn. Saeed Ajmal was number 2.
Swan or Finn. or Tremlett, Bresnan, round that lot, either Finn or Swan. Because Finney went high. He had a year where he did very, very well and then dropped off a little bit. But probably Swan, because Swan at that time. Swan or Panesar. Panesar will be out of the team by then. So probably Swanee.
Well done. You got it. How can Ollie Robinson be number 34 in the list of top England bowlers when he's bowled one test in 2 years?
It's crazy.
How is that, Jared?
I think I was still in the sort of top 15 6 months after I retired. So yeah.
Josh Tongue, at the start of his third over, and he's bowling to Henry Nicholls, who pushes this out to mid-wicket. I tell you what, that would have been close. He has hit that straight to Gus Atkinson at mid-on, who's not that far back either, and he's taken him on. The ball has it hasn't even bobbled up. I think that Atkinson has just misjudged the bounce. I tell you what, Jared, I think that would have been very close if he'd picked that up and had a shot at the stumps. Maybe that run just showing the nerves in the New Zealand camp. Nicholls is a really experienced batter, but that was a run fraught with danger, and Atkinson has missed out on the opportunity. 2 slips in the gully with the backward point. Shoaib Bashir at cover, and is driven again by Ravindra. Doesn't time the ball though, and this time Atkinson runs around from mid onto field. So another run to the score, 38 for 2, which means New Zealand lead by 122 runs. They were 12 for 2 when Devon Conway was dismissed. Jofra Archibald 5 overs and picked up 2 wickets. He's been replaced at the Stuart Broad end by Gus Atkinson, who's gone for 18, and now Josh Tongue at the start of his third over. And he's in now, and this is down the leg side and taken by Jamie Smith. Do you have any idea how the ICC bowling rankings are put together, compiled, and how Ollie Robinson can be, is it number 34 in the list, 24 in the list, even though he's only bowled one test in the last 2 years?
You keep your points from the last 12 to 15 months, but you also have an overall points package. Because basically what you do is you build up points to a ranking, right? So he probably has some left over from previous time, and that would have been quite high because he had a low bowling average.
Here's Tongue. This is driven by Henry Nicholls. Not going to be able to split the field at extra cover and mid-off, and Stokes collects. So it's another run to the score. But 39 for 2 New Zealand, a lead of 123.
And it's possible that if you haven't played a test in 15 months, you should drop off. But I've noticed lots of time that doesn't happen. So I wonder if they have to do it manually, and they don't do it manually. It's a very flawed system. We should just make something better. But
the snooker ranking systems, I remember looking at that a few years back. We had a snooker guest on the breakfast show on Talksport, and there's some players there that haven't played for 10 years. Might be making that up, exaggerating slightly. Oh, there's an edge, but there's no second slip. Might have just dropped in front of whoever the phantom slip fielder was, but that's gone down to the boundary for 4. Slight surprise there, Jared, the field in place this early on, that there's no second slip, or third for that matter.
I mean, New Zealand didn't have a second or third all that often either. Where's that going? Maybe second slip diving to their left. Oh no, it's third slip, isn't it? Probably. Maybe you get a sneaky one-hander.
Ravindra moves to 22 with an edge through the slips for 4. And this is straighter and pushed through mid-wicket. Comfortable single there. Sun's out here at Trent Bridge. There's a lovely breeze as well. And another good crowd in. As you'd expect on a Saturday, this is a proper test match ground. It's certainly one of my favourites in world cricket. The views from the stand that we're commentating from to the left and right of us is just exquisite. And it's been a really, well, it's been a fitting test match for what's actually been an engaging and, well, it's been a series that has taken us by surprise. There's all the, it was a shootout at Lord's, then all the stuff off the field that surrounded the Oval. 3 debutants there, New Zealand 1-0 down, coming back to one apiece, then winning a good toss, not losing a wicket for 2 sessions. England coming back into the contest, only for New Zealand now to feel they're ahead of it, but a couple of wickets, and it's once again England as Duckett's just going back towards the boundary, that deep backward point. It's about 10 yards in, as Atkinson continuing to Ravindra, just gets caught a touch, trying to get onto the front foot, drops this down in front of Bashir, rushing in from quite square mid-wicket.
It shows you how interesting Ben Stokes' captaincy mind is. Ben Duckett went up and talked to him in the break, and they were break between overs. They were definitely talking about fielding positions. And when he came back, Ben Duckett, into his position, he moved Emilio Gay, and he went exactly where I assume Ben Stokes had told him to go. And then Ben Stokes moved into a completely different position anyway.
Joe Root's at catching cover with one slip in place in the gully, and Ravindra shapes to play this wide delivery from Gus Atkinson, then lets it alone. Emilio Gay, there's two catching fielders in the covers. Joe Root's very, very close to the bat. It's not quite... short extra cover, and then there's Gay behind him. Stokes quite straight mid-off, and a wider mid-on is Archer. A deep square leg and a fine leg for Ravindra as Atkinson is in, and this is defended, and the England bowlers have just dragged their lengths back against Rachin Ravindra, and it has slowed his scoring.
Yeah, when he came out, I was chatting to some of the guys in the press box, and I said, I think this is the best situation for Rachin Ravindra. The ball's still going to come on. Yes, there's going to be one that's going to pop or seam or do something wild, but realistically, he should just feel comfortable to play his shots. And if a miraculous ball gets him out, I think that's okay. I'm not saying you use him as a sacrifice wicket, but he can score so quickly, so easily.
Continue around the wicket is Atkinson, and this is dropped just to the side of Joe Root, fielded by Emilio Gay in the covers, no run.
That you kind of just say to him, you can make a real difference here if you bat for an hour, even a 40 off 40 balls, and he's already, 23 off 21.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've been
changes the game.
I've been critical of his shot selection at times, but on a pitch like this, I think you need at least one batter in your top 6 to disrupt the opposition, and he's the best suited to do so. He's got the game, and this is the pitch to do it on. Anything pitched up, he's just going to drill. I think that's fair enough, and then he'll have to deal with everything else. Anything short, he can take on. I think it's
completely changed the field here while you were making that point.
Yeah, Stokes has come in for Root. Oh, this is cut into the ground, and that's a good stop by Emilio Gay on the bounce. No run.
Yeah, they brought all the fielders on the leg side. Well, they brought one fielder from the leg side to the offside, but it basically added an extra fielder in the ring and then brought Root back into slip. So there's now only 2 fielders on the leg side, deep fine, and is that Bashir at wide mid-on? So obviously the idea is to bowl outside the off stump to Rachin Ravindra here.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. He's going to take it on. As Atkinson is in again. This time he doesn't take it on, of course. Maybe it's a little bit too wide and the wrong length as well. End of the over. 5th over bowl by Gus Atkinson. He's gone for 18, 44 for 2. Here's a question for you, Jared. You spend a lot of time in the air-cooled press box downstairs, 2 levels below us. Is there and every time, very often when you're on duty, you say, I've just been chatting in the press box. But of course, it does get to a point where chatting is frowned upon in the press box. Is there a definite cut-off time? Any chat before 4 o'clock? Thumbs up. Any
chat after 4 o'clock? This is not being heard by anyone in the English press box at the moment, because they're all here, right?
They're all here. None of them have got a VPN.
Okay. There is one particular guy who doesn't like chatting at any stage.
Yeah, I think I know who that is.
He can get so the agency riders obviously are on deadline at the end of every session. So for them, they have multiple deadlines throughout the day.
Josh Tongue, start of his 4th over, running away from us, and he's in, and he's edged and gone through between wicketkeeper and Joe Root. And That was Joe Root's catch. He was quite wide because there isn't a second. It's not Root, it's Brook. He seemed a bit wide there, as though you got half a bob each way. And yeah, I know he's there. Oh, that was Brook's catch, but he just seemed to be caught on his heels a bit. It was almost like he was expecting a first slip to take the catch.
Yeah, when you're field at first slip, you're not used to going to your right in that situation. But I think what's happened there is he's kind of forgotten there is no he is the first slip.
He has forgotten.
Yeah, and he realised it about a metre away from the ball, but by that stage he'd pulled his hands back almost.
Tongue again, and this is pushed out to the covers, no run. That was a genuine head-high outside edge, or an outside edge became a head-high chance, and Harry Brook, who's normally at second slip, I think he's just forgot.
But also, it's the same thing we've been talking about with Darren Mitchell. Look how wide his feet are apart. It's so hard to move sideways when you've done that to yourself. He had his hands on his knees. Jeremy Coney would hate this in about 8 different ways. But even so, I still think he should have caught it. It was a beautiful moment where he just then face flops into the ground to let everyone know he's made a huge error.
That certainly wasn't Jamie Smith's catch. He'll be relieved. Oh, stifled appeal for a leg before inside edge. Stokes is really after this, and they're going to continue the conversation. Josh Tongue didn't like it at all. Stokes has got a look on the face of a man who's going to turn around and indicate a review. He's asking if it hit the bat. No, I don't think they're going to review this one.
I mean, it definitely hit the bat.
Well, then it's not out then.
Whether it hit the bat first, I wasn't 100% sure, but I thought it was so close to being outside the line at the same time. Let's have a look. Oh, he smashes it. Yeah, it was high too.
Yeah. Josh Tongue knew. 89 miles an hour. That must be near on the fastest ball of the match. I don't think we've had a 90-mile-an-hour delivery, have we? Gary Morgan will be able to tell us, I imagine. So good speed from Tongue. This is... Oh! Now, where's that gone? He's gone up for a leg before. The ball has gone out between the slip cordon, and the batters have turned. Has that come off the pad or the bat?
No, that was off the pad, that one.
Now they're having another chat here.
High, as you just heard Smith. Tongue thought it was outside the line. Smith is asking if it's high. Yeah, I think good decision there not to review that one.
Leg by called. I mean, that almost reached the boundary. I mean, that flew off the pad. Just seeing a replay here. Oh,
it hit the back thigh pad, so it is high. I think it's in line though.
Yeah, that's high. That's high. It's definitely in line.
I'm not sure it wouldn't have clipped the stumps though.
Yep. I think I probably would have reviewed that.
Might have
regretted it. Here's Tongue again. Oh, again gets one to go past the outside edge of the bat this time. What an over. What an over from Josh Tongue. An examination for Henry Nicholls, who's 15 not out. The 50 up, by the way, for New Zealand. And the fourth ball of that.
Oh, just going over the top of middle.
Ball of that over was 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's a horrible length. Here he is again with the crowd rallying round. And Henry Nicholls pushes this out to cover and sets off immediately. Roshan Ravindra caught on his heels just a touch, but there's no danger, and it's a single to end an eventful over. Really well bowled by Josh Tongue. Should have got the wicket of Henry Nicholls. Unfortunately, Harry Brook seemingly forgot that he was first slip rather than second.
Yeah, so just to finish on the press box. So I think most agency people around the world kind of accept that people are going to be talking during the day, but there are a couple that don't enjoy that as much. You then have a situation where I think, if you look at the English press box, you'd be looking at Rory Dollard, myself, George, Vish, who are, more likely to get in conversations. And there's quite a few that will just talk to the person next to them, won't get into larger conversations all that much. But as the day goes, there's not like a clear cutoff.
Henry Nichols then took a single to the last ball of the over. There's an edge, and Harry Brook takes the catch this time. Diving to his right, Nichols has got to go, and Gus Atkinson has struck. 51 for 3 New Zealand, a lead of 135, England still in the game.
Again, holding his bat out, something that he does quite a bit, playing this sort of back foot push. And unfortunately for him, I think that might have just straightened from around the wicket a little bit. And luckily for England, it went close enough to Harry Brook this time that there was no issues at all. He took that one very safely. He looked very relieved. He was almost laughing at that. Josh Chung, in fact, Harry Brook then looks over at Josh Chung. He doesn't even look at Atkinson, just looks at Josh Chung to be like, yep, probably owe you that one.
Well, that's a good delivery from Atkinson, but Nichols' series with the bat comes to an end in disappointing fashion. Brilliant 100 from him in second innings at the Oval, but he couldn't replicate that here at Trent Bridge, and it means that Daryl Mitchell strides to the crease with New Zealand in need of another little partnership.
Yeah, one partnership of about 40 or 50 here. I'm not saying it wins the game, but it makes it very, very tough for England if the pitch keeps playing up the way it is, especially if it gets worse. So that's probably... And what time is it now? It's about an hour and a half of play left, hour and 40 minutes.
Wow, yeah, we're just pushing 5 o'clock here in the UK, so we've got another 90 minutes.
So based on how the cricket's gone, I think you have to factor in 2 more wickets for New Zealand.
I think they'd probably take 2 wickets.
That's what I mean. I think that's almost par from here. So, but what they really want then is the partnership first. They want Daryl Mitchell to stay with Rachin Ravindra, who's seeing the ball much better. Henry Nichols didn't. I thought Henry Nichols batted beautifully in the first innings. He didn't look likely at all here.
And we have a right-hander as well, after 4 left-handers at the top of the order. And Daryl Mitchell. Gary Morgan. Have you ever been told off in the press box for making too much of a racket?
Yeah, everyone has. There's no one that hasn't. Yeah, so as the deadlines sort of come in, if the cricket's really tense, sometimes people can tell you sometimes get quietened a little bit. But it's not like there's a hard time when people stop talking. But once you get past 5:30 now, because it's obviously 6:30 close almost in every test match in the world, everyone understands that you have to use a different kind of voice, even if you're chatting to people, and you bring it down a little bit. And then the actual quietest you get is just after stumps, and then obviously after the press conference. Yeah,
that's normally the only time I go into the press box, unless I'm at Old Trafford. It's right next to the commentary boxes. But yeah, you speak at your peril at that time. Atkinson then is in. Oh, he's just hit Daryl Mitchell on the side. He's ducked into a short ball, taking his eye off of it, and just comes down and has a prod on the pitch.
Yeah, that didn't get up the way he thought it would. I mean, it was short. I'm not sure it was short enough to duck. He might have got that wrong. By the way, Gus Atkinson has a very unfortunate stain on the back of his trousers, everyone. And I'm not going to fully explain it, but let your minds wander at what I mean.
I'm wondering how he got it. Here is Atkinson in, and Mitchell just batting out of his crease with a short leg. So
yeah, so it's got what's got very different in the press box. When I first started, very few people had headphones, so any noise from anyone would annoy everyone, whereas the vast majority of the younger journalists have headphones on now. So it's actually hard to talk to them later in the day because they've got, noise cancelling headphones, or at least limiting headphones, and so you can actually talk a little bit more.
Atkinson steaming in, and Mitchell squared up a touch. It's a leading edge. It's flying through third slip and gully, and reaches the boundary at the unpatrolled third. So Mitchell's off the mark with 4. The score moves on to 55 for 3. And New Zealand lead by 139 runs. I don't know what CricViz are saying in terms of the destination of this match, because It's gone one way and then the other. Oh, by the way, I did say I wondered if that was the first 90-mile-an-hour delivery in the match. It hasn't been. Gus Atkinson bowled a delivery at 91.2. Josh Tongue, that delivery at 90.6. Atkinson again, 90.5, and William O'Rourke for New Zealand. So 4 of them as Mitchell pushes this back to the bowler. So
Atkinson's first spell on day 1, I think it was Harmy who said it was like he was trying to make up for the fact he missed the test match. He was really steamy in. Then he got a bit tired, but he's maintained his good rhythm. He's picked up the pace that he'd lost last year around the Ashes, and he really has to. If he doesn't bowl around 90 miles an hour, he just doesn't move the ball enough to be effective. He has to be at that pace.
I'm going to ask you about a West Indian batter in a second. Here is Atkinson, and this is caught at leg slip, but it's come off the armpit. And Gus Atkinson takes his cap, and that's the end of a successful over. He's picked up the wicket of Henry Nicholls, New Zealand's 3rd wicket to fall. They were 12 for 2, they're now 55 for 3. And yeah, this match very much in the balance. New Zealand favourites, according to CricViz, but England aren't miles away, and certainly a couple more wickets quite shortly will bring them closer. The draw, though, which if it's been favourite for quite a lot of this Test match, has been pushed out. Manners is about to come back in, and you can tell me all you know about Amir Jangu.
Yeah, Amir Jangu, a couple of years ago, there was a lot of talk about him being a potential star. He's played a little bit of T20 internationals, I think, but weirdly, despite having a really good first-class record, you know, comparatively for West Indies, he hasn't really been in a situation. As Josh Tongue comes in, 1 slip and a gully, and it's down the leg side, whipped away, and that's going to be 4. There's a fine leg back there. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg, but it was just occasionally, as Tongue does, he just gets that way too far down, and players put it away. Yeah, so Jangu was someone that there was very high hopes of, and he's had a pretty decent first-class career. There's certainly been a lot of other batters who've been promoted ahead of him without his numbers, but I think he's batting... Oh, we've got the women's game up here, which is also a West Indies game, where Ireland need 57 off 54 with 9 wickets in hand to win that one. But yeah, so Jangu's got 100 today, but it's taken him a little bit longer to get in the side than I think people would have thought of 5-6 years ago. That was short and wide, he cut away. There's a man out there, but that boundary is so short and he hit it so hard that Ravindra, this is the exact kind of innings I thought New Zealand needed from him. Unfortunately for him, he's lost his partner, but 2 bad balls in a row from Josh Tongue, and he's hammered them, hasn't he, Neil Manthorpe, with your microphone on?
Yeah, he has, and do you know what? It's courageous. I mean, he would have been feeling the heat, Rachin Ravindra, after that horrid shot at the end of the first day when he gave his wicket away to a short ball. But he's not gone into his shell. He's backed himself. He's playing some wonderful attacking shots. He's 31 off 25, pushed away defensively up on the offside. And there's no run. You care to comment on the potential Bayesian bias against Trini players? Is it West Indies cricket board still Barbados dominated?
I mean, to be fair, Jangu played 7 internationals in T20 cricket, and I'll be honest, Manners, I don't think I would have picked him for those. So, there is maybe a small argument for that.
Slip in a gully and a catch in cover as Tongue is in again. Bowls another bouncer to Rachin Ravindra, leaves it alone, and it's taken by sprawling, diving Jamie Smith behind the stumps. There's a man out on the hook. Well, he's not just there for the hook shot. I think he's there to prevent boundaries as well. England placing a similarly high price on runs as New Zealand did in dismissing England for 354. Earned themselves the first innings lead of 84.
I think Jangu's also a keeper, so it's possible that Joshua De Silva kept him out of the side for a little bit.
Here is Tongue again, bowls, and that one is driven firmly, but it will be intercepted by Ben Stokes, who's quite deep at mid-off. And they go through for another single. Daryl Mitchell has 4. Rachin Ravindra now 32 from 28 balls, leading by 148. So that Test match between Sri Lanka and the West Indies being played at North Sound? is it?
Yes.
And where Sri Lanka made 300 and the West Indies have replied with 3.
They're 356 for 5 at the moment. So Amir Jangu's got 123 not out, so they've got a lead already. And Dhananjaya De Silva made 100 for the tourists.
On Amir Jangu's Cricinfo biography, I thought I read leg break. So maybe that's outdated.
No, I think he certainly. I was just, when John asked, I looked him up in my notes, and I've certainly had him down as a potential wicketkeeper in the CPL. He hasn't played much in the CPL, but he was certainly on my radar back then.
2 slips, a gully and a leg slip now as Josh Chung bowls with Daryl Mitchell, and a short leg, so that's interesting. There's nobody at cover, either deep or saving one. There was only a mid-off. It was only for one ball though, last ball of the over, and Daryl Mitchell, well, England have got a plan for him, that's for sure. He's 4 not out. New Zealand are 64 for 3, which is an overall lead of 148. It does feel quite important, quite large, quite match affecting.
They can chase 148.
No. Oh, of course. I mean, I'm
For
thinking that,
158?
I'm thinking they're going to double
188. Oh, if they double it, it's over, isn't it?
that. 300, the highest run chase, 299. So,
As I've been telling you, Mick Newell is quite often sits behind me in the press box, and I went in before and I saw him there, and I said, "Have you ever seen this pitch behave like this?" And he said, "Never." And so, if that's the case, we can only all assume it's going to get worse, because this is not a thing that normally happens here.
here's Gus Atkinson running in towards us to Rachin Ravindra. Pushes that one out to cover straight to the fielder, Joe Root, and there is no run.
Having said that, generally this pitch gets better as the game goes on, and that's what he would have expected. I can't see how it evens out though with all the indentations and everything that's happening. So I just think, and this was his theory as well, that for whatever reason the sun just fried the surface, and he's never seen it take off vertically the way that we've seen here.
Maybe once or twice I've seen some really deteriorated rough areas become less dangerous as the top disappears. Oh, Ravindra plays it at Gus Atkinson outside the off stump and plays and misses. It's whizzed away past the outside edge into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So yeah, once or twice you'd have an area, really problematic area, starting with usually a bowler's footmark, and then it sort of dusts and deteriorates around, and it actually becomes smoother, a larger area, so there are less pronounced edges to a rough area, and therefore it becomes less unpredictable, less exaggerated movement, but it's extremely rare. Oh, Atkinson in, a little bit of extra bounce outside the off stump. Ravindra shaping to cut this one through the offside, and a little bit of extra bounce, and Ravindra now walks down the pitch somewhat suspiciously and is met halfway by Daryl Mitchell, who's walked, actually Mitchell's walked further. He's walked 2/3 of the way down the pitch, and Ravindra maybe 1/3 of the way up. They meet around about the area where that ball pitched, and Mitchell offers some words of encouragement, a little glove punch, and off we go again. Slip gully, catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, and beaten again outside the off stump. Ravindra has brought the bat inside the line as if to suggest to us that he didn't play at that. I am inclined to believe he played at it and then he withdrew the bat inside the line. It's an interesting field here. I mean, I'm tempted to say that England have taken a leaf out of New Zealand's book in the way that Ben Stokes has set this field, with just a solitary slip and a gully. There's a man at deep backward point to prevent the boundary, a catching cover, deepish mid-on, mid-off, both conceding a single as Ravindra plays defensively, and it is Joe Root at catching cover who intercepts and does the fielding. Then there's a mid-wicket and there's a man at long leg. So it is, whether it's accurate to say that England have taken a leaf out of New Zealand's book is open to discussion, but it is a very similar type field that New Zealand had for the vast majority of England's innings. Just a reminder that England got off to a shocking start New Zealand got off to a brilliant start at the beginning of the day. 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. Atkinson in that maybe just nips back into Ravindra, hits him on the pad and is deflected away into the slip cordon, and in fact Bethel at Gully picks it up and does the tidying up. So Bethel and Root both dismissed on their overnight scores, and it was then a question of England hanging on and trying to get as close as they could to New Zealand, rather than most of the second day conjecture revolving around whether England could make 500 and earn themselves a lead. In fact, there was some brilliant bowling from Nathan Smith, 4 for 91. Will O'Rourke, 3 for 53 from 20 overs. That was outstanding. And then Zach Folkes, 3 for 35 in 15.4 overs. He was an injury substitute, concussion substitute for the injured Blair Tickner. Right, we can have some spin. Shoaib Bashir is going to come in for his first bowl after 17 overs. Still no sign of Ben Stokes. And I know that many an England supporter will be hoping that the England captain does come on and repeat his own heroics with the ball that he displayed in the first innings. Gosh, there's been some interesting passages of play. As well, this is Test cricket. Of course there have been. New Zealand opening partnership of 317, all out for 438, with Stokes taking 4 for 70. Now, Shoaib Bashir, end of day 3, we'd expect some deviation, we'd expect to see some turn. Daryl Mitchell on strike, short leg in, he sweeps immediately. Bashir has started with a full toss, so that is helpful to Mitchell. And Jofra Archer Fields with his size 13s down on the long leg boundary, and they'll come back for 3. Jeremy Coney's alongside me. Absorbing test match with the series at stake. And well, New Zealand wobbled, but they're stabilising.
Yeah,
Leads 150 now.
Just a little, that's right. I think the first thing I would say is, gosh, you know, New Zealand were with a chance to get 500 in that first innings. They were sitting with that poised, weren't they? I think everybody felt that that would be a minimum the way they were going. So there's an opportunity there missed, and the game would be, you know, even if it was 500, it would be another 70 on.
Bashir, another full toss, and this time Ravindra clips it away out towards wide, long on. Ben Duckett chases, and that's a good return in to Shoaib Bashir. That's a good commitment from Ben Duckett, whose century yesterday seemed to have put England in prime position to hone in on New Zealand's 438. He batted beautifully, 113 from just 99 balls. Here is Bashir, and he does land that one, the third one. Doesn't turn, it's defended by Rachin Ravindra. Ben Duckett was admitted to quite strong emotions, having scored at that 100 yesterday on his home ground, his 7th Test 100. Here's Shoaib Bashir. Once again up to the crease now, bowls, and that one too does land, but it's outside leg stump, and it's clipped away by Ravindra for another couple. Duckett also spoke at some length about the details of the fitness regime that he put himself on, and was quite proud that he had lost 6 kilos in a month. There wasn't any word about how he managed to gain 6 kilos, which is, I mean, yes, the consequence was good, the way he dealt with it, but I suppose, you know, he'd been playing a lot of cricket. That's pushed away defensively by Rachin Ravindra, but it is slightly careless to accidentally gain 6 kilos.
I suppose hotels and
yeah,
all sorts of other things that.
Here is Shoaib Bashir, and forward comes Ravindra playing defensively, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. It used to be a standing joke, I don't know how many years ago, but you know, for a long period, cricketers used to joke that they got fit in the off season, and they started the championship season, certainly the English season, at their optimum weight and their peak fitness, and then they spent 5 months getting steadily less fit.
Can't understand it. Something wrong with these scales as the season goes on.
Maybe it was the fish and chip dinners and the pints of bitter. Things have changed, but it is hard. I mean, you spend. It's tiring. It's exhausting. You know. I mean, people say to me, well, you know, how much does cricket really take out of you? And I always say to my friends, well, how do you feel after 3 hours in the shopping centre? Being, you know, if you have a partner who likes to go shopping, pushed away by Daryl Mitchell as Gus Atkinson continues from the far end. I find it exhausting just being on your feet for 3 hours. And, you know, I mean, the thing about spending a day in the field or a day batting is that you're not going to be going for a 10-kilometre run, are you? You know, and it is a sport, which curiously, in which you can have 3 meals a day while you're playing it. Again, that's changed. There are now energy drinks and protein shakes and that sort of thing. So you don't have to have the pasta. Here's Atkinson, bowls to Ravindra, steered away into the gully, and diving effort from Bethel, just couldn't get there. He's got tubey grips on both elbows to protect him from I think he's probably lost a bit of skin on both of them. I don't think that's a muscular thing, and that's a skin thing. Grass burns on both elbows. Daryl Mitchell 8, Rachin Ravindra 37. Men out, Tom Latham, Devon Conway and Henry Nicholls for 4, 5 and 16. Jofra Archer getting rid of both openers after their heroics in the first innings. Latham 151, Devon Conway 157, but just 4 and 5 respectively second time around. And Henry Nicholls, well, he produced the third top score for New Zealand, 36 in the first innings, and he's gone for 16. So now it's Ravindra and Mitchell to do the scoring as Atkinson is in once more, defended by Daryl Mitchell. England have a very clear plan for Daryl Mitchell. They've got the short leg in straight away. When Mitchell comes to bat, the short leg is there. So does he prod forward with hard hands?
Well, his response so far to that has been if it's on leg stump in that area, he's letting it hit him, isn't he? That's what he's deliberately allowing the ball to take him on the body.
2 slips to gully, short leg and leg slip, and this time it's nudged square of the wicket on the offside towards point, and they go through for a single. Mitchell escapes to the non-striker's end. Ben Stokes does the fielding.
It's one of those pitches, I think, at the moment that you've got to stay in line with the ball. You can't give get yourself either leg side or offside of the ball too much. You've got to stay in line with the ball. You've got a better chance of hitting it, and occasionally when it does do something a little unusual that you don't expect, and you might just have to take one, and that's, I'm afraid, the situation that every batsman has to confront in their own way. I felt Nicholls played quite nicely, actually got himself into line. I thought Latham was beaten by movement off the surface.
Atkinson in bowls, it's over pitched and it's driven lustily by Rachin Ravindra only as far as Bashir at short cover.
I thought Conway was a little bit affected. He got a nasty one on the helmet. That took a while to change as they rebuilt the next helmet. And then he was just staying leg side of the ball a bit, and the hands went at the ball. That's very, very easy to do. That's not a criticism of him in particular. It's just that you've got to get in line more with the ball if you can.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls. Ravindra drives to cover again, and this time it's Emilio Gay who does the collecting. Ravindra has 37 from 42 balls. He's played with great conviction, and I was talking, I'm sorry to interrupt your train of thoughts, because we're moving on to Rachin Ravindra. I said, you know, that he would have been feeling the great weight of expectation to make amends for a horrible shot at the end of the first day. And so it would have been easy for him to play a bit within himself and you know, to be ultra cautious, but not so. He's backed himself.
He has, but he's also shown, I think, a bit of judgment outside the off stump. I mean, Atkinson has thrown a few little tempters outside his off stump. Go on, drive if you want to. And he's let them go by, and he's waited until it's coming towards him a lot more. And he's been able to play some lovely drives. He's tucked the ball on the onside. He's not really used the horizontal bat shots at all so far. Now, whether that's because the bowlers haven't offered any, or whether he's looked to just discipline himself to not play those yet. So I think he looks to be in quite a good shape mentally at the moment.
Here's Bashir and Daryl Mitchell there. Just got into a slight tangle. It was pitching quite a long way outside the off stump into the bowler's footmarks, and he looked like he didn't quite know whether to play it or leave it. And in the end, he pushed at it some way from the body, took a step sort of away to the leg side, and then pushed at it.
Yep, he did. He's suspicious of that outside the off stump.
Forward comes now to Bashir, plays that one defensively, and it trickles back to the bowler. So Shoaib Bashir has got a slip and a man on the 45 on the leg side, saving one, but he's quite close, so he's there more maybe for the top edge sweep. Not sure that Daryl Mitchell will be sweeping if he's suspicious of the ball. That one is pushed firmly straight back to the bowler. There's also a man at deep back with square leg on the boundary. And mid-on that's Jacob Bethel. He's quite wide. Mid-off is Ben Stokes, who's loosening up. He's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary at mid-off, so he's definitely conceding a single. Mitchell forward, then back, plays off the pitch, watches the ball turn. Joe Root's at extra cover. There's a man at strange position at also 45 degrees on the offside. Quite a long way behind square. And then a man sweeping on the cover boundary. Bashir in again. Mitchell is forward, pushes that one straight to Joe Root, who attacks it coming in from short cover.
I think that allows Bashir to bowl outside off stump, because Mitchell will play the reverse sweep. If he gets, if you want, that might prevent him doing so. And so that will mean that Bashir can actually pitch outside off stump and bring the ball back towards the stumps, as we saw in the first ball of this over.
5 dot balls to start as Bashir is in. That turns quite a lot, but not from straight, from quite wide outside the off stump, and it's short enough again for Mitchell to play it off the pitch. Watch the spin, and that's good. He asked a few questions there, did Shoaib Bashir, in his second over, having started with a couple of full tosses. 74 for 3. New Zealand leading by 158. The highest successful run chase in the fourth innings on this ground is 299, but that was a far better pitch than this one. Mick Newell, the director of cricket, said he's been here for most of his career, actually.
Yeah, director of cricket.
The director of cricket, he said he's never seen a pitch like this at Trent Bridge.
No, it's certainly a lot drier, and I think even the ground staff were just a bit concerned how dry it was, and then having 2 very hot days, baking as well, has, I think, just changed the nature of the surface. And he's never seen the ball, I think, did I hear Jared say, it's just lifting at the batsman, as it did this morning.
The one that hit Devon Conway was actually not bounce a length. It's hit him on the helmet. Here's Ben Stokes for his first bowl of the innings, and his first delivery is short and wide outside the off stump. A little bit of a loosener, and Rachin Ravindra doesn't time his force off the back foot. He will get a couple. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary. That ball from Archer has just reared off a length, and Conway instinctively has just taken his eyes off it, turned his head, and hit him in the back of the head.
Yes, and that just made it difficult for him after that. He was sort of suspecting that always to happen.
No great surprise that Ben Stokes has chosen the same end for himself. Runs in from the broad, the pavilion end, beats Ravindra outside the off stump. Seemed to go straight on. Maybe it straightened a bit, but there's definitely suspicion about where the ball is pitching on a length, maybe just back of a good length with the bowling from the pavilion end, and a number of them have misbehaved. That's where Archer bowled that delivery that hit Devon Conway, and Daryl Mitchell has once again come down from the non-strikers end to help Ravindra dab the suspicious area. That's a little bit of width outside the off stump, brilliantly fielded by Emilio Gay. Gosh, powerful crunch off the back foot from Rachin Ravindra. Had Emilio Gay at cover not dived and got a hand to that, that would have been 4. He would have got to the boundary very quickly.
Yes, it was a powerful stroke. He just stood and really punched, and that is a punch. Sometimes we describe things, that's more of a steering stroke. That was a real punch. There was power in that, but it wasn't a follow through at all. It was just the ball meeting the bat very hard. But yeah, I just think the 500 that New Zealand had at their opportunity would have added another 70 runs in the lead, so it would have been 150. And so New Zealand at this stage would be 220 ahead. Anyway, that's passed. There was the opportunity missed.
The lead is 161 as Mitchell is forward to Stokes now, and plays that one straight back to the England captain.
So length is absolutely critical, I think, on a surface like this. You want to be trying to bring the batsman forward still, not very full. You don't want to get to the point of driving that we've seen from Ravindra. They are little errors, and he's got a few drives away. He's seen the length quite quickly and prepared to play that drive.
Stokes in again, bowls to Daryl Mitchell. That one maybe nips back, hits the inside half of the bat, and is missed by Josh Tongue down at long leg. Oh dear, there was a groan from the crowd as Josh Tongue appeared to have it covered, and like a live fish in the bottom of a boat, it just squirmed away from him, leapt away just when he thought he had it covered. It was an inside edge. Tongue going for the one-handed pickup. You never do with a live fish, do you?
No, never. Never do that. One hand on really hard and the other one just into the gills.
Yeah, well, yes, it's cost his team probably 2 runs and maybe even 3. Josh Tongue gets a ironic round of applause from the crowd behind him as he goes for the two-handed pickup this time and completes it successfully. Stokes gives him a, I think, semi-sarcastic clap as well. Thanks, Josh. Well done.
I think you've got to turn to the crowd, and a gentle bow is the answer to that. Then the sort of the irony is removed, and they actually started to enjoy it.
I don't
Fair
know
enough.
I don't know whether this is a scheduled drinks break or not, but 2 New Zealand green bibs have raced onto the field, and I'll tell you what, whether it's it's not a scheduled drinks break, which actually the scheduled drinks break is in about 3 minutes time, so I'm not sure that the umpires are saying, all right, okay, well, just get on with it. And it's actually Rod Tucker.
Rod, off you go. And he's right.
Get off. We're having the official
3
drinks
minutes
break
more,
in 3
they
minutes.
can last the over.
But I tell you what, Daryl Mitchell and Rachin Ravindra gulped down those drinks. Did you see that? Was they'd just been walking the desert for 12 hours, so they certainly appreciated those drinks. Anyway, Rod Tucker's doing the right thing, saying, hey, off you go. You get on and off, and you want you off by the time the next over is ready to be bowled. Here's Bashir to Daryl Mitchell, drives down the ground. Ben Duckett fields at deepish mid-on.
That's a good stroke. That's an area where you get a single every ball if you can, if the length is right and the line is pretty straight. And Ravindra is absolutely within his right to hold his position there and prevent the dive across by Bashir. You don't have to be too wide. You can be in that area and you're totally allowed. It's not doing anything mean or anything like that. He's quite within his rights to hold his place.
Bashir in again, and that turns away from the left-handed Ravindra. Once more, he plays it off the pitch. We just saw a picture of the New Zealand balcony, and Mitchell Santner's padded up and was very prominent and visible. You would have thought he was the next man in. Tom Blundell wasn't there. I hope he's all right, and he is scheduled to come in next. Maybe he's just wasn't in shot as Bashir is in again. Next one defended by Rachin Ravindra, who's 40 not out from 47 balls. The lead is 167 for New Zealand.
I think it's becoming more and more clear, isn't it, that Ravindra is a key for New Zealand here to get a total.
Oh yeah, definitely. As Bashir bowls again, and this one is driven into the ground and fielded by Bashir, who gets himself into the I'm going to shy at the stumps position and holds it there for a second. And the crowd who were paying attention enjoyed that moment. Slip and a catching cover. Everyone else pretty much saving one, apart from the boundary fielders, one on either side. Bashir into Ravindra again, and once more it is defended, and they're just checking to see whether that was the last ball of the over. Nitin Menon is unmoved. Daryl Mitchell thought it was the last ball of the over. He's walked down to have a chat to Ravindra, and then now he's had to regain his ground at the non-striker's end. Catching cover, slip, and I suppose mid-wicket is also catching. Driven by Ravindra. Lovely shot again to duck it. Mid-on and mid-off, halfway back, maybe 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, so they are conceding a single, inviting the hit over the top. I don't think that they'll be accepting that invitation. Mitchell 15, Ravindra 41, 84 for 3. The lead is 168. Quick word from Jeremy, and I suspect you're about to be replaced by Steve Harmison. John Norman will take my spot.
Well, probing over again from Bashir. New Zealand not able to quite get to him. When he pitches a little full, New Zealand bring the drives into play and can pick up singles at that point. Haven't been too many opportunities for boundaries, so he's doing his job at the Radcliffe Road end. And here's Stokes again for his second. Starts off a little bit wide of the off stump to Ravindra, the left-hander, through to the keeper Smith. And Stokes has caused so many problems for New Zealand in the first innings of this match, where he basically removed the middle order, the people who are actually at the wicket at the moment. And I would even get him to bowl sometimes over the wicket rather than round. Maybe he's bowling there to use Bashir as well.
And he's in again, left alone by Ravindra, who's seen one ball go very close to the outside edge of the bat. But he's 41 and Mitchell is 15. The two came together after the dismissal of Henry Nicholls for 16. Caught by Harry Brook, the over after he hadn't been dropped because Brook didn't go for it. Missed by Brook. Now, Harmy, all tests we've been commenting on Joe Root, Jacob Ethel, Harry Brook mucking around behind the slips, and every single time we mentioned it, you said, well, they better not drop one. This is too wide and left alone by Ravindra. Well, he didn't drop it, he missed it, but there we go. Made up for it the next over.
They're mucking around right now.
Yeah, you're keeping the energy up, keeping the concentration factor in between times. I think that's always a challenge for young players coming into international cricket. Can you switch on and switch off without switching off and then losing concentration, but not having to switch on all day for 6.5 hours? That it completely wipes you out mentally from an energy point of view, and that there's an art to that.
It's Stokes, and he's doing as Jeremy suggested he should. He's bowling over the wicket now to Rachin Ravindra.
Well, maybe if they'd been Ben Ducker just drops the ball. Maybe if they'd been mucking around though at that point, it would have been better, because then Harry Brook would have realised that Joe Root wasn't standing behind him the first slip. So maybe it was a failure to muck around that caused the miss. It didn't matter much though. Henry Nicol played the same shot at the other end.
So 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a deepish cover point and an extra cover, and once again Stokes, who has now switched to round the wicket, and again it's too wide for Ravindra to show any interest whatsoever. There's mid-off, mid-on, there's a deep backward point, and there's Shoaib Bashir, I think, has bowled quite nicely. Once he's stopped bowling those full tosses, he's landed it nicely. He's got a little bit of turn. He's caused an error from Daryl Mitchell.
You can see. I mean, there is a bowler in there that he's 22 years old. He's still learning the game. His best ball is a very, very good ball.
Round the wicket, Stokes, and again that's good lift and carry, but Rachna Ravindra is playing sensible cricket. It's great to see. Gets through the over. That's the second from Stokes. A maiden as well, I think. Yep, it was a maiden. And New Zealand find themselves 84 for 3, a lead of 168. And we've got 55 minutes until stumps. Big hour, 5 minutes shy for England as well as New Zealand here.
Yeah, and looking at that over from Ben, I mean, it looked good and it was nice. The pace was up, ball gone through, the keeper took it above his head. But what has been successful on this surface, the ball that's been sort of on the stumps. That's where I think England are missing a trick here.
Bashir, this is quite full, and Daryl Mitchell just steers this through vacant point for a single. He moves to 16, 85 for 3 New Zealand.
I think in the first innings, Bashir, his figures probably flattered him because he's an off-spinner bowling to 2 left-handers, one of which is Latham, who's never going to go after him. This is a bigger test because Rachna Ravindra will go after him if he wants to, but specifically Daryl Mitchell.
There's a slip in place for Ravindra, and this is on the stumps and playing with a very straight bat, deep in his crease, just punching it back to the bowler.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
You look at that, that's good. You're thinking that should be your stock ball. Can you bowl 9 balls out of 10 there? But unfortunately bowls...
He just can't.
2 or 3 balls out of 10 there.
We'll see what he does here. This is over pitched a touch. It's on the pads, and that allows the pressure to be lifted.
The other problem is that ball there is not a horrendous cricket delivery.
No.
But it's slightly too leg side and slightly too full. And quite often when he gets it wrong, when he first came in, when he would get it wrong to right-handers, it would be down the leg side, but it would be fine on length. You couldn't pull it, and you know, it wasn't really there to be swept or anything. Something has happened recently where when he makes a mistake, he kind of makes a mistake on line and length in the same delivery.
He's bowling to a right-hander now, and Mitchell just comes forward and defends in and around off stump.
So again, that's a perfectly fine delivery. The problem with Daryl Mitchell is, Ashwin said this year that Daryl Mitchell is probably the hardest player in the world to bowl to at the moment if you're a spinner, because he can play every single shot. He can come down the wicket, he can milk you, he can hit through covers, he can cut, he can reverse sweep, and he can just hoik you over the leg side.
Again, this is on the 2 full, and Mitchell uses his feet to get down to the ball and pushes it back to Bashir. No run.
I think we saw before the World Cup he was smashing Kuldeep Yadav around, so much so that Kuldeep Yadav really lost all form, and that's how good a player of spin Daryl Mitchell can be. So this is good for Bashir.
Last ball of the over, and Bashir gets on to go past the outside edge. This is a touch wider and goes on, and that's a genuine play and a miss from Daryl Mitchell. Drinks have been called, and New Zealand find themselves in a good position. 86 for 3, a lead of 170. They would have taken this morning. They wouldn't have taken it at tea on day 1.
No, but they'll definitely take it now, and I think that's the point I was trying to make about Stokes' last over. It was a good over, and it looked good, but it wasn't really that effective on a surface like this. I have this pitch as probably a Day 4, end of Day 4 pitch. I think it's a day older because of the sun and the heat on the first 2 days. I think this is probably behaving the way 24 hours later pitch would be, which would be towards the end of Day 4. And when you get to that point, especially here at Trent Bridge, I mean, you have to bowl straight. You have to bowl straight. So as much as it looked nice and it looked good, I think you look at the way Folkes and look at the way Smith bowled on it with the keeper standing up, it looked very, very difficult to score, and it was challenging. So for me, England they've got to be bowling balls that are going to be challenging 2 or 3 different modes of dismissal. The over that Stokes has bowled, looked nice, had lots of energy, got the crowd going, got a lot of oohs and ahs. But in reality, it was going to be a fend push by Ravindra outside off stump, nicking to keeper first slip or second slip. That's the only dismissal that I could see him play.
Huge news in the Women's World Cup. Ireland has just defeated the West Indies. Louise Little.
What a week for Ireland.
I know. I mean, incredible. I think that's their first win in this tournament, and I think it keeps New Zealand in the tournament, doesn't it?
Get on the Guinness.
Louise Little hit a 4, and they won with 6 wickets and 11 balls. So in the end, fairly...
What's a hammering?
Yeah, I think it was a bit more nervous for those watching it, having watched a lot of Irish women's cricket as well. Orla Prendergast was the star. She's fantastic. She made 63 off 44 balls, so a huge win for them.
Wow, that is something else. Coming in the week that Ireland men beat India men. And England women, of course, who are unbeaten in the T20 World Cup. They play New Zealand women tonight. Now, New Zealand women need to win that match, don't they, to keep in the tournament, the holders.
Yeah, if West Indies had won that game, there was nothing that game was a dead rubber tonight. Now it's alive, wow. And if New Zealand win, they could steal their way back into the next round. So it's huge, and I should say that New Zealand have the better net run rate as well. So they just have to beat England. They don't have to do anything silly.
Okay, well, that game will be covered on Talksport with reports from Claire Cottingham. And then, of course, we've got England versus Panama at 10 o'clock. That's when you'll switch off, Jared, of course.
I didn't... in the Women's World Cup?
Yeah. Did you know they play cricket in Panama?
They do play cricket in Panama.
Play cricket everywhere.
Well, Nottingham was like a war zone for the Scotland game. God knows what it's going to be like tonight with the England game being on.
I think that was more to do with the extreme heat.
Where's the game?
I don't know. Where is the game? Dallas, is it?
Dallas, I think
am I
it
making
is.
that
Yeah.
up?
Is Dallas ever not
No,
hot?
it's not. It's in New York, isn't it? I think they're back in New York. Yeah, they're in New York.
I think New York's got a heat wave as
No,
well.
you're right. It's New York, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Because all the Panama fans had taken over Times Square yesterday.
So is it the New York Giants stadium?
No, it's New Jersey.
Oh, it's the one out.
It's not where the finals.
It's where the finals going to be played.
It's a MetLife Stadium.
Yeah. Okay, back to the cricket and back to Ben Stokes, who is bowling to Rashan Ravindra, and once again he's allowing Ravindra to stay where he is and just let the ball go through, and Stokes gives him a word or two of encouragement, trying to get under his skin a touch. We've seen Ravindra employ some rash shots at times in this series and against England in the past, but I think he has played this perfectly so far. 42 from 59. New Zealand had to have somebody who will come out and score some runs, and they've got that in Ravindra. Good knock so far, but he'll want to kick on. And Stokes is in, and this is cut square of the wicket, but it's fielded at the second attempt by Emilio Gay. So he's still trying to hit square. He's picked out Emilio Gay 3 times now.
Yeah, they decided a while back because they had 3 players out on the leg side. They had a mid-on, a mid-wicket and fine leg. And when Ratcham was batting, they decided to bring one of the fielders over and pack that offside with the extra slip in place as well. So clearly they've been working on this. But as Harmy said, it's basically taking away bowled and LBW on a surface with a little bit inconsistent bounce.
Stokes again, quite wide of the crease, and this is cracked away. Chase on for Josh Tongue. It's actually gone behind square. If we'd gone in front of it, then, well, Gay might have stopped it. But as it is, it's 2 runs, and Ravindra moves to 44. The lead for New Zealand now, 172.
I understand what England are doing with Ravindra. Ravindra came out, I think I was last on commentary about an hour ago. I think he had 12 off 10 balls. Me and Manners were talking about him, the way he come, and I was just about to say this. Ben needs to put a man on the leg side to give him a chance of bowling a little bit straighter. At this moment in time, the way he had the field, he could only bowl outside off stump and wide outside off stump. The plan a little bit, I understand, because Ravindra is wanting to hit the ball and he's hanging it out there, but it just hasn't worked.
They've put another field on the leg side now, taken that slip, and this has just been steered down to gully. Those Hawkeye cameras are obscuring my vision, so I'm kind of swiveling around as though I'm trying to avoid a boxer trying to knock my head off.
But if he nicks this through second slip, there'll be a lot of oohs and ahs and you've just taken him out there. But you're just taking him out there to bowl a bit straighter. So you either keep your second slip in and say, right, I've got the discipline to bowl that, that line, or you have the protection on the left side. Bear in mind, you're 172 runs behind. You probably need that protection on the leg side to bowl that little bit straighter to get him to play the full shot.
Here is Stokes. He's in, and this is straighter, and Ravindra's pushing this out to mid-on. Now, I know it might sound a bit silly to say this, but you know, with New Zealand 88 for 3, and they could lose a couple of wickets here, but at times this doesn't look like the pitch that England seemingly struggled so badly on today.
Because the ball was, that last ball there, New Zealand were bowling 5 out of 6.
That's it, right?
They're bowling 5 out of 6.
They're bowling wicket to wicket.
Their bowlers' trajectory and the speeds and the way it comes, that's their on this surface.
Stokes again, and that's an attempted pull. Well, it is a pull. He attempts it and successfully manages it, but there's no timing, and it goes to Duckett at mid-wicket. And for those of you who think that Steve Harmison is just remarking on what he's seeing, which of course he is doing,
and also what he smells, and
he also said exactly this before the third innings took place, started. Made the point that New Zealand bowled really well today, but he wasn't sure that England had the bowlers to replicate what New Zealand did.
Well, I just want to talk about something Harmy was talking about there. So they took the slip fielder out and put him in mid-wicket. I'm remembering that right.
Yeah, they did.
Then.
Yeah.
Right, and Harmy said that's so they can bowl straighter. But they did have a short cover, a cover point, and a deep point in at that time. And if you're bowling straighter, why do you need a deep point if you're bowling around the wicket? It's because he's not accurate enough.
Here's Bashir, and this is just glanced into the leg side for a single by Daryl Mitchell, who moves to 17. The score 89 for 3, a lead of 173, and I love that scoreboard up there.
Yeah, it's spot on. Jared's spot on. I would have moved Ben Duckett just across and left that gap. Basically said, bowl a little bit fuller, bowl a little bit straighter, and say to Ratch and Ravindra, you've got to hit it through extra cover, straight extra cover, as opposed to that wide extra cover where he likes that slash drive. If he has to hit it a little bit straighter, then the angle of the bat brings chopped on onto the interplayer.
Round the wicket comes Shoaib Bashir, and this is pushed up to Stokes at mid-on. Hurls the ball back to the striker's end where it's taken by Smith. This field as well, explain the thinking. Well, now it's changing, of course, because Mitchell's on strike.
It's covering all bases, unfortunately.
Yeah,
it's covering. It's not. It is to a plan, but it isn't to a plan. It's a plan that we'll have him there. We'll have him there because that's what we want him to bowl to. But we'll have him there because we think he might not be consistent enough.
Down on the sweep goes Mitchell, and it's hit powerfully along the ground to Jofra Archer at deep square leg.
Yeah, it really is at this stage. I think they started just before Stokes came on. When they violently started changing the field over and over again. I think we were on at the time, John. From that point onwards, it was quite clear that Stokesy was in his chasing mode. And look, I understand it, but I think this is just a wicket for patience. I think England were at their best in the first innings when they were patient, and certainly New Zealand.
Here's Bashir. Oh, wow, that was a delivery that saw Ravindra almost step down the track, and for a second you thought he was going to launch cover drive or maybe try and hit the ball in the air, and then seemed to be caught in two minds and then just prodded at it.
He's misjudged the length. He's completely misjudged the length. It's just dipped a little bit. He's misjudged the length. It's turned, and he's actually done well to pull his bat out of the way at the last minute. Bashir again. And this time stretching forward and smothering the ball. The other thing is the use of spin, because did Mitchell Santner bowled 10 overs? When was he?
2 overs today.
2 overs today.
And it was going to the new ball.
Yeah, it was. We only bowled it to get to the new ball.
Exactly. How many overs in was it that he bowled? He was brought in to the attack quite early, actually, looking back. Here's Bashir. That's a quicker one. And Ravindra just defends in and around off stump. 45 not out. Mitchell's 18, and the score 91 for 3. New Zealand lead by 175.
But if you go back to why this game was blown open, it was blown open by the England captain bowling 8 overs for 13, and he basically ran up and bowled in and around the top of off stump with attacking-ish field, but his discipline was unbelievable, and he caused problems because once he got a new batter in, it was difficult to start on. In England, I don't think England have done that.
No,
I don't think they've done that.
I don't think they have either, because Smith picked up 2 wickets. you know, bowling on the wicket. And then Folks did the same thing. At no point did England get away. Over the wicket is Ben Stokes bowling to Daryl Mitchell.
I like their plans to Daryl Mitchell with the seam a lot better. Keep her up the stumps. I don't think Jamie Smith is particularly suited to being up the stumps, but for Mitchell it makes sense. They've also got the leg gully in as well for that sort of pickup shot that he sort of flicks around the corner there. It's a ring field. I don't mind what they're trying here for Mitchell at the moment.
We had Matt Pryor in with us, didn't we? We were talking about wicket keeping. That video is available on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel. Actually, I don't think it is yet, but it will be. Next week, this producer Scott Stokes is in, and this is defended. Can you give the listeners an idea of just how difficult it is to train, to be able to stand up behind the stumps, what you need to go through?
Yeah, well, Matty talks a lot about how essentially he just had to come up the stumps, and then they use, I don't know if it has a name, Harmy might know, but it's an orange fielding mat, and the ball comes off at inconsistent.
Yeah, I know. I don't know the name.
Yeah,
for
but
it,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyone who's been to a cricket club in the last 10 years.
It's like a plastic, the corrugated roof plastic thing, isn't it?
And you fire the ball off it goes off in all different directions.
Here is Stokes, and this is just pushed out to square leg, short leg, and Emilio Gay running in from short mid-wicket fields, no run.
And basically Matt Pryor would be up at the stumps, and Bruce French, who's from, he was the keeper here, wasn't he? Bruce French? Yeah.
Yeah, Nottingham.
Yeah. He was basically just pinging the ball as fast as he could. I think it was with a bowling machine.
Yeah, they use the bowling machine now.
Yeah, and Matt Pryor just got hit over and over again, and every time he got good at taking the ball, Bruce French would up it, make it harder again, so that he had to get used to it.
Here's Stokes, and again it's pushed out to the cover, this time by Daryl Mitchell, no run.
I mean, like Smith is not a world-class gloveman. It is an incredibly hard thing that he's doing at the moment. These are not slow bowlers either. He's got Stokes and Atkinson. He's come up to the stumps here. There's courage involved. There's technique involved. There's also instinct, I think, at a certain point. We see with Blundell, his ability. Atkinson missed the ball by a foot today, and Blundell still took it. You know, the ability to be able to do that, it's really, really hard.
Stokes again. He's powering in. Midway point of his fourth over, and this is down the leg side and will be 4. He's just got the line wrong, and it's come off the pad. I've got a question for you from Captain Fish and Trips. So what do you reckon is a proper score on this pitch, Steve? By that, I guess he's meaning
to chase.
What can they chase? What can England chase?
I still think 220 to 250 would be a challenging chase with their bowlers. As of 10 minutes ago, England had bowled with a bowl 26.5 overs now, so say 24 overs. England had 10 balls of England's were hitting the stumps. That'll be a lot different when New Zealand bowl.
Here's Stokes, and this is defended by Mitchell. New Zealand, Bazar 988 says New Zealand are an exceptional test team. And he says he really hopes they push the Aussies. Of course, there is a series at the end of the year. In fact, New Zealand are going to be playing some great test cricket. Got 2 tests against India in, I imagine, probably November time. And then they go to Australia, 4 test series. Are they an exceptional test team? I
know you don't think they are.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Well, they're not, are they? They're not an exceptional test team.
Their best 1 to 11 is a very, very good test team. Their best 1 to 11 this week with no Jameson, no Henry.
Yeah, definitely.
Then I think that changes it. I'm not sure their bench strength and deep depth is that strong.
Well, I think the other issue they have is just that so many of their batters have been out of form for the last couple of years as well.
With Bashir continuing and drawing Rashin Ravindra forward.
They're not that balanced, are they?
Yeah, and I think if you look at it on paper, it looks better because you're like Latham, Conway, even Nichols. Most people have seen Nichols make runs before, but when you look at it, a lot of these guys are not in their peak form, and so it's not quite there. And you take Williamson out of there as well, but that bowling attack can keep them in any game, almost any series at times.
This is tossed up and driven and expertly fielded as well by Ben Duckett, who's about not quite 2/3 of the way back at mid-off, but he really had to hair across to his right and get down smartly, because that was hit so powerfully. And the 6 kg that he lost in the last few months has just probably saved England 3 runs.
It has. He didn't bounce that far either, which tells you that it's well lost as well. Good on you, Ben Duckett. There could be 2 more Aegean bowling units in that Australia-New Zealand series, and both fine bowling teams.
Right-hander now, as Mitchell just blocks this delivery from Bashir.
It's also worth saying New Zealand isn't at full strength in this bowling unit anyway, even forgetting the Jamieson being rested and Henry. Jacob Duffy hasn't even played in this series. And he certainly would have played ahead of Blair Tickner.
Just a little bit more loop from Bashir, and Mitchell stepped forward and kind of held the bat kind of to his side and behind him, and I think it might have hit the bat handle and deflected back past the stumps.
That's what I thought I saw as well. He left it and it just bounced up, and it's hit his arm and almost gone back onto his stumps, so it's hit his back forearm. Wow, what a way to go out that would have been. Still inconsistent bounce no matter who bowls from this end.
Guy in the sage green white dot shirts that thinks that New Zealand aren't good. Again, capitals from F60 Crude 2. I don't think they aren't good. I don't think they aren't good. I'm just asking a question. This is tucked away straight to mid-wicket. Yeah, maybe I haven't given them the... I think basically Cameron Punsonby said they're a very good New Zealand side, and I said I'm not sure they are. I think they're a good New Zealand side. No, he said they're a very good test side, and I said I don't know. I think they're a good test side. So that's what we're talking. The difference between good and very good.
Yeah.
I don't think they're exceptional, and I do think they are good.
Glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, I'm just about to go off duty. Oh, he struck on pads. Bashir wants it.
Oh, no,
it looks like it's outside the line of off stump to me. Mitchell just checks with the umpire. He's allowed to stroll out of his crease, and Ben Stokes isn't going to take this for review. That is the end of my stint. After a word from Harmy. Oh, is it? Oh, no, sorry. I thought it was the end of my stint. It isn't the end of my stint at all. Still got 3 minutes to go.
Good delivery from Shoaib Bashir. Well flighted. It's good. It just drifted, turned, got a good bit of turn. Disturbed the surface, and I don't think it was the footholds that are disturbed. I think it was off the pitch. I think it's a long way outside off stump.
Does Jamie Smith know that it has to hit even near off stump?
Yeah, and he was standing right behind the stumps as opposed to where the ball
was anyway. Yeah. I mean, that must have hit him 40 centimetres outside of off stump.
Good way outside of stump. I think the New Zealand one. I think once them Test matches is finished, John, because I know you've got an invested interest in the New Zealand cricket team with a family out there. What happens when that when that 4 Test matches finishes? Because they're gonna, both sides are coming. Australia and New Zealand are coming to the end of quite a lot of very, very good players. The exceptional player, I would say, exceptional individual players. There's going to be some retirements. Have New Zealand got domestic cricket sorted that they're going to have enough in the bank to come through?
Round the wicket, Stokes to Rashid Ravindra, who just shapes to play at this and then decides not to, lets it go through.
I think the Australian players are looking at one more Ashes, one more World Test Championship tilt, and I think then we'll see. I can't imagine Hazelwood can continue to play Test cricket just because I don't think his body will allow it.
It's not much after though, so there's not much time between the New Zealand series and then the end of the Ashes.
Exactly, and then Stark I think does want to keep playing on.
They've got the Border Gavaskar as well.
Yeah, they've got a lot going on.
Here is Stokes, he's in, and this is hit not that far in front of Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, who does, again, fine bit of fielding for his captain, diving to the right to stop what would have been a certain 4.
Looking at Ben's reaction there, I think he thinks Duckett's caught this.
He smashed it really hard, didn't he? No, he's just excited. It was a good stop. So I think Hazelwood would go in that period, and I think Lyon may never play Test cricket again. Already.
Stokes again, and driven by Ravindra, who's now playing a few shots because the ball's there to be hit. No run.
So you're looking at taking away Hazelwood and Lyon from that attack, which changes things quite a lot for Australia in the future. Don't see any reason why Cummins won't continue to play. And as I said, Stark basically gave up white ball cricket to continue to play Test. So I think he'll play as long as he can. And he's never bowled better in Test cricket consistently. So I can't see any reason why he would leave.
Looking at this New Zealand batting order, because Rash and Ravindra aside, they're all well into their 30s. Stokes is in. This is just squeezed out to mid-wicket, no run.
I wouldn't think that Blundell or Mitchell are in any rush to go anywhere, and Conway, because these are all late bloomers, right?
And Latham. I think Latham, another one, I think he likes playing Test match cricket. He likes playing. Just can you have them all eventually going at the same time? That's going to be the issue. They're all the same age. They're all 34, 35.
Phillips and Ratchan are the only ones who are younger, aren't they?
Correct, yeah.
So they kind of have to get Phillips into the top 6, I think.
That would strengthen the side if they could manage that, you'd imagine, because this is punched to cover point, but it's fielded by Gay, 96 for 3.
Find a wicketkeeper that can bat.
They've got Mitch Hay, he can bat.
Find a wicketkeeper that can bat and somehow get Phillips into the top 6 and be able to possibly play a frontline spin bowler or find an all-rounder.
Well, Bracewell's kind of gone, isn't he? But Santner's still around, but they need that next generation. Because, again, both of those guys are in their 30s as well.
Yeah, which shouldn't be a problem for Santner so much, should it? And then they have, 5 or 6 fast bowlers. Here is Ben Stokes bowling to Rash and Ravindra, who, again, is being forced to play. And does so relatively comfortably, pushing this out to cover.
We know that New Zealand have 2 younger players coming through as well. Reece Maru is someone that they're talking about a lot. And is he behind me? No, he's not behind me. Jeremy Coney's grandson, who captained the under-19 team. So those 2 have been talked about quite a lot. Whereas if you go to Australia, there aren't as many young players that they're like, generally with Australia, they're pretty vocal when they think they have someone.
Speaking of under-19, so Peake's decent, isn't he?
Peake's probably one. It makes me feel old. I saw his dad play under-19 cricket.
Wow. you are old.
Yeah, exactly. His
dad is about to come in, by the way, guys.
I saw his dad make a 100 against India under-19s. I think that's right. Or maybe A-side, a long way back. Bashir coming in. There's a slip in place. Darren Mitchell, again, he's playing these weird leaves. He's almost dragged one or elbowed one back onto his stumps already. This time you heard the groan. It's a mile outside off stump. But he's not getting his hands a long way away from these balls.
Yeah, but it's wide. There's no real challenge towards the stump.
Oh, no, I don't. I mean, he almost dragged it before. Yeah. He's definitely not going to get bowled. This one, he sweeps outside the line. Again, England have completely forgotten how the LBW law works. Hopefully they can learn it for the morning. That was a mile outside off stump. I think it was Harry Brook that slipped that time.
I think that was a crowd appeal mostly, wasn't it?
Harry Brook went up.
Yeah. It was a crowd appeal.
I think that was just Brook encouraging Bashir. He couldn't be appealing for that. Bashir in again. Quicker one outside the off stump. Chopped away by Daryl Mitchell. So they scramble through for a quick single.
That's kind of what Hamid and I were talking about before from Bashir. Again, not a terrible ball, and he's bowled much better in this spell. But he really had a lot of pressure on Daryl Mitchell there. And Manners, you or I probably could have pushed that ball away for one.
Well, especially given the field. There's no disincentive, is there? Anyway, he's now got the left-hander to bowl to. And is very straight. Forward comes Ravindra, playing defensively, watchfully.
He's done well here, Ravindra. He got to around, 40 off a run a ball-ish. And now he's just like, no, I'm playing for stumps here. If they give me a loose one, he got one from Bashir and he smashed a drive. He flicked one off Stokes as well, but he's waiting for the bad balls, whereas before he was pushing a little bit more, looking to put pressure back on.
Joe Root's catching it close-ish mid-on. It's, again, leg stump line from Shoaib Bashir. Oh, and there's a mix-up here. Daryl Mitchell has set off for a run from the non-striker's end. I think they were equally at fault there. They were both watching each other. I couldn't hear a call from either. But Mitchell was trying to respond to his partner. They're now going to have a little chat. They've They do like to meet in the middle of the pitch and have a little speculative prod. They have both been quite suspicious of the bounce from when the bowling has been from the pavilion end. Here is Bashir, and again short and cut away by Rachin Ravindra to the sweeper on the cover boundary. That's Jofra Archer out there. It's run off the last ball. Rachin Ravindra keeps a strike and moves on to 47. Daryl Mitchell has 19. 96 for 3. The lead is 182. Yeah, that's worth looking after. That's worth protecting. That's not worth. It's don't jeopardise that with a wicket or two at the end of the day.
No, and they're waiting for the bad balls, and that last over is probably an ideal Bashir over. It's 4 balls exactly where he needed them to be, really well delivered, and 2 balls that were quite forward. In another position, both of those could have gone for 4, but at the moment, Rachin hit his to the fielder, and Daryl Mitchell wasn't worried about 4s. He just wanted to get off strike.
Harry Brooks, the solitary slip. Jacob Bethel's in the gully as Ben Stokes continues from the Stuart Broad end, and this one is driven up towards mid-off, going straight to Josh Tongue. But, there's no chance of a run there. England, of course, need to go eyeballs out, really, in the last 25 minutes of the day, because just as they did the end of the first day, they dragged themselves back into the contest with 2 late wickets. Of course, New Zealand refused to allow them to capitalise with an excellent bowling performance of their own, but England are still hanging on to hope here, and that one is flicked away by Rachin Ravindra through square leg for 4. Beautiful shot, over pitch from the England captain, and Rachin Ravindra reaches 50. He almost it's almost like he didn't notice. Surely you know that you're on 47. But it was only when the crowd began to applaud that he looked around thinking, what are they clapping for? And then then he acknowledged the applause. And it's also perhaps a sign of a man who knows that his work is not yet done. Not by a long way, but 51 from 81 balls. Ravindra now slaps this behind square on the offside straight to the man sweeping deep on the backward point boundary, Gus Atkinson, and they go through for a single. But Rachin Ravindra has been very, very watchful. I know that I'm saying this in retrospect, but I did say it at the time. It was courageous the way he started. He was maybe even going a little too hard at the ball early on. I mean, he reached 30 from 25 balls, but now 50 from 81 has shown that either England, they have set more defensive fields, that's true. Here is Stokes now to the right-handed Daryl Mitchell, and he opens the face of the bat, steers it away between slip and gully to the third man boundary for 4. All the way along the ground. Stokes maybe trying too hard, I was going to say, but doesn't he always try as hard as he possibly can? That did move away from Mitchell, but he was playing with soft hands, which is not necessarily a trademark characteristic of his style, but he's picked up another boundary, moves into the 20s, 23 to him, 52 to Rachin Ravindra. Stokes in, bowls. Mitchell is forward, guiding this one out towards extra cover. Stokes has basically got a ring field here. It looks like a field you would see in junior cricket. That's not very often that Stokes will do that, and interesting that he has not at any stage gone to the full-on short ball theory. He can't afford for it to backfire and New Zealand to pick up an extra 20 or 30. I mean, the game is edging towards a precipice for England as Stokes is in once again, and that's pushed straight back to the bowler, who fields off his own final delivery, and 9 runs off the over. Ben Stokes none for 19 from 6, but it's just England know that they cannot afford for New Zealand to have a quick spurt of run scoring, because they're already 191 runs ahead. Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a couple of things there. The first thing is Ravindra. I think he's the key to New. He holds the key. But why? Because he keeps turning the scoreboard over. He keeps the runs ticking. And he takes the heat out of the ball sometimes. I thought with the new ball, he took the heat out of it, actually. It just didn't seem quite the same. But he's kind of went on a semi-counter attack, if you like. But they were good shots this time. There wasn't high-risk components about each of those.
Here is Shoaib Bashir, and turns this one, but it's too short, and Ravindra's able to chop it away off the back foot to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and he takes a comfortable single.
I think what's just happened there in the last over to Stokes, though, England was starting to put together a number of overs, and they were gaining traction from raising the pressure. They had 14 runs from the last 7 overs just prior to that last over, and Stokes was right at the heart of that.
Bashir gives this one some air, and it turns into the Mitchell defensive shot. No run.
And he did it in the first innings. He had 8 overs in the first innings, and we had 3 for 13, if you remember. And he got a semi-good decision for him against Mitchell, and he got a semi-good decision against Santner, and he got a tail ender.
Bashir pushed away defensively.
Now I'm deliberately playing down the first 2 wickets because they're bats, sort of semi-bats, certainly Mitchell is. But it was the 8 overs and it was the 13 runs where he actually pulled the run rate back because of that, and he's doing it, I was going to say he's doing it again. Until
that last over,
yes,
which cost 9, as Mitchell is forward to Bashir here. And he can now lunge forward if that, not that he would choose to do that, but he doesn't have to worry about the ball spinning off the inside edge and popping out. There's no short leg for Shoaib Bashir, who's again got a defensive field protecting the boundaries. Sweepers on both sides at square leg and deep point. Mid-on and mid-off are both quite deep. Ben Duckett and Ben Stokes.
Bashir's going okay. Just a little thought, I wonder, is Jofra Archer going to come back on?
I said no short leg, and it's almost like England has thought, well, it's Daryl Mitchell. We've had a short leg in for the seamers, and we've got to have one in for the offie.
Yeah, you'd think so. With the ball turning now, it's starting to respond to some turn from Bashir, and that's why we're seeing Mitchell starting to play the odd sweep. You see him getting out, trying to get outside that off stump and get a sweep into play. He doesn't want that Bashir to continue to get away with this, and so he's going to play a bit more proactively. So he's just got to be a wee bit more careful with that forward defence now that man has come into a catching position in close square.
Emilio Gay at short leg. He's put the shin pads on. He's got the helmet. They had to be brought on by one of the substitutes, one of the reserve players. Here is Bashir. Down the wicket comes Mitchell, using his feet. Couple of paces down the wicket, not just a half step, a step and a half, and pushes it straight back to the bowler. Shoaib Bashir, none for 18. He has benefited from a defensive field. His figures actually could be quite a lot more expensive, but he's got away with a couple of short ones and full tosses as well. But he seems to be getting into his work, and it's just a single off the first ball of this over. Mitchell on 23. There's a sweep shot that Jeremy's talked about, and he's a top edge, and it's falling just short of Jofra Archer, who was there for the sweep on 45 degrees, but he did top edge that, and there was much excitement. Was it down into the ground? I thought that he top edged it.
Maybe he did. He did.
Oh, okay. Well, Jofra Archer is saying, look, I was late to pick it up, but it wasn't going to carry anyway, and I think he's absolutely right. Single to Mitchell off the last ball of the over. Oh, he's gloved it. That's why it didn't carry. It wasn't a top edge.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's got a single off the last ball of the over, and almost success for Shoaib Bashir. New Zealand now leading by 193 at 109.43.
The other little thought I'd had was when Smith went up to the stumps and Stokes was bowling. And they went through quite a few little overs while Mitchell was there facing him. And I did remember, and he was bringing him forward. I just thought the short ball would be quite useful. If you remember at the Oval, and he's got to stay there because he's got to come forward basically because, you know, Smith's behind him. He doesn't want to stay back in his crease too much. And I just thought the short ball might be quite a good ploy for Stokes because, remember, he was out at the Oval hooking. So there's Archer as we were talking about, yeah.
That was the question you posed 5 minutes ago,
Yeah.
so I can answer it now. Yes.
Thanks.
Here he is.
I love this delay.
Jofra Archer in again outside the off stump. Mitchell leaves it alone. Well, how long have we got? We got 15 minutes to go, so he'll have two. He'll have two. Yeah, there'll only be time for 2 overs from Jofra Archer from the Stuart Broad end.
Critical little quarter of an hour, isn't it? For New Zealand, if they can go to bed tonight and it's 111 for 3. It's the 3, of course, that's the critical part. And they've still got Mitchell, 2 batsmen at the crease, a left and a right-hander. That's the important thing for them, if they can.
Tom Blundell next in, he looks in form. Here's Archer again, and Mitchell plays it defensively out towards extra cover. Mitchell playing with confidence and moving with purpose, and his decision making has been good, apart from when did he give it away? He had a slog at Jacob Bethel at Lord's, didn't he? Just after he got to 50. Or was that the Oval? Yeah.
No, it wasn't a 50 at Lord's. No,
no,
not from New Zealand.
No, it was.
That was another year you're talking about.
No. He made 51 in the first innings at the Oval, and then had a slog at Jacob Bethel's first over and holed out for Joe Root at mid-wicket. But otherwise, he looked very good during that innings, and he's looked purposeful as Archer is in again. That's defended by Mitchell up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Just getting the front foot across a little too far into the line. And so he's got to go around it, Mitchell. Archer will be interested in that and keep targeting that front pad if he keeps doing that. Sometimes you get just a little bit late getting the bat out and around the pad, around the foot, before you can get your bat down. The ball's into the, and he's not slow, so getting the ball into the pad. Here comes Smith up again. So this is interesting. There's a man there at the pull stroke as well, sort of at the shortish mid-wicket.
Here is Jofra Archer. My goodness, that's short and lifts and hits Mitchell on the gloves, and is collected by Jofra Archer by Shoaib Bashir at backward point. But that one has gloved Daryl Mitchell, and he's now calling for some assistance, some treatment, some spray from the very busy 12th man. Jamie Smith standing up to Jofra Archer. I was about to say, you know, he's not a regular wicketkeeper. That troubles me. He doesn't keep for Surrey. Well, he doesn't when Ben Foakes is fit anyway. And Jofra Archer doesn't, you know, have that the control of a Matt Henry or indeed even of a Nathan Smith. He's also a bit quicker. So standing up for Jamie Smith is a challenge. Anyway, we've got another break. This is one of those days, Jeremy, there aren't very many of them, where I don't have any semblance of gripe about the fact that we're going to be 10 overs short of the day's allocation. Gee, we've had some stoppages today.
We have had a lot of them. The cricket has been riveting, though, hasn't it? I mean, it's been, and I think this is a legitimate stoppage, I think, don't you?
Yeah, of course they all have been.
Yeah.
Devon Conway went down, and they had to rebuild his helmet rather than him. That was a 7-minute stoppage, so that's 2.5 overs, or 2 overs at least. Anyway, there's I think a bit of laughter and mirth between Jofra Archer and Jamie Smith about the fact that Smith is standing up to him. I don't know whether Jofra Archer would ever have had anybody standing up to him.
Some bowlers don't like it, do they?
No.
It can be a bit of a blow to their ego. I'm a fast bowler. No one stands up to me.
The crowd are unimpressed, and do you know what? I empathise with them. It's expensive to come and watch Test cricket, and they're thinking, well, hey, get on with it, And I mean, there were 2 New Zealand substitute fielders came running on. That's Glenn Phillips, isn't it? It was busy. Carl Jameson, who was rested for this game, workload management. He's done his stint as well as one of the reserve fielders. Anyway, I don't know what treatment Mitchell had. Maybe a bit of magic spray.
Hit the bottom hand, didn't it?
Did he get a spray? I couldn't see.
No.
Maybe just a change of gloves. I don't think he got some magic spray. Slip gully for Archer. Leg slip as well. Here is Archer, bowls to Mitchell and bowls him another one back of a length, and once again it rises, but he's in behind the line of it. 109 for 3. Lead of 193. England dismissed for 354 today. Nathan Smith, truly outstanding, really. 4 for 91. O'Rourke, 3 for 53, and Zach Folkes, 3 for 35 in 15 and a half overs. He was extremely impressive. Concussion substitute for Blair Tickner. Archer in again. Mitchell in behind the line of this one, and defends it straight back to the bowler. Jamie Smith, by the way, not standing up for the last 3 deliveries of that over. It was a no ball. Oh dear. So just when everyone thought it was the end of the over, it's not. And that'll be 1 more to the total. 110 for 3.
Well, it's quite a long way over, really.
Hard to explain that, isn't it? I mean, that's like 6 inches over the line. Just got his alignment wrong, maybe at the top of his run up, or just maybe an overstride, maybe an understride, actually, more of an understride if he's tired at the end of a long day. Here comes Archer. Last ball of the day, if it's a legal one. Forward comes Mitchell, pushing it out towards mid-wicket, and Emilio Gay fields. It is a legal delivery. That was the only run from that over, the no ball. Daryl Mitchell, 24. Rachin Ravindra, 53. Is Daryl Mitchell, would you say that he's a self-made batsman? Is there a lot of homemade technique in there? He's quite quirky.
Oh yeah, he is, but very effective with it. I think it's the mind that can kind of drives the way he plays. I quite like the way that he'll go at a bowler and has that battle for length, which you always, every innings that you fight the bowler for. I want to own this part of the pitch, and he uses it by going at the bowlers hard.
Here's Shoaib Bashir to the left-handed Rachin Ravindra, leaves alone, taken by Jamie Smith. There are a number of things I enjoy about Daryl Mitchell's batting. One of them is the way he'll seemingly randomly break a series of pressure by just launching himself down the wicket and hitting a straight 6. And there's nothing to suggest that it's coming. It's worked away nicely by Rachin Ravindra for a couple through mid-wicket. There's a chase on for Emilio Gay. He slides alongside the ball and then tries to throw it while he is sliding, and his trousers end up halfway down his bottom.
Wild applause from Stokes. Loved the energy and the attempt to turn as he was on his knees and throw.
Here's oh my goodness, that's a high full toss from Shoaib Bashir. That has slipped out. It's a no ball, called immediately by umpire Nitin Menon, and well, Rachin Ravindra had the ability and foresight to cut it from head high. It was a beamer.
It was above his head, and he's actually smashed it as if you were playing a tennis at the net. That's so high. He's tried to let go, I think, a leg spinner, and he hasn't controlled it. Everyone said, goodness. And what is Smith's reaction? He doesn't know quite what to do, but it's kind of a smash in the end. 4 runs and a no ball.
Bashir sticks to off breaks. Next delivery, that one is cut straight to cover. You know, I had heard some time ago that he'd been working on a couple of different deliveries, and that I didn't. I heard that he was bowling a. Well, that came out that looked like he was trying to bowl a leg break.
Yeah, it did. And I think you'd probably say in the report, needs more work.
Yes. Well, if he wants a surprise delivery, that was certainly a surprise. Above head height, Rachin Ravindra guides it for 4.
He'd seen a weakness.
What with the head high full toss?
Yes, exactly.
Oh dear, Ravindra on to 60. You can't fault a player for trying something new, but just maybe give it a bit more polish in the nets before bringing it out on Test match day. Bashir in once again, nudged away out on the onside. Fielded by Emilio Gay, who's at short leg for Daryl Mitchell. Mitchell 24 from 56 balls. It's the 34th over of the day. We were supposed to have 46 in this session, so we've got 12 to go, but we're going to struggle to fit 12 overs into the remaining 4 minutes of the day. Jofra Archer will bowl the last over of the day, we suspect, as Bashir does now turn this one. That's why he's got the short leg there. That was a little bit quicker. It did turn from just outside the off stump. It did hit the inside edge, which is the idea for that delivery, but the single results rather than a catch to short leg. And New Zealand at 119 for 3, lead by 203. Make no mistake, there is still room for England to get back into this Test match, to give themselves a chance with a 4th innings run chase. But with every run and with every over without a wicket, it becomes more and more difficult. If this situation remains, by lunch tomorrow, it should be beyond England, really, on this pitch. Fancy that. 1-0 down, and New Zealand could win the series 2-1. Here is Jofra Archer. That's pushed away by Daryl Mitchell. You know, the first time that ever happened in the history of Test cricket was in this century. It's 2000 and... Hopefully Gary will be able to, from memory, I think it was 2003. South Africa were the first team to win a 3-test series, coming back from 1-0 down. But subsequently it's happened like 10 times. But it used to be very, very... Here's Archer again outside the off stump, and Daryl Mitchell leaves alone. I mean,
who was that against?
Sri Lanka. Gary will confirm. But yeah, subsequently. But I mean, throughout the 1900s, teams would just routinely play for the draw. Well, they'd do that often, wouldn't they? They'd be happy. They go 1-0 up, and they would happily protect that lead. And teams found it very hard to come back, to have an opportunity to win against a very defensive team protecting a lead. Turned away behind square on the leg side by Mitchell now. He's happy to spend the rest of the day at the non-striker's end if he can. 120 for 3. I mean, just the pace of play now. It's not just the intent, it's just literally the pace of run scoring. 5 days feels a lot longer than it used to, so it's no longer a rarity. Yeah, it is still quite rare, but it's not the novelty that it's still an achievement to be lauded, applauded and appreciated, winning 2-1, having gone 1-0 down. Archer in once again. Rachin Ravindra pushes this one up towards the mid-on, fielded by Josh Tongue, no run.
Yeah, I think that's teams playing for draws nowadays. You don't see it very often, do you? You'd see more
unless they're hanging on in the fifth day.
Maybe. I think there's just too much time, for example, for this game, certainly to consider that.
Here is Archer again. Ravindra plays defensively, and there's no run again. (120 for 3), lead of 204. I may have left it a bit late in the day to ask Gary Morgan to come up with those stats. It's how many balls we got left? One. So we might get another over, actually. Here is Archer, bowls, forward comes Ravindra defending. And England are rushing at the end of the over to because they can see that we're going by the clock, the official clock, which is above the players' changing rooms. And if Nitin Menon gets behind the stumps before it ticks over to 6:30, no, Rod Tucker says, I'm sorry, it is 6:30. England wanted the extra over. Shoaib Bashir is now going through some shadow bowling, as if to say, here's what I would have done. I would have taken a wicket, but no, it's not to be. 35 overs in the session, which of course was 2.5 hours. 3 wickets, 120 runs. New Zealand will be the happier of the two teams after an excellent stand, which took the score from 51 for 3 to 120 for 3. So 69 unbroken runs for the 4th wicket, with Daryl Mitchell on 26 and Rachin Ravindra on an excellent 60 from 90 balls. He decelerated through the course of that innings. He got to 30 off 25 balls. He made a racing start, but he's reined himself in and done exactly what New Zealand required him to do, which was to be there at the start of the 4th day. Intriguing day's cricket, fabulous day's cricket. New Zealand fighting their way back, just as England did on the 2nd day. And there is still, with 2 full days remaining, more than enough time for England to fight their way back yet again into this Test match. But it's New Zealand who are dominating at the end of day 3 with an all-important lead overall of 204. We'll take a short break and then you'll have the full day's play painted for you by John Norman in the following on podcast.
Hello and welcome to Following On. I'm John Norman alongside Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, and Steve Harmison, double Ashes winner. Looking back at day 3. Feels like day 4, but no, it's day 3 of the 3rd Test match between England and New Zealand. A day which has seen this seesaw encounter continue to, well, seesaw. At the start of the day, England in a very strong position, 223 for 2. But still 215 runs behind at New Zealand, of course. They lost 4 wickets before lunch and they were bowled out just before tea. 354, a deficit of 84 runs. And despite having New Zealand 12 for 2 after an explosive start to the innings, both wickets falling the way of Jofra Archer, it's New Zealand who are now in a position of real dominance at the end of the day. New Zealand's lead now, 204. They've got 7 wickets in hand, and Daryl Mitchell and Rachin Ravindra have partnered well. Jerry, let's start with you. I don't think New Zealand, well, I'm sure New Zealanders have some wild dreams, but certainly at the start of the day, they wouldn't have dared to dream that they would be in such a strong position at the end of day 3. Would you concur?
Oh, I think that's very fair. I mean, New Zealand had to do something at the start of the day because they were so far behind, really, and all the choices were looking like they would belong to England because they had worked their way and their magic really, on day 2. So day 3 started with New Zealand. The currency they needed were wickets. And so they started with their 2 key bowlers, Smith and O'Rourke. And straight away, they got a response, didn't they? They dismissed Root very quickly with a nip backer. He's been kept back in his crease a little bit by the Blundell thing, I think. And so he hasn't been able to get that pad outside the off stump. And so he was LBW. It was just a good delivery, I thought. And there was a bit of cloud cover, and it gave the movement a bit of help as well from Smith. And so that was a very big wicket. If Root had been able to survive for maybe half an hour and get his footwork going and get into the game, I think that this would be a very different looking day, actually. But he was dismissed early, and then Bethel fell straight after. Letting the ball go, a little bit uncertain, playing outside the off stump from O'Rourke, and suddenly playing when he didn't really want to, almost pulled the bat away as he got the edge. So neither Root nor Bethel added to the total, and so New Zealand were on their way. Very good to dismiss those 2 players who are dangerous players. So, I mean, that was the start of it, wasn't it, Harmy?
Yeah, it was, and it was good bowling. Good pressure by New Zealand, stop the scoreboard, asking a bit on England's ego. I don't think it was playing on England's ego to play the sort of big shots. I think it was playing on England's ego to go, you know what, we're going to keep all modes of dismissal in play, and hitting boundaries we're going to make it difficult for you to hit boundaries with the fields we'll set and the way that we'll bowl and the pressure that we'll build. And I think that was. And there's a marked difference, wasn't there? There was a marked difference from going at 7.5 and over to dragging it back to 3 and over, 2.5 and over, 3 and over, and New Zealand got their just rewards. And I think that's the difference between the bowling attacks from either side on this surface. As the game's gone on, that New Zealand are in a huge position of strength.
How impressed were you this morning by Nathan Smith and Zach Folkes? Two bowlers that probably weren't mentioned in dispatches too much before this series. Certainly not Zach Folkes, who wouldn't have played in the Test series at all if not for that concussion substitution situation involving Blair Tickner.
Hugely impressed by the way Folkes has been able to. I mean, this is the beauty about professional sportsmen and women. They have this ability to understand what it takes to be ready and then hit the ground running. That's what top players do, top sportsmen and women do. That Zach Folkes has probably been packing his bags to go home. And the first, the day before the Test match when he was told he wasn't playing, day 1 of the Test match when he definitely wasn't playing, and all of a sudden he's like, get his bowling boots. Probably has to get his bowling boots back out of his bag, thinking he's put them away for the flight home. And then he is thrust into a Test match, which I think the surface suited a bowler like Zach Folkes. Now, Nathan Smith, I think he's been very impressive. I think he's been the one that's held not just with the ball, but with the bat. I think he's batting, he's bowling, and his all-round field and energy that he has, that he gives this team, has been hugely impressive over the last month. Since New Zealand have been in England. He started off in Ireland, continued it here, and I think he's been a real thorn in England's side when New Zealand needed somebody to sort of bowl that stump to stump and give them that, put pressure as soon as they realised that Blundell could come up to the crease and push the England batters back. So I think Smith has been hugely impressive throughout this last month of the Test series that New Zealand have been here. And he's probably more suited in English conditions and in New Zealand conditions than he is in any other conditions around the world, especially with a kookaburra. Give him a duke, give him some reverse swing, give him some uneven bounce or some greenness of a surface and a bit of atmosphere. I think what you'll find with Nathan Smith is, and he run up and bowl you 20-odd overs a day, first ball the same pace as his last ball the same pace as his first ball, and you can set a field to him. I think when it gets a little bit flatter and the ball gets a bit softer, then nothing's much happening. Then he's actually quite nice to face from an international batter's point of view. When there's been something in it, he has been a real thorn in England's side.
I think the most wickets for Smith
Yeah.
throughout the series, so he's done a good job for New Zealand. I see him pretty much as a momentum bowler. He gets a good pace up, and he's an athlete, as we've talked about, in the field as well.
He drags people with him as well.
He does, and he uses the angle quite nicely. If there is some swing at all on offer, he'll get it to go away from a right-hander. He's at the stumps usually. I noticed that Folkes was 1 out of every 6 balls was on the stumps, and 1 out of every 4 balls from Smith on the stumps. These were the stats from today.
And Jerry, England had bowled something like 24 overs, and England had bowled 10 balls on the stumps, 3 of them from Shoaib Bashir.
Is that all? Right. Okay, so that just shows you, doesn't it? Yeah, so 4 wickets to Nathan Smith today and 3 to O'Rourke, who worked hard. Hasn't really found a pitch to his liking with pace and a bit of bounce here, but he worked hard. Got the early wicket of Bethel, and then Folkes, really it's a wicket I think that suits his pace, but he's kept the ball there and thereabouts, and he's got it to do something. So 3 wickets for 35 for him. So he did a good job at 2 runs and over.
There will be some people listening to this podcast or watching on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel who will be thinking, hang on a second, this pitch gave up 300 runs for first wicket on day 1, and England were going at a canter at the start of their innings. What's happened? What's changed with this pitch?
I think the heat's got to it. I really do. I think the heat's got to it. I think when it started on day 1, it was a day 1 pitch, and I think because of the extreme heat we don't get in this country, I think what it's done is in them first 2 days has turned this pitch into, probably fast forward it by 24 hours. So at the end of day 3 we are here now, it's probably played like, especially this afternoon, it's probably played like a day 4 pitch going into day 5. Now I think has had a huge effect on the bowling units that's been. I'm just watching another replay of O'Rourke's dismissal to Jacob Bethel, which really started the sort of ball rolling. New Zealand have had 2 bowlers that run up and bowl stump to stump, with the keeper standing up and being very effective. But Will O'Rourke, don't underestimate the value of having a bowler like Will O'Rourke who can pin players back. Make sure that he bowled a lot of bouncers today. He bowled a lot of balls which were straight, which were at the England batters, and were pinning the England batters back. That was the thing. I remember all them years ago during my time, if the ball was swinging hugely, I'd try my very, very best to bowl back of a length and short, because Hoggard needed me to put them in the crease and leave them in the crease and make sure that they weren't lunging forward to smother the movement and smother the bounce. That's what Will O'Rourke's done throughout this Test series, and he's been very, very good at it. So because of that, there's a bag of wickets in Will O'Rourke. He's going to smash somebody soon. He's going to get a 5 for a 6 for a 7 for. Somebody's going to cop a Will O'Rourke, everything going for him today, for he's in good rhythm. But I tell you what, he does a good job for his team. He might have just got a couple of wickets, but he was very, very valuable. And I think on this surface, come tomorrow night, he runs in and bowls straight, whether he bowls back of a length or he bowls a little bit fuller, hitting it hard, then you could see one go along the floor. And I promise you, it sends shudders round a dressing room when you see one go up. Devin Conway got a ball today off Jofra Archer, and the minute that ball's bowled, you look at the batters' faces in the game. Whatever's on the balcony, whatever's standing at cover, slip, extra cover, whatever, from an England point of view, every single one looks to the sky going, oh my word, this is the last thing we need. Don't mind it going along the floor, you can smother that. If the ball's taking off and going up their noses, then it's a different ball game altogether. I think New Zealand bowled to the conditions better than what England did.
How is that though? I mean, it's quite unusual for an opposition team to come and exploit the conditions better, especially when you consider that they're missing 3 of their first choice bowlers. Or is it just that they're used to this kind of bowling?
Bowlers are more suited on this surface than England. We've been obsessed with pace under Key, Stokes and McCullum. It's been about pace, it's been about tall, it's been about release points, it's been about fast bowlers. And like I just said there before, 20 odd overs bowled, 10 balls hitting the stumps. They've had a lot of balls hitting the stumps from two bowlers bowling 78 mile an hour, the keeper standing up. That's English cricket. And I think I watched Ben Stokes bowl 2 or 3 overs and it looked great. Really did. The keeper took them up and there was a lot of oohs and ahs. But on a Day 3 pitch, which is probably playing like a Day 4 pitch, it actually wasn't that effective.
The kind of narrative that's surrounding Joe Root and Harry Brook in regard to bowlers bowling with a keeper up behind the stumps, it's not going away, is it, after what we've seen today? Jeremy?
No, it seems as though it is affecting them a little bit. It's keeping them back. It's keeping them also, I don't think, giving quite enough stride in their defensive stroke. I think they're doing a forward press, you know what you call it, just a little forward press first, but then it's becoming a plant. And so instead of that second movement forward to get closer to the ball, to get away from the stumps, to get your pad outside the off stump, that's a bit of an issue, I think, for some of them.
And is that why Root's getting himself in trouble?
Well, I think he's losing his balance a little bit too.
I think it's 100% spot on what Jeremy's saying about the plant. The second movement needs to be on your toe, going with your lead big toe down the line of the ball, to then your head drives in that position. At this moment in time, England's first movement, like Jeremy's saying, is a plant. Their second movement towards the ball is with their hands. And when you go with your hands and you don't go with your feet, balance is gone. Head's going towards cover point, head's going out in front of you, and the gap between your bat and your pad is massive. And I think whenever I've seen Joe Root have difficult times, difficult times in Australia, it was when he had that trigger movement. It was either going back, and then when he was going forward with his front toe and he's sort of the inside of his knee, he was going, but the rest of his weight was back. His weight transfer was still back, and that's why he was nicking it, or he was chopping onto the stumps. I think Harry got done. Harry missed. Harry got bowled. Harry got done because his front foot got stuck and planted, and his hands were way out in front of himself, and he was in no control whatsoever.
Yeah, that actually moved, didn't it? And that dismissal describes it, I think, a bit easier. That to just not get forward than the popping crease with your front foot, and then it's just you're not there, and so your hands naturally want to go towards the ball. And even if he's got good hands, and he has actually, Brooks got great hands, but he can't move them fast enough to beat one that's nipping away, and so he's covered the inside edge there, but it's taken the off stump.
And that's what happened.
It's the same thing. It's the distance between your pad, your front pad, and where your hands are. That's the issue.
And that's how he got out at the Oval, because he was so concerned with the ball coming in. He got he went out at nicked off. Yeah.
He was nicked off
because he was beaten.
That was just good bowling too.
Well, and good bowling today, and at the Oval. So good balls do get rid of good batters, of course. Jerry, we have both been a little critical at times of the way Rashan Ravindra has constructed his innings. He was nigh on perfect today.
He was great. I mean, he obviously has had a jolly good think about what the hell did I do there in the first innings, and also you start to feel, gee, this is he's just seen 361 scored in that day, and I haven't got a piece of that, so I've missed out here. It's the same as bowlers on a green one or on a pitch that's suiting you. You feel so disappointed with yourself as you take your boots off at the end of the day, and you're putting them in your bag and that sort of thing, and you throw it down slightly. You're annoyed because you haven't been able to get the best out of yourself. And I'm sure, and you've also happened to let your team down because of that as well. And you put more work on other players because of that. So I think, he's thought about it a great deal, but he let the ball go today, and he was, they tried tempting him a few times, but he just didn't take the bait. And I just thought he played as Ratchin can, and he showed us. Well, he's got 60 off 90 so far, so that's been a key innings.
They did. He did leave it very well. I 100% agree with that. But I thought it was quite brave, his first 25 balls, because he tried to hit the ball. He didn't let England bowl at him. He tried to hit the ball. Everything was going. He played the right way, which his balance was good, his head position was fine, and he was trying to hit the ball down the ground. And England were bowling a little bit straighter to him, which was good. He wanted him to hit the ball. He hit 2 or 3 nice fours. England had a wide field, not a straight field, and he got a few to go straight. And when England started to bowl wider, he was in. He was comfortable, and he was comfortable leaving. But I thought Rachin Ravindra, do you know what? His first 20 balls was quite brave with the shot he played in the first innings. To go at the ball as hard as he did in them first 20 balls, he could easily have nicked off on an up and down surface. And if he had nicked off in them first 20 balls, can you imagine the noise would have been going round Rachin Ravindra? And he's actually played the innings that he needed to play for his team on this surface, because he didn't go, right, I'm going to go and sort of die in a hole, play for myself because I played a shocking shot in the first innings. I'm going to actually, what's best on here is to be more positive, more proactive. And I thought them first 20 balls, he was very, very good, very, very brave. And because of that, he got himself in a comfortable rhythm. Then when England went a bit wider and leaving it out there, he was in a position to leave it because his scoring rate was high.
That's what I was saying about taking the heat out of that new ball. He took it out of them. And I just thought he was important because he keeps turning the scoreboard over. And that keeps the pressure on the captain to change the field. Do we have to drop one back? Then there's a gap. Then you get one to go through the slips. Because there isn't a slip there. You know, there's only one slip instead of 2, as it happened today. So he's an important player for New Zealand because of the rate he scores, particularly on pitches that are doing a little bit.
The lead is 204 now. New Zealand have got 7 wickets in hand. We know that they can lose wickets quickly. They did so in the first innings. But how many is too many, would you say, Harmy?
I think if the total starts with a 3, then I think that's too many. That's out of the game. I think if anything above 300, New Zealand would want. England I think they've built their name under Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes at being able to have a go and chase many things. And I think exactly where we've been talking about Rachin there, the way England will come out and try and be positive to go at this total is probably more suited on this wicket than just standing there trying to think, right, we've got 120 overs to bat, if we bat 120 overs, we'll win the game. I don't think that will happen because the wicket will deteriorate that much. So for me, if it gets to 275, I can't see England getting that. But anywhere around 250, we might have a game on, because then it just takes 1, possibly 2 special innings by a Root hanging in there and batting for the majority of the day. A Brook, who potentially on this surface come out and get 100 off 78, 82 balls, something like that. And the same with Stokes, if he gets the bat with a tail and all of a sudden in-out fields and he's got a bit of a license. I think once you get into the 275 to 300 and beyond 300, all of a sudden you're asking 2 or 3 players to play something extraordinary and special. I think on this surface, the way New Zealand bowled, and stump to stump, I think it'll be a lot more difficult. So I think if you get 275, I think a New Zealand win. I think if it's 250, I think it's game on.
Could be something special here, couldn't it? Could be.
Absolutely, it could be. Day 1 has been New Zealand, 361 for 4. Day 2 is decisively England, bowling them out and racing away to a good start. It may depend on how Duckett goes with the new ball. That could be a very important passage of play if he gets away and plays aggressively like that. But I think I've written 300 down here when you were talking, but there's plenty of time.
Well, there's
plenty of time.
Time won't be an issue.
If New Zealand can bat, we'll wait and see. I wondered if this didn't do as much. Now, Harmy will say it's because they didn't bowl straight enough or whatever, but I thought either the ball got softer or the heavy roller somehow did something.
That had changed the ball, didn't it?
They did.
Yeah, they changed the ball, which suggests that it got softer.
Yeah. So those are. Let's wait and see when the change of innings is. See what the English want to do with the roller.
So
that'll be interesting.
We had 4 days at Lord's. We had 5 days at the Oval. We've had 3 days here at Trent Bridge. It's 1-1 with 2 days to go, and we're still not quite sure where this is going, which is exactly what we want.
Totally. 4 wickets on the first day, 8 wickets the second day, double, 11 wickets today. It's going that way.
OK, gents, thank you so much for your time as ever. Both Jeremy and Harmy, Manners and Jared and myself will be back on day 4 for overseas listeners on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, thanks for listening to Following On.